Welcome to Ichiraku Ramen, and thank you for joining me for another journey into the world of Shinobi. Before we begin, I want to give a huge thank you to everyone who listens, supports the channel, and enjoys these stories. Today's story is the third part of What It Takes to Be Hokage. In this alternate universe, Naruto Uzumaki has always dreamed of becoming Hokage, but after his devastating battle with Pain, a twist of fate rips him out of his timeline and throws him deep into the brutal, blood-soaked past, the Warring States era. Trapped in a time before the hidden villages even existed, Naruto comes face to face Hashirama Senju and Uchiha Madara. Will he decide to follow the original timeline or forge a new one? This is a fan-made story inspired by the world of Naruto. All characters in the original universe belong to their respective creators. This narration is created for entertainment purposes as part of a transformative storytelling experience. The story itself was written by Solara Miles, and full credit goes to the original author. If you would like to read the original version, the link to this story is included in the video description below. If you like my content and want to keep up with future updates, hit that subscribe button and don't forget leave a like if you enjoyed the video. It not only helps me but helps with YouTube algorithm. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy. Chapter 15. A weak laugh escaped Naruto, which quickly became short, wheezy huffs of desperation. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." The words were so choked that Madara almost didn't hear them. As Naruto's behavior sank into his mind, as its meaning registered, a blazing rage sparked to life within Madara's heart. He'd expected something like this from Tobirama, hell even himself, but never Naruto. Not once had he truly believed that it had been Naruto. He'd come here to get history's perspective, but instead he'd had his emotions rocked and catapulted into a vicious intensity that threatened to consume every bridge he'd built with the Uzumaki and the Senju. Uchiha were like that. Their emotions were so intense that they acted out, rashly most times. Madara had clenched his fists so hard that nails broke through the skin. Naruto was hunched over, great heaving sobs racking his form as he finally allowed himself to give in to the guilt that had plagued him for some years now. But all the Uchiha could think was how pathetic Naruto looked, how he resembled a bumbling fool who was groveling at his feet. He knew that simply attacking Naruto would not be enough. His normal Sharingan wouldn't suffice either. So he jumped straight to Manjikyu. Naruto's shinobi instincts surpassed his natural trust of the Uchiha. Watery blue eyes looked up in shock as Naruto sensed the dojutsu's activation, sensed Madara's complete and utter rage. No, 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 no. Naruto's mind seemed to freeze, stuck like a broken record on the word. He raised a hand to Madara in an attempt to try and placate the other, but the Uchiha had already swung his fist. It connected with Naruto's face almost immediately, and the full force of the blow sent him flying through the air and crashing into several trees. Naruto crawled to his feet, not quite sure what to do. But his emotional state had alerted the Kyuubi, and he growled in annoyance and frustration from within his prison. Naruto's mental state at the moment was in tatters, and Kurama took the opportunity to prevent the ninja from taking further damage. Naruto's wide-eyed gaze bled to red, and Madara stopped his approach, recognizing the need to be cautious. A red chakra bubbled around the blonde and encased him, like armor. Madara grit his teeth at the delay, but his mind was already formulating a way to move around it or get rid of it. The Kyuubi bared his teeth, and a mirror of the action could be seen in Naruto's features, blood-red eyes, a contrast of tears and agony. As the liquid streamed from Naruto's eyes, the heat of the Kyuubi's chakra disintegrated them with a small hiss and slight sizzle. A clawed hand lashed out at Madara, almost slicing through the Uchiha's flesh. Madara leaned to the side but still felt the burn of the Kyuubi's raging chakra as it caressed his face. Back at the compound, Hashirama stood watching the tree line in concern. Next to him, Tobirama has his arms crossed in silent agitation. "Should we go after them?" Tobirama asked quietly. "No. They asked for privacy." "I'm sure there's a good reason," Hashirama replied, but they both felt the anxiety in his emotions. They both chose to ignore it. "What do you think it's about?" Mito asked, approaching them carefully. Hashirama sighed in defeat, letting his wife know that he honestly couldn't say. Not for certain. Tobirama was the first of the three to react when the Kyuubi's chakra rocketed through the air in a devastating wave. It slammed into their senses and brought most to their knees. Tobirama and Hashirama leaped into the forest, heading towards Madara and Naruto, both entirely confused as to what the hell was going on. Madara didn't want to activate his Susanoo. It was too soon. The usage cost him dearly and he couldn't afford to run out of chakra now. Naruto's form was relentless, attacking Madara with all the force of nature. Yet Madara was fully aware that the demon did not aim to kill him, merely keep him at bay. Even so, it was persistent and wholly consumed in its task of protecting Naruto. Madara's anger only rocketed at the realization that he wouldn't be able to land a single blow on the blonde unless he took care of the demon, or relied on his Susanoo. Sadly, he had no idea if using Susanoo would actually allow him to beat the demon. So far he could see that if he didn't do something soon, he was going to lose. Madara turned towards the Senju compound and started racing through the trees. Hashirama would be able to suppress the demon's chakra. And if they got involved, if the Senju brothers learned the truth, then Madara would understand the next course of action to take. He was angry, yes, but that didn't mean his mind was clouded. Not yet. He wasn't there just yet. He still knew that he needed to be very careful about what he did next. Kyuubi watched as Madara made a dash towards the Senju. With a narrowed gaze, the fox shunshined in front of the Uchiha brat, internally gleeful at being able to use the jutsu at all. With a growl of frustration and anger, the fox struck out and curled clawed fingers around the damnable Uchiha's throat. He didn't press down his hold, however, just kept it tight enough to let the brat know that he shouldn't struggle. You should have more faith, Uchiha brat. The angry, distorted growls sent shivers down Madara's spine. To hear Naruto's voice so garbled, it would haunt his nightmares for years to come, of that he was sure. Madara! Said Shinobi tried to turn his head to the side, only managing to shift his eyes, silently growing more and more furious as the seconds ticked by. Hashirama and Tobirama landed on the ground hastily, pausing at the entrance of the clearing, unsure of the situation and how to approach. The demon, in control of the blonde, moved towards the two. His eyes never left Madara's, a soft growl vibrating through the shared contact and causing goosebumps to rise on the Uchiha's skin. The wildness, the rage, the utter dominating power. It was intoxicating. Madara, in that instant, understood all the pain and suffering Naruto endured, understood the entirety of the Uzumaki's willpower. Yet, the idea of Naruto murdering his father was not something he could understand. Understand, not forgive. The reminder of why he was clutched in the beast's hold reignited his rage. With his rising anger came the startling conclusion that Naruto had one weakness that he hadn't yet been able to protect himself from. As far as Madara knew anyway. It was worth a shot. The blazing crimson chakra could not protect Naruto from the invasion into his mind as Madara's form hazed into existence in front of the fox's cage. You'd think it would look better kept, Madara commented drily as his gaze moved over the mindscape he was trespassing within. Huddled in the pool of water was a sobbing Naruto, hands clutching at blonde strands of wildly displaced locks. It wasn't my intention. It wasn't what I wanted. I needed them to see. Naruto's heaving sobs made it difficult to pick up on the word being forcefully choked out over and over again. This is what you do not see with those seeing eyes of yours, Uchiha brat. Madara didn't take his eyes off of Naruto, but replied to the Kyuubi all the same, tones scathing. So what? He feels guilty about being a murderer? He never said he killed your father. You merely assumed it. That made the Uchiha look at the fox. There was a line of vibrant red chakra leaking from the cage towards the blonde, pooling around the oblivious shinobi. What are you talking about? Tell me what happened, Madara demanded, eyes narrowing as the Sharingan pattern began to spin in agitation. The fox regarded him silently for a moment, eyes boring into the young Uchiha. Perhaps the fox was measuring the value of Madara's continued existence. Perhaps he was trying to guess how the Uchiha would react. For Madara, The entire experience was one he hoped never to be involved in ever again. It was just too disconcerting. He felt almost violated, pierced through on a soul level. It was enough to unhinge him. It took all he had to keep his Sharingan active, and therefore able to maintain his link with Naruto's mind. Did Naruto have to deal with that all the time? Then slowly, excruciatingly, one clawed paw reached out and gripped the bars, the pale light not able to hide the glint reflecting off the pointy ends. The stream of red chakra feeding towards Naruto began to thin, retreating back to the fox. Naruto's posture began to relax, but he didn't immediately react to his surroundings. Madara looked to the fox, but the Kyuubi didn't do anything other than stare at him, seeming to challenge him. Madara narrowed his gaze, starting to get impatient before approaching the blonde and delivering a swift kick to his head. Now was definitely not the time for the Uzumaki to be losing it. Madara was trying to get answers and Naruto wasn't helping. "Snap out of it, Baka!" Naruto looked at him in shock, eyes wide and mouth slightly agape. "You're acting so pathetic that if I kill you I'd be doing you a favor." The Uchiha sneered with a huff. "Tell me what happened with my father." Naruto's eyes softened and his posture relaxed as an unconscious smile tugged at his lips. "Nah, Madara, you're right. I guess I overreacted, just a little." Naruto sighed. Still not meeting Madara's gaze, he moved into a seated position and moved a hand through the water. "You want to know what happened? Well then I'll show you." The Uchiha watched in awe as the water around them swirled and twisted. Naruto's hand swept across the glassy surface. It began to bubble upwards, reaching, yearning towards something, growing larger and higher until it was in line with Madara's waist. Suddenly, the bubbling pillar sprang towards the Uchiha, latching onto him, consuming him. Madara's first thoughts were to panic. Was Naruto trying to kill him? He couldn't die now. Who would protect Izuna? But try as he might, he just couldn't move an inch wherever the water touched him. It was cold, colder than the icy winter snow, and it caused his limbs to go completely numb. It was a strange sensation, being swallowed by that water. He wanted to panic. He tried to, but it was a warped emotion, twisted by the pervading peace that was slowly taking over and forcing his body into a state of relaxation. His consciousness was tugged away from Naruto's haunted gaze, away from the piercing stare of the Kyuubi and towards an unnerving darkness that pressed down on him as much as the water had. Slowly a light began to filter through, and he found himself becoming aware of a feeling of weightlessness. The world sprang into colors and sounds that same time as a harsh jerking motion. Madara gasped in surprise, having not expected the suddenness. But he had no outward control of his body's actions. He couldn't move himself. Being an Uchiha and having far too much experience with Genjutsu, this experience was one that he could say he never has the misfortune of being exposed to. And he was pretty sure that in future he'd only use something of this magnitude on his most hated of enemies. Madara was trapped in a world that was not his own, with a bright sky and singing birds. A light breeze caressed his skin and an invasive feeling of serenity filled his heart and mind. These were not actions he chose to partake in. These were Naruto's memories. He could feel it, the thrumming energy of the very world around him, the life of the branch he was standing on, the quick hops and jitters of the energy and the unseen animals hiding in nature's vibrant embrace. There were so many little blips and blops of energy it was hard to think that much life surrounded them on a daily basis. Madara was in awe, completely consumed with this memory. As Naruto's memory played out, Madara became aware of the energy flowing through the air itself, taken aback with how foreign and powerful it felt. Senjutsu. There were sounds as well, sounds that he hadn't even noticed. A stream, the tree leaves, the call of distant animals. So much information, and Naruto was aware of it all. Was this what it meant to be Naruto? A Jinchuriki? An Uzumaki? A shinobi from a different time? Or simply Naruto? Madara could see that Naruto's vision was better than his, but it didn't compare to that of the Sharingan. No. What Madara saw with his Sharingan, Naruto more than made up for with his sensing abilities. There was no way the Sharingan picked up on all the information that Naruto's sensing ability did in such a short amount of time. Was it that Naruto's sensing was always active? Constantly in use? Madara didn't have time to absorb any more as Naruto's sensing branched out, searched. If he thought what was around them was astonishing, the world beyond his line of sight was even more fascinating. But again, he didn't have time to take it all in. Naruto had found something, focused his senses on it, and he was moving towards it. Madara could do nothing but go along as Naruto hopped from tree branch to tree branch, picking up speed as he raced through the trees. Wherever Naruto was going, he seemed intent on getting there quickly. Madara could see it in the way the blonde moved as well as feel it in the nervous urgency that pulled in Naruto's chest, buzzing like a beehive was trapped inside of him. Naruto's chakra was gathering as he ran, hands already forming a quick succession of hand signs that Madara struggled to keep up with. Naruto's speed was amazing. How was it possible to move this quickly? The end of the tree line was coming up, the streams of sunlight growing larger and brighter. When Naruto broke through, he leaped straight into the air, flying across a cliff face. Madara's stomach dropped at the sight of how much open air was between himself and the ground, but Naruto, he didn't even bat an eye. All that consumed the blonde was the urgent determination. Naruto's momentum slowed and the blonde descended towards the ground, moving towards the ground on the other side of the cliff. Two cliffs facing each other? Where was that? Madara's only just noticed the party of shinobi that had been racing along the ground before Naruto had landed, hands first, on the ground. He didn't stay there though. He sprang up again and landing on his feet, skidding away to slow his momentum. He twisted his body to watch the group of ninja, face grim and deadly. The space where Naruto's hands had landed was lit up in a vibrant seal array, causing the shinobi to freeze where they were. But what caught Madara's attention the most was the fact that each and every person there had blazing, swirling Sharingan pointed directly at him. Or rather Naruto. Hashirama watched as Naruto's blazing red chakra aura dissipated and breathed a sigh of relief. Yet he did not relax completely. Both Madara and Naruto were as still as a stone, with Madara's active Manjiki trained solely upon the Uzumaki. Should we intervene? Tobirama asked tonelessly. No. Whatever they're doing, it's calm. Naruto's down. We'll wait for now. Hashirama replied distantly. He wondered how they could manage to break a genjutsu cast by Madara. But something told him this was far from a genjutsu. I just hope things don't go wrong. You know how touchy Madara can be, and he seemed really serious. Hashirama finally muttered, still lost in thoughts about what could possibly be wrong. Tobirama was about to reply but tensed upon sensing the approaching ninja. Coming from two directions, one was Izuna, that much was clear. He was speeding towards them at a frantic pace, coming in faster than the other person. Mito approached from behind them, less frantic, more determined. What on earth did that woman think to gain? Not only that, if she saw something. Hashirama glanced at him before sighing and creating a Kage Bunshin, sending it after his wife. He was only half sure she wouldn't pop the clone and just come here anyway. If she did, it would make this whole thing far more complicated than what it needed to be. Could they tell her the truth? He was reluctant to do so. Sometimes, in this world, the less you knew, the safer you were. And, to be honest, it didn't really feel like their secret to tell. It felt like Naruto's, and something told him Naruto didn't want this to be common knowledge. I just hope Mito-chan decides to listen to you, Aniki. Tobirama sighed, the stress of the situation showing in the little slip at the end. I don't imagine she'll take well to us manipulating the Uzumaki clan. And because she's an Uzumaki, we really cannot predict how she's going to react. Hashirama-san? Tobi-kun? Tobirama turned towards Izuna as he broke into the clearing, eyes darting towards the unmoving duo and the brothers before settling on Hashirama quizzically. I can, as soon as I heard that Madara had left. What did you hear? Hashirama asked with a heavy frown. Not much, I just followed his chakra tracks. Luckily I came back in time to pick up on them. Izuna looked away, towards his brother. I heard he was in a mood before he left. Lately, that never ends well. Well, he showed up here and wanted to speak to Naruto about your father. Tobirama shuffled slightly, not sure what to tell the other Uchiha. It seemed they knew about as much as each other. Aside from the two that were unresponsive, that was. My father? Izuna didn't seem to know much else, despite the topic being most closely related to his person. Yeah, he showed up and didn't say much else. He even made his presence known to the rest of the clan. It's going to leave a huge mess to clean up, so whatever it is, I hope it's serious. Well, considering they started fighting, it probably is really serious. Hashirama sighed and looked towards the ground as a cloud of doom appeared above his head. Izuna didn't say anything. He didn't know what was going on, and that hurt. Though Madara told him everything these days. There was supposed to be nothing they didn't know about each other and the state of the clan. But if Madara thought he was protecting Izuna, then he'd keep the birth of his firstborn child from the other. Izuna sighed and sat down. It was going to be a long wait. One of the Uchiha that was glaring back at Naruto was none other than Madara's father. The stern features, the hard scowl, the three tomo, all of it was Madara's father, right down to the way his clothes crinkled when he stood in his opening battle stance. Uchiha Taijima had been experienced enough to see Naruto's attack coming, only he hadn't been fast enough to do much more than to get into a stance before the seal had been activated. At this level, Madara couldn't name anyone that wouldn't have been caught by that attack. He hadn't been aware that seals could be created with hand signs for one. And Naruto was hellishly fast. Only Tobirama matched Naruto in speed, and that was saying something since the Senju was faster than Naruto, and both of them could do with some weights to slow them down. Madara shook away his thoughts, becoming aware of the fact that Naruto was strangely calm, elated even that he'd managed to succeed. Well, the Uchiha's reputation did precede them more often than not. You're able to speak. I left that ability to your freedom when I designed the seal, Naruto stated with a small nervous smile. You're that Uzumaki child. A simple statement of fact. Hi. Naruto agreed just as simply. What do you want? Are you here to kill us? I thought you Uzumaki were peace-loving baka? One of the trapped Uchiha spat in disgust. Naruto walked around the seal, keeping his gaze on Taijima. He didn't immediately respond, and Madara could feel the blonde's inner conflict as he wondered which angle to approach from. The Senju, Naruto began uncertainly. Madara rolled his eyes at this. When you plan to ambush a powerful group of shinobi, at least be prepared in what you want. What started the conflict between your clans? What business is it of yours, child? Taijima asked wearily. I am related to the Senju, so technically you and I are born enemies. But one of my best friends was an Uchiha and… Naruto stopped talking, frowning deeply as some unidentifiable emotion flashed through his chakra coils. It matters to me because I like knowing why I'm fighting. What I'm fighting for. No Uchiha would have befriended an Uzumaki, much less a Senju. Taijima scoffed. But Naruto only smiled sadly. You'd be surprised, Uchiha-sama, as what the Uchiha clan wants. Naruto stated distantly. It's an unending cycle of retaliation. You killed my family members, so I'm going to kill one of yours. And it'll never end unless there is an agreement to come together, to bury past hatreds. You think that this will simply end, Gaki? Taijima asked grimly. You think that it's possible to take centuries of fighting and just throw it all away? The Senju and the Uchiha have been at war with each other since the beginning of the shinobi era. Taijima's was beginning to lose his patience with Naruto. Madara could hear it in his father's tone, but there was nothing the older Uchiha could do. There will be no end to this, until there are no more Senju. Your actions here today have condemned the Uzumaki as well. From this day forward they will be branded as a direct enemy of the Uchiha clan and will suffer the consequences as such. Naruto didn't seem too fazed by the proclamation that would essentially mean no mercy to any Uzumaki shinobi and continuous attacks made to the clan, as well as deliberate attempts on any member's life upon sight, no matter if they were armed or merely a child. What started the conflict, though? Naruto pressed. Madara didn't know why it was bugging Naruto so much, but it got him thinking, and he realized he didn't actually know what had started the conflict. He'd been born into it, and had assumed it was a byproduct of the warring states, a direct result of having been the two best matched clans in terms of competing with each other. Yet, that didn't seem right either. There were other clans, powerful clans all over the elemental nations. Truthfully, the Sharingan was what set the Uchiha apart. For the Senju it was their adaptability to jutsu, their vitality, and for both clans it was the staggering number of geniuses born to each clan. Madara, Izuna, Hashirama, and Tobirama, each a genius in their own right. On a level that was deemed higher than the average clan member, an average that is perceived as higher than other clans. Yet the Senju and the Uchiha were not the only powerful clans. Just one of the most stable ones at this point. It would take more than a few attacks to be rid of them. Taijima sighed, realizing that this particular Uzumaki was of the one-track kind. It is said that the feud began between two brothers many generations ago. The Senju are the descendants of the one brother while the Uchiha are the descendants of the older brother. Madara was surprised by these words. This was something he hadn't known. I'm sure you've heard of the Sage of Six Paths? Taijima continued. The father of all shinobi, so to speak. He himself had two sons, the two that would later be the origins of our clans. The brothers, whose names have been lost through the ages, fought over whose ideals were better. Taijima elaborated, regardless of whether Naruto knew of the sage or not. The older brother believed in power whilst the younger believed in family and love. When the sage was about to pass from this world, the time came for him to choose a successor. He chose the younger son, believing his ideals to be the better. The older son felt slighted out of his inheritance, and vowed war upon his younger sibling. And thus began the war for the Senju and the Uzumaki. Taijima was never one for bedtime stories, and he'd left the tale brief and to the point. Madara almost smiled at that, but the situation was far too serious to even warrant a small one. As you said, a never-ending cycle of retribution. A clan of love against a clan of power. Taijima almost sounded sarcastic here. Aren't you tired of all the fighting, though? Naruto asked, his eyebrows pulling together in both concern and confusion. It is my duty as the clan head to ensure retribution for my clansmen, and as an Uchiha I must continue until all the Senju have been wiped from existence. That is my duty. Taijima spat, disgust the only thing clear in his tone. Naruto sighed before making a hand sign. Madara stared in shock as the Uchiha trapped within the seal flashed once, twice, and once more before disappearing from view. Naruto walked forwards and bent towards the ground. Where the center of the seal had been, the exact spot Naruto had touched the ground to activate the jutsu, was a glowing circle. A circle and nothing more. Madara watched in fascination as Naruto pulled a scroll from his pouch and pressed the blank side of the parchment to the circle. When he lifted the scroll again, the circle was no longer on the ground but on the scroll. It was still glowing, and Madara got the idea that if it stopped glowing then there was a problem. He supposed he only knew that because he was in Naruto's mind. Otherwise he'd be completely lost. As it was, he hardly knew what was happening. Something about this, though, it seemed odd to him. Madara had assumed that Naruto had killed his father based on the way the Uzumaki was acting, but what Naruto was showing him made no sense. Naruto couldn't have killed his father if this is what the Uzumaki was feeling. There wasn't an ounce of malice or killing intent in the blonde's mind. The memory jolted suddenly, and Madara felt a sense of dizziness engulf him as the world swirled away, leaving a misty darkness. A gleam of red winked at the Uchiha, and he realized they were in a place halfway between the fox's cage and a memory. What was Naruto going to show him next? He didn't have to wait long to find out. The sounds of a battle poured into the darkness around him. Clashing kunai following by winks of katana blades being drawn. Yells of war amongst screams of pain. Madara blinked and the world around him was instantly immersed in a battle between clans. It was fierce, it was deadly, and it was vast. It could only be a battle between clans. Naruto's vision of the battle was odd, and Madara realized it was because the blonde was hiding deep within the hood of a cloak. That, and he was standing perfectly still surrounded by battling clansmen. Senju symbols and some unknown clan symbols popped out at Madara, and he became confused as to why Naruto wasn't participating. It didn't matter though, because it was roughly at that moment that the emotions of the battle's participants began to sink into Madara's consciousness, connected through Naruto's memories of the battle itself. How did Naruto stand such fear, this extreme level of pain and exhaustion? It was as though the blonde was feeling everything himself, 10 times worse than what Madara had ever experienced in battle. But at the same time there was a strange hazy quality to the emotions, as though they were filtering through a barrier. Did this mean this wasn't the full extent of what Naruto could sense? The thought was a devastating one if true. If Madara wasn't mistaken, it appeared as though Naruto was looking for someone. Another thing that was bugging the Uchiha was as to why no one approached Naruto, why no one was attacking him. The answer came soon after as a shinobi ran straight towards the blonde. Naruto's emotions didn't even appear to register the attacker, didn't even brace for the impact. Instead, the would-be attacker went straight through the Uzumaki as though he wasn't there. Madara grumpily concluded that the sealing arts was a lot similar to cheating. Naruto's emotions suddenly jumped, and he jumped into the air, moving quickly in the direction of a particular chakra signal. All other emotions and chakras had been completely blocked out, creating a calm that belied the surroundings. It was disconcerting, but Madara could see the necessity of having to do that. Naruto's hands were again flying through seals, but this time they were different. The seal he produced would not be the same as with the Uchiha. Each hand sign was precise and well practiced, leading Madara to assume that whatever Naruto was doing it was going to be dangerous. Naruto ducked around Shinobi as he ran, leading Madara to believe that the seal he'd been using previously had either been dropped in favor of the new one, or it had the flaw of the user having to stand still. What Madara knew of the sealing arts was dangerous, so he'd rather not make any guesses. As it was, he was living all of this through Naruto's memories, and he knew that memories weren't always the truest reflections of truth. The mind was a funny thing. When one did something mindlessly, a task they'd been doing so long it was ingrained into their very muscle memory, there were often times the mind didn't even remember the task. It became a blurred-out action, only acknowledged enough for the task to be carried out. Naruto's sealing was almost like that. He was just giving his hand signs a little more attention than a monotonous task. Naruto didn't move towards the ground this time as he stopped moving through the shinobi battling around him. Rather, he tapped a red-armored Senju on the shoulder, a pitch-black seal squiggling its way across the shinobi's back, stretching out from the origins of Naruto's fingers. The world around them tilted and lurched violently before suddenly coming to rest upside down. Madara found himself gasping for air as his stomach rolled violently, even in this world of memories. The same could be said for the Senju Naruto had touched, Senju Batsuma. He was crouched towards the ground, an unpleasant expression on his face as he wrote out the disconcerting feelings caused by the jutsu. "Who are you?" Batsuma spat out between clenched teeth. "Me? You know me," Naruto replied, slowly lifting a hand and pulling down the hood. The action brought Madara's attention back to their surroundings, and he realized that the world literally was upside down. The sky was their ground, an invisible barrier holding them in place, and a forest swayed gentle in a warm summer breeze above their heads. "I am Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto-san? What is the meaning of this? Where have you brought me?" Batsuma seemed to have a better grasp of himself once more as he straightened, still grimacing as he did so. "This?" Naruto looked around blandly. "This is nowhere and everywhere. It's a place between places. Another dimension, so to speak. Time moves differently here. That's the only reason I used the jutsu. I needed to talk to you, but you were busy. So I brought us here, where once we return, it will be as though we never left." Naruto paused and shifted his weight, the action causing Batsuma's arm to flinch towards his tanto. "As for why, well, like I said, I needed to talk to you. Such actions can be seen as negative, Naruto-san, and does not bode well for your reign as Uzumaki clan head," Batsuma warned venomously. "Whatever you wish to discuss should have been brought up through proper clan affair channels and procedures. You cannot act merely on your own whims. So much for the all-peace-loving Senju clan." "Ah," Naruto stated with a sad smile. "But what I wish to discuss is rather urgent and cannot be left alone. It's a topic that will not be well received." "Not at all," Naruto continued, uncaring of the anger being intently directed at him. What I want is for you to step down as clan head and hand the title over to Hashirama-kun. The silence that followed Naruto's statement was loud, and Madara wondered at Naruto's approach. This is entirely different from the Uchiha, and what did Naruto do with Taijima anyway? What the hell? Batsuma eventually stated. Are you getting at Gaki? Naruto tilted his head to the side with a sigh. Hashi-kun has a son now, right? Batsuma didn't reply and Madara wondered at the change in topic. What are your plans for this child? Naruto continued, a frown on his face. Not that it's any of your business, but the boy will be trained in the shinobi arts. He will be sent to battle like those before him. It's his duty. Batsuma waved a hand impatiently as though it was obvious. And there will be no other considerations, no other way of doing things? Naruto asked. Batsuma sneered at Naruto but didn't reply. Madara got the impression that Batsuma didn't feel the need to say anything. In his mind, Naruto's casually asked question was preposterous, insane, and completely unthinkable. Naruto turned away from Batsuma, looking upwards towards the leafy sky. He sighed and closed his eyes, looking years older than what he truly was. I grew up in a place where it was a choice to be a ninja, he stated quietly. I also happened to be a horrible candidate at the academy. I was hopeless. I'd failed 3 times. I only passed due to sheer dumb luck and the goodwill of one of my sensei. Naruto chuckled, continuing before Batsuma could reply to the odd statements. There were no shinobi academies. Now, back then, I wasn't a very popular kid. And I sucked at being a shinobi. But it wasn't for a lack of trying. Just being a little overzealous for the most part, one guess. I had to train and train and train. But it was what I wanted. Back then, there weren't really any senju in the academy with me, and there was only one Uchiha. This won't make much sense to you. You wouldn't understand it, you couldn't understand it, but I guess for the most part, everyone just got tired of all the fighting. Naruto opened his eyes and turned a hooded gaze on the Senju clan head. It was a serious expression, a piercing one, and Madara couldn't help but feel like the 9 tails was peeking through the veil. Yet, it was all Naruto. Do you ever get tired of all the fighting? Naruto whispered. I started out thinking that all things could be solved with violence. Had a problem? A good solid beating could fix it. I believed wholeheartedly in that. I pounded any issue I had with my fists, but somehow, the issues never stopped coming. They never got really solved. Naruto smiled distantly. But you know what? I came to realize that understanding means so much more. Talking, communication. It's all way more important. Naruto shifted suddenly, his eyes lighting up again. That's why I brought you here. So we can talk. Well, more specifically, you and Uchiha Taijima. As Naruto spoke, his gaze grew more and more pronounced, intense, and Batsuma couldn't respond, not out of choice but shocked silence. Naruto snapped his fingers and a seal appeared at his feet. He shined away from the seal, landing a few feet away. The seal spread, glowing an unearthly blue before a bright flash of light temporarily blinded them. When Naruto's vision adjusted, the seal he'd used to trap the Uchiha had appeared, complete with very angry Uchiha. Naruto approached the seal, feet coated in chakra. He touched a hand to Taijima's shoulder, and the Uchiha slumped forwards. He managed to keep a scowl directed at Naruto the entire time. I want you two to talk, to communicate, mostly though to understand. Naruto stated coldly. Why? Because I wish to unite the clans. Other incentive, your own sons wish to kill you. Naruto moved a little further away from the two before he sank down to the ground and assumed a meditative position. As soon as he closed his eyes, Madara's only perception was sound. I'll wait as long as it takes for you to reach an understanding, Naruto stated firmly. There is only one understanding we'll reach, Gaki, Taijima stated slowly. Naruto growled in annoyance, and dodged out the way as 2 kunai were thrown at him. He flipped through the air, watching helplessly as while he was airborne, Taijima and Batsuma had run each other through with each other's tanto. No! Naruto's scream of anguish echoed in Madara's mind long after the memory faded away, leaving the Uchiha with the sight and emotions of a defeated Naruto reaching towards the two shinobi but knowing there was nothing he could do. Chapter 16. Leave! Now! The Kyuubi's roar blasted through the darkness, piercing Madara's ears and rattling his joints. He hadn't even made it back to Naruto's mindscape, was still floating in the place between memories and reality. But with the roar, his concentration snapped, the Manjikyu deactivating with a sharp drain on his chakra reserves. Madara slumped backwards, away from Naruto, head hitting the ground. He squeezed his eyes shut, gritting his teeth against the pain of using the Manjikyu. Well, that and he didn't want to see Naruto just yet. If Naruto was still the sniveling, blubbering fool, Madara didn't know how he was going to handle that. He felt the blonde's hand leave his throat, providing him with a small amount of relief. Mostly, though, he wasn't sure what he'd do if Naruto's gaze was just as empty as before. Aniki! Izuna's yell of concern forced him to look towards the younger Uchiha. He smiled slightly, just enough to placate the other ninja's fears. It had been years since Izuna had called him Aniki. He appreciated the moment, even though the circumstances weren't exactly desirable. Care to explain, Madara? Tobirama's cool drawl broke the silence that followed Izuna's yell, the Senju's monotonous tones speaking volumes about his reputation amongst the clans at the moment. It was vastly contrasted with Hashirama's warm, friendly concern. Let's give the two some room, shall we? Looks like Mito is happy with going back to the compound, for now, but we shouldn't linger too long all the same. Madara turned his head to look at Hashirama, seeing the rare seriousness in his gaze. While he was giving Madara the benefit of the doubt, it was clear that should things go wrong, just as they had with Naruto, violence was a real possibility. Madara grit his teeth and looked away, looked at the ground. He knew that they had years together as friends, comrades, family even. But the problem was, he wasn't sure if he was at fault for acting so rashly, or if Naruto was at fault for acting so foolishly. Naruto moved away from him, stood, and shuffled off to the side of the clearing. Madara lifted himself into a seated position. Honestly, though, they hadn't really seen each other since returning to their clans for further training. Not to mention Naruto's decision to travel. Whatever the blonde had been doing must have been dangerous. Madara hadn't missed the scar on his face. Who would? But it was also something that he had chosen not to tell the Senju and the Uchiha brothers about. With a heavy sigh, the Uchiha clan head decided that he couldn't put it off any longer and turned to look at Naruto. Thankfully, Naruto's eyes were pinned on him, fully aware and waiting. Madara really didn't know what he would have done if Naruto was still locked in his mind with the demon fox. I don't blame you, Madara stated quietly. It was bound to happen, and I doubt anything you did could have prevented it. He'd come to that conclusion the moment he realized what Naruto had done. He knew the outcome before Naruto had removed that paralysis seal. So he couldn't blame the blonde. If they hadn't killed each other when Naruto had brought them together, they'd have found a way to do it during the next clan clash, or the next one. They were two people whose fates seemed to be rather set in stone. If only because of their rigid attitude towards life and the way they ran their clans. Madara shuddered at the thought of what the two would have done, had they been alive when Konoha was built. Madara? Tobirama raised a brow but didn't move towards them, or otherwise change his expression to indicate what he was thinking. Naruto saw my father die, and he didn't do anything to prevent it. That's all, Madara replied. In the moment, my anger at his inactivity overwhelmed my common sense, and I apologize. It's been a long week. He rubbed a temple and looked away with a sigh. It had been a long year, never mind week. Good Kami, you've become so diplomatic since you were made the head of your clan. Hashirama whistled, breaking the tension, shattering it into a million tiny pieces. He poked Madara's arm, remarking mockingly, Is that really you, Madara-chan, or did Izuna preform a Henj no Jutsu? And you, Baka? How can you still be the same airhead, badly dressed flower pot? Madara responded hotly, always quick to respond to Hashirama's teasing. To be fair, his hair has gotten longer and I don't think flower pot is currently an accurate term. Izuna stated quietly, secretly smiling at the antics. They hadn't seen each other in a really long time. Hadn't relaxed since they'd gone their separate ways, far too concerned with the things they had no power to change, not yet anyways. Konoha needed to be built, and soon. Tobirama huffed but otherwise didn't say anything. His gaze though sharpened, moving towards Naruto. The blonde glanced at him guiltily and Tobirama smirked, already having guessed the truth of the matter. But he didn't say a word. If the proud and temperamental Uchiha could let it go, then Tobirama wasn't going to be a fool and agitate matters. Besides, Naruto had saved him the trouble of doing what he himself had planned to do. Naruto remained silent, merely appreciating the moment. Madara had forgiven him, and so had Tobirama. Those two had always been his biggest concern, and they had forgiven his stupidity. A slow smile tugged at his lips, and he allowed himself the small moment of peace. Yes, if they could forgive him, then perhaps it was time he started to forgive himself. Oh man, Madara, did you have to make such an entrance? I've got so much explaining to do it's not even funny. Hashirama complained with a loud whine. What am I going to tell Mito-chan? You could just tell her the truth, that Naruto-kun had witnessed Madara's father's death but didn't do anything to stop it and the Uchiha was angry about it. Tobirama shrugged, turning to walk back to the clan. As much as he wanted to stay, the clan was on edge and if at least one of them didn't return soon, war would break out before sunup. Wait before you go, Naruto stated, features furrowing into concern. There's something I should probably tell you all about, since we're together again. Naruto waited until Madara was standing, Tobirama had turned back, and Izuna and Hashirama had stepped closer before he continued. The reason I stayed away so long was to find the other tailed beasts, like the one sealed inside me. He touched the scar on his face as his eyes grew distant. Wait, there are other beasts? Izuna asked. It was logical to assume there were, but he didn't remember ever discussing it. After all, the first time they'd found out about the beast sealed within Naruto was when it had been trying to kill Madara and Hashirama. They hadn't really made time to see each other in a long time. Well, to really see each other, like they used to. Yes, there are 9, created by the Sage of Six Paths. 9 beasts of immense chakra, uncontrollable and unbelievably powerful. Naturally, when they were discovered by the shinobi world, they were seen as a tool of war. This only happened after the formation of the hidden villages. The only way they found the beasts to be of any use, a sorry attempt at being controllable, was by sealing them within a person. Someone like me. These people were labeled Jinchuriki. Naruto explained, his eyes and tone showing an immeasurable pain. But you said an enemy clan set the beast upon Konoha? Tobirama asked, his tone confused. He was thinking back to that conversation long ago, when Naruto had awoken from his self-imposed prison episode. It had been. But the Kyuubi, the 9-tailed fox, had originally been sealed in my mother. Before my mother it had been Mito-chan. Only Mito-chan was the first Jinchuriki to the Kyuubi, and hers was an action of love. She did it to protect Hashirama as at that point in time, an enemy was using the Kyuubi against Hashirama in a great battle. Mito kept the Kyuubi sealed in her to prevent anyone from using it against Konoha ever again. When Mito-chan's life was reaching an end, they sent my mother to Konoha from Uzushigakure. Her chakra had the unique ability to suppress the Kyuubi. It's how my parents met. Naruto paused to smile softly at the memory, eyes pained at the idea of what could have been. A Jinchuriki's seal weakens during childbirth and it needs constant reinforcement by an outside party. In this case, my father was the one to keep the seal intact during my birth. But an enemy knew of this weakness, took advantage of the opportunity. The Kyuubi was wrenched from my mother's body and forced to destroy Konoha by someone who wanted nothing less than Konoha's absolute destruction. My father was the Yondaime Hokage, and he gave his life to seal the beast within me. My mother, it was too late for her, as a Jinchuriki dies if the beast is ever removed. Since that happened was the day I was born, I was seen as nothing more than the fox sealed within me. I never knew my parents. I lied about that. I didn't even know who they were, what their names were, until the Kyuubi told me. The only reason I have Uzumaki as a name is because my father garnered a lot of enemies during the Third Shinobi War, and to protect me from those enemies the Sandaime Hokage registered my birth under my mother's name. Naruto paused to look to the sky, eyes showing that he was deep in his thoughts. Later I left the village to go train. I wanted nothing more than to be accepted, to be seen as someone, and I wanted to be the Hokage. To be strong enough to protect all those that I loved. Even though they hated you? Madara asked, surprised that Naruto felt that way even after how he'd been treated. All Jinchuriki were treated horribly. Naruto shrugged like this was an unavoidable fact of life. But I didn't want that to happen again. So I went to look for the tailed beasts. But back to the time I left to go train. I was training to avenge one of my sensei. I needed to reach the next level, learn to use senjutsu. I was only gone for a few days, but it was enough for me to be too late to save the village from being completely ruined. At the time a group was forming, the Akatsuki. They wanted the tailed beasts, were slowly collecting them one by one. Naturally they'd come to Konoha to look for me. Naruto closed his eyes, seeing the barren landscape that had once been a thriving village. If they hadn't needed supplies, who knows when he'd have gotten back? I returned to a Konoha under attack. But that's not going to happen this time. I sealed the tailed beasts away, where no shinobi will ever be able to use them for destructive purposes. Sealed them? Hashirama asked, blinking in surprise. It seemed cruel to keep these beasts prisoner. In an interdimensional rift where no human or shinobi could survive. The rift itself has no time, no real space. It's a place where the beast itself will merely exist. The rift is inside of a box, which is sealed shut. Only a mixture of my blood, chakra, and senjutsu will be able to open the seal. The boxes are then placed in the center of a sealing array which is designed to keep anything and everything away from the box, the seal being powered by senjutsu so that it'll never wear off. This seal is then further sealed away, in places that I would not have reached if not for Kurama's help, places scattered all around the elemental nations. But I wouldn't put it past the shinobi to be able to get to those places regardless. Those places are then further guarded by sealing arrays, all different depending on the location the box is sealed away in. Should someone be able to break through the defenses of one of the boxes, the other 8 will not be the same. Naruto paused to place a hand on his own seal as he frowned at the possibility of someone being able to break his seals. Lastly, there is a modification on my seal, that upon my death, the Kyuubi will be pulled into his own dimensional rift, and there the 9 beasts will stay so long as there is senjutsu to power their seals. You're really serious about this? Madara asked, brows creasing together as he processed Naruto's words. After all, the beasts could have been a great asset to Konoha, and therein lay the true problem with the beasts, they would always be sought after. Naruto had just told them how their precious village had been razed to the ground all in the pursuit of a tailed beast. Would they really have been such a great asset after all? Deadly serious, Madara. We don't need the tailed beasts, Naruto stated, gaze narrowing just as his stance straightened. They will attract nothing but trouble. We can build our village without them. Everything about Naruto just screamed that the discussion was over and that he would not budge on his opinion. Speaking of building the village, Izuna began, interrupting before tension could rise and another fight could start. As it was, they had been gone too long, and the Senju would begin to worry. When are we going to bring Konoha to fruition? And therein lay the question. When were they going to build Konoha? Well, speaking of Konoha, I have an idea that will make it a whole lot easier to build when we finally do get around to it. Naruto began, grinning widely. And it's going to be awesome. Well, don't just keep us all in suspense, Naruto. Madara huffed, pouting slightly. I've found a way to combine my seals and senjutsu with Hashirama's bloodline. It'll create instant buildings, Naruto announced with an even wider grin. There's still some things to tweak out, but if we get it right, then technically we can build Konoha in a day. It's just the clan-killing tension in the shinobi that we'll have to take care of first. Tobirama muttered with a slightly frown. We can discuss this later, even if we send shadow clones. The clan is bound to be growing impatient. I'll head back first. It'll make them more relaxed as they know I'd never leave Hashirama unless it was okay." The pale-haired shinobi dashed away without another word, more concerned about the Senju than seeing the others off. After all, it was more than likely that they'd be sending shadow clones to discuss everything in the near future. "I will also leave, before our absence is noted." Izuna gave a short bow, clasped his brother's shoulder, and dashed off in the opposite direction. Hashirama watched them go, his shoulders sagging as though the world was weighing down on them. He sighed before closing his eyes, not ready to really say anything just yet. Naruto looked around at the destruction his and Madara's fight had caused, and his heart stuttered when he realized that what they'd had was essentially an argument. It couldn't even really be called a fight. He looked down at his hands, amazed that he has become so destructive in his time here. Not that he hadn't been able to break through several trees before, but at least back then it had taken effort. A lot of effort. And it had hurt. Now he'd be lying if he said it tickled. He'd long since learned how to keep a constant coating of chakra on his skin. Not even his own chakra, as that was highly disastrous should he try to be stealthy, but rather senjutsu. It kept a lot of things from even brushing against his skin, and the rest of it was mostly muted to just more than a soft touch. Thinking back to that fight with Pain, had he really thought he was good enough to be Hokage back then? What a joke. He'd technically never beaten Pain either. Pain had been a wasted shell of a shinobi, all but gone from the world. He was barely hanging on. He gave his own life to save those most precious to Naruto. And as grateful as Naruto was to the man, it still meant that he hadn't actually beaten Pain. Not to mention how much he'd relied on Kurama. Still, he could let that one slide simply because Kurama was something that made his situation different. He and Kurama had come to an understanding that so long as Kurama didn't give Naruto more chakra than what was absolutely necessary, then it was like using a soldier pill or something. Naruto had really stressed the part that absolutely necessary meant going past the third tail. Going to the fourth tail and higher was just unacceptable. Which is what had happened here. And for a little scuffle? What had the fox been thinking? "I need to go that high to move your ass. Anything lower and I might as well not even be involved," Kurama grumbled. "You didn't seem keen on stopping the Uchiha, so I had to do something. I wasn't planning on killing him. Just a blow or two in his smug face." "You still have an issue with him, huh?" Naruto asked, referring to Madara's tendency to use the Manjikyu on Kurama. Kurama chose not to answer, and Naruto didn't press him on it. If an immortal chakra construct wished to hold a grudge, Naruto wasn't about to argue the absurdities of that fact. Instead, he moved towards Hashirama, gently squeezing his shoulder. "We should head back. There's more to this than what Madara said, isn't there?" It wasn't really a question. Naruto looked at the dark gaze directed at him, the gaze that was only ever directed when a serious answer was wanted. The truth and nothing more, nothing less. "I wasn't about to stand by while you plotted to kill your own father, Hashikun. You, more than the rest of us, must remain as you are. Always be true to your vision. Leave the getting there to the rest of us." Naruto dropped his hand and dashed towards the compound. Leaving Hashirama alone might not be the safest thing to do, but if any fool decided to attack him, they wouldn't see the rising sun. "So you got involved?" Hashirama was suddenly there, keeping pace with Naruto easily enough. "Hi! I thought I could take a different approach. It didn't work," Naruto admitted quietly. "They killed each other. But my father died in the middle of a battle unrelated to the Uchiha. I got involved. I shouldn't have, but I did." Hashirama didn't press any further, retreating into his thoughts. Naruto considered him a moment before stating confidently, "We should look at getting Konoha built in the next 2 years. The clan head is a man who's tired. He wants to spend time with Mito and Nawaki. Give him another grandchild and he'll step down tomorrow. That won't be a problem. Mito is already expecting her second child." Hashirama replied, saying nothing about Naruto's deadline. "But I suspect that it'll take another clan clash to get people in the right frame of mind to want a peace treaty. Actually, I think a little interference from me might change their minds. If we take away their sense of safety, Kill the arrogance that comes from being the two best clans in the elemental nations. It might just push them into a treaty. Oh Naruto, I feel like my life is about to get very interesting and exhausting at the same time. Before you do anything though, just warn me and Madara. Hashirama sighed wearily but giving Naruto a grin all the same. Sure, just hold off on telling the clan head about the second child so that he doesn't step down too soon. I'll need the freedom of time if I'm going to do anything. And congratulations. I feel like the rest of us are falling behind. Isn't Tobirama going to settle down soon? Naruto dropped down to the ground, deciding to walk the rest of the way to the clan gates. I heard he's been seeing a civilian girl. Daughter of a farmer. Hatake, I think. Probably decided to stay away from shinobi so that his child wouldn't be a shinobi, should there be one. Hashirama shrugged. Naruto, however, burst out laughing. Hatake? Really? My sensei was a brilliant shinobi named Hatake Kakashi. His laughs became chuckles and he wiped away a tear. His hair was as white as Tobirama's. No way. Let me see? Hashirama was all but begging, referring to Naruto using a henjutsu. Naruto grinned and obliged the man. He completed the look with the Ika Ika book and Sharingan, keeping it as true to form as possible. Sharingan? Hashirama asked, poking at the slanted headband. He never told us, but I figured that it was from a teammate who used to be an Uchiha. He isn't the type to steal things just for their power. And he kept it hidden. Almost like he was ashamed of it. I know the chakra cost was also quite high for him. Naruto replied with a shrug, his voice smoother and calmer. A transplanted Sharingan. Makes sense if he's related to Tobirama. Would mean he has Senju blood. Anyone else in their body would probably reject the transplant. Hashirama mused, Naruto dropping the henge as the compound gates came into view. He looks like an interesting shinobi. He added with a warm smile, one tinged with the regret that he never meet the man that was probably his great-nephew. He was amazing. Naruto agreed somberly. Their grave conversation was interrupted by two red-haired women rushing towards them, both instantly flying into a barrage of curses and promises of great bodily harm for making them worry so much. Naruto chuckled and simply grasped Asuna in a large bear hug, squeezing just hard enough to prevent her from being able to draw in her next breath to begin the next round of dark promises. Can't breathe. She managed, and Naruto loosened his hold. He knew he just teased Hashirama about leaving them all behind, and some might say that he'd settled down with Asuna, but few seemed to remember that Asuna was older than him by several years, making her more like a sister to him than anything else. There were times where he thought about it, but he just couldn't get past the fact that it was weird. He just couldn't see it past attempting to kiss her. His mind would kind of stop, his heart would freeze, and he just wouldn't feel right. But it was there, a small something that hadn't gotten much bigger than a small something. As much as he felt he was at home with the Uzumaki, he just hadn't found someone he'd settled down with. He didn't mind, not really, but he had been reminded that as the clan heir, he needed to think about preventing the same situation that had caused himself to be clan heir in the first place. Not everyone was as apt to learning such vast amount as quickly as he was. But that was a problem for later. Everything is fine, Asuna-chan, he just wanted to talk. Naruto assured the angry Uzumaki, releasing the hug at the same time. He can be reasonable, even for an Uchiha. But I sense fighting. Asuna challenged. I didn't answer him very clearly. It was my mistake. We sorted it out. No harm, no foul. Naruto grinned, spreading his arms to show that he was unharmed. Next to them, Hashirama was trying to convince Mito of the same thing. But she was a bit more hot-headed than Asuna, and not so quick to accept Hashirama's quiet assurances. She pouted at him, arms crossed over her chest while waiting for Hashirama to say something that would dig his own grave. And the baka would. Naruto grinned and stepped right up to the smaller Uzumaki and whispered in her ear. Congratulations, Mito-chan, I hope you named this one after me. Naruto ducked away from the blow that was sure to make his head spin until morning and said much more loudly. Weren't we having a feast? Food's getting cold. The silent order to fall back and move on with the evening was obeyed. If the clan had said it was fine, then it was not their place to question it. Mito's father gave Naruto a strange contemplative look but otherwise didn't comment. Hashirama pulled Mito towards him and whispered, "I'll tell him that it's a girl later. It'll break his heart, but I'll enjoy doing it." The grin on Hashirama's face showed that he was only joking, only a little, but joking all the same. Naruto took a deep breath before getting into a meditative position. He'd be meditating until this got done. It was time to bring the clans together. Konoha needed to be built. He'd already sent Seo reinforced shadow clones to both the Senju and the Uchiha compounds. They were now waiting, in undetectable henges, for his command to storm the compounds. A few burning buildings here, a few roughed-up shinobi there, and presto, 2 clans that hopefully were scared enough of this new threat to join forces. Once joined, the visions of peace and prosperity together could finalize the bonds. Naruto had sensed the weariness in the clans for a long time. They'd welcomed the peace given the right incentive. In his original timeline, the clans hadn't joined until years later, and even then it was only after Izuna had died. That couldn't happen this time. So they needed to be joined sooner. Naruto's clones weren't there to show power. No, not power, but rather intelligence. That even though the Uchiha and the Senju were powerful, they could still be outsmarted. He needed to make them feel insecure in their own compounds. "Naruto!" The blonde jumped, having been so lost in thought that he hadn't sensed the clan head's approach at all. "What are you doing?" A tone that warned him not to lie. "Something that must be done," Naruto replied slowly, trying to move the topic away from having to give the absolute truth. He didn't think he was going to get that lucky. An ornate bright orange scroll was tossed towards him, and he caught it reflexively. "Try the simple approach, Gaki, always the simplest approach first." The clan head turned to walk away and Naruto was left blinking owlishly after him. "My second grandchild is coming and I want you to hurry up as well. You're an Uzumaki. You should know better than to think you could hide something this big, Naruto-kun. I'm not very impressed that you thought you could. But your ceiling in the matter was stupendous. The best I've seen in some years. So I can forgive you there." "How much do you know?" Naruto sprang after the clan head, not ready for the conversation to end. "Only I know. If that's what you're worried about. Being the clan head and living as long as I have, you get to have certain advantages that others do not." The clan head chuckled. "You're young, brilliant, but young. In the face of experience you'd lose every time. See, based upon your emotional responses, it was impossible that you and the Uchiha and Senju Gakis did not know each other. You 5 have been planning something. Your chakra is too comfortable with each other. They twist and dance together like leaves in the wind. Hashirama-san and Madara-san are exceptionally well versed, even for shinobi that clash as often as they do." The clan head paused to look at Naruto contemplatively. "Unlike other Uzumaki sensors, I see chakra, not feel it. It gives me a rather unique perspective. Like how the chakra around your eyes has shifted since that day with Hashirama-san. That's amazing." Naruto felt like he had just met the clan head all over again. He was awed and inspired, feeling like a child being told the greatest bedtime story in the world, only this one had the added bonus of being completely true. "My eyes seem to have retained the senjutsu, allowing me to see seals as physical manifestations. I imagine it's very similar to how you see chakra. But at this point I don't really see a use for it. I know the sealing arts very well by this point, so it seems somewhat redundant to me. And I wasn't sure if it would fade in time," Naruto explained, deciding that honesty at this point would be best. He looked down at the scroll, wondering what it was. "Open it," the clan head stated with a soft smile. He didn't comment on Naruto's strange new ability, silently agreeing with Naruto on his assessment of it. Naruto undid the small clasp, realizing the importance of the document just from that small addition. Scrolls were rarely locked, and if they were, it usually meant that it contained information too valuable for enemy eyes, and even some clansmen's eyes. He looked at the words elegantly scripted onto the glossy paper, his mouth flopping open at the sheer boldness of the request. You really think it'll be this simple? Naruto asked, his voice cracking with his surprise. I mean, they're so used to fighting each other. You underestimate the loyalty they have for their clan leaders, as well as your own ability to inspire. The clan head looked to the sky as he contemplated his next choice of words. I have not seen anyone bring the clans together as you have. The friendship you five Gakis display is a sight that I have not seen in years. I am old, Naruto-kun, I am tired. I have lived this life for longer than you realize. I would like to spend the last of my days with my daughter and her children. It may seem odd to want to move away from the Uzumaki, but if I'm not mistaken, you aim to change all that, don't you? It wasn't really a question. Just grant me this one request, honorable one. Where is it that you truly come from? Naruto gaped at the man, not really soaking in the words that were being said. Was he serious? Did he truly understand what was at stake here? Of course he did, but was he ready for it? I come from a long way away, Naruto stated softly, looking down with a small smile. From a time when the Uzumaki did not exist and the world was much different than what it is now. I come from the place I'm trying to create. Oh, so a time traveler, eh? That's definitely the most interesting thing I've had the pleasure of witnessing in all my long years. It also explains a lot about you and the mysteries you present. I won't tell anyone. It's not wise for this information to become well known. Although I'm sure young Hashirama-kun knows. He and Madara saved my life. Traveling here depleted all my chakra and then some. It was not a planned trip. I don't even know how I got here, Naruto admitted sheepishly. I had found something odd in the rubble of my village, but that alone is not the reason I'm here. Still, I think it's connected. He scratched the back of his head contemplatively, glad to have someone to talk to about the wooden scroll. I can't go back, haven't tried. Seems silly to even attempt it, as I won't really know what I'm going back to. I now understand the conflict you were facing during your training. Your heart was in two places, even if you didn't realize it. The clan had placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder. Don't give up on them. I'm not saying you'll see them again, rather that you should always keep them in mind when doing something here. You want to build your home? So do so, with all those from before in mind. Naruto felt a swell of emotions, but he didn't let the tears that pricked at the back of his throat show in his eyes. He smiled brightly at the clan head and pulled him into a hug. Lead them well, Naruto-kun. I leave for the Senju compound in 2 days. Naruto's smile disappeared at that. He saw the elegant words swim into attention in his mind's eye and started to feel dizzy. I formally step down from my position as clan head of the Uzumaki, and name Uzumaki Naruto as my successor. May he lead my people wisely and with a good heart. Chapter 17. Naruto stepped through the gates confidently, shoulders back and posture ramrod straight. From the corner of his eye he spotted Izuna lurking in the shadows, stifling giggles, and it was all the blonde could do to not try and clobber the Uchiha. Next to Naruto stood Hashirama, Tobirama, one Uzumaki guard and one Senju guard. In front of his small procession was Uchiha Madara, stone-faced and weary. Izuna suddenly stepped up next to the older Uchiha, his expression just as silent as his movements and quicker than the eye could follow. Naruto's brazen orange armor flashed in the hot sun, and he desperately wished he could remove the tedious clothing. Not yet, though. That would be an appearance of weakness he could not afford. Senju Hashirama, descending down from all heights into our little humble abode. Madara droned, probably using this as an opportunity to get back at Hashirama for some or other past misdeed. And his pet Uzumaki. Naruto had been the clan head for a month, long enough to officially be signed into the position. Heck, the amount of paperwork involved made Naruto sure that some of the ink was probably still drying. Then he'd whisked off to the Senju compound, explaining to Hashirama the simple yet dangerous plan, and the two had swiftly began their preparations to move things into motion. A few snickered whispers around the Uchiha ranks, all of them on guard and ready for any attack from the small procession of outsiders. This was unheard of, two clan heads coming to the compound of another clan so forwardly, demanding to speak with the head of the Uchiha, and a known enemy clan at that. Even worse, an audience actually being granted. Naruto narrowed his gaze. Madara sure could be a dick when he wanted to be. For one, they could have made this private. Uchiha Madara, I'm sure you've guessed as to why I'm here. Why we're here. Hashirama continued, ignoring Madara's antics. He knew that the Uchiha prodigy had a standard to uphold, a certain reputation that his clan expected of him. Ah, maybe. But then maybe I'm leaning towards an assassination attempt. You shouldn't make assumptions, Senju-sama. Madara inclined his head with a smirk and Naruto sked in anger. He lashed out at the Uchiha, throwing the bright orange scroll at Madara's head with such force it could have been taken as an attack if the Uchiha chose to see it that way. Madara didn't even flinch as he caught the object, secretly enjoying the anger on Naruto's face. The man really was an open book. In truth, he had several theories as to why they had come, as he'd received no prior warning. He was winging this little meeting, and maybe that's what the three in front of him wanted. Madara noted the seal on the scroll, and the clasp. His gaze widened a fraction. This was serious then. Could it be? Activating his Sharingan, the Uchiha used his limited knowledge of the sealing arts to open the scroll. He didn't even hesitate to unfurl the ornate paper from the roll. His guards gave him disapproving stares as he hadn't even checked for traps. But there was no time for that. This is... Madara managed, his gaze growing wider and his tones sounding strangled. This is extraordinary. He read the words once, twice, and a third time just to be sure. His features did not hide his shock and confusion as he raced to find an explanation. Why now? Naruto waited breathlessly. Madara's reactions were the key. They had to be true and absolutely honest. Without those reactions, the Uchiha would not follow. The words on the scroll were little more than a ruse, a pretty lie given to Naruto by the previous clan head. A simple solution that Naruto had not expected from the older Uzumaki, and also a great lesson in politics. The words Madara was now reading detailed a great plot of unknown magnitudes, its purpose the only thing that was clear: to destroy the Uchiha and the Senju, and with the Senju the Uzumaki. The information was given credit by Naruto's travels through the elemental nations. His evidence all completely fabricated. In times like these it was easy to make any lie you wanted a complete and unyielding truth. Kurama had helped, and Naruto had been surprised at the level of detail the fox had been willing to provide him with. After providing the proof, half of which Madara would accept simply because it came from Naruto, he wasn't expecting deception. There was a paragraph or two on how the clans should work together, seeing as they now had a mutual enemy. Essentially it was the groundwork for a peace treaty. The slight problem might come in if Madara decided to try and verify these claims. Naruto would have to spend too much time trying to catch all the threads and manipulate them. "We accept!" he barked out suddenly, throwing the scroll to the ground with disgust. He glared at Naruto alone with a burning rage that the Uzumaki had never seen before. "We accept. But know this, betray me and I will personally see your corpses burned by my own hand." It was at this point that a private conversation was needed. Before things could unravel. "Izuna, bring the scroll. You three, it's time to move this conversation to somewhere more confined." Madara stormed away and they followed, cringing at his reaction when he found out that it was all a lie. Well, somewhat a lie. The sliding door was slammed shut after swift orders were barked to the Uchiha guard to prevent any eavesdropping. To make sure the guards themselves weren't eavesdropping, Madara ordered them to stand well away from the meeting room despite their wary looks. "What the hell is going on, Hashirama?" Madara hissed, taking the scroll from Izuna and slamming it down on the table. "We needed a way to bring the clans together. And this was something convenient. We escalated the threat level. In reality, the plots against our clans are no more of a problem than eating too much at a feast." Hashirama replied simply, not one to beat around the bush. "So this is all a lie?" Madara deadpanned, his eyebrow twitching slightly. "You were very quick to accept. Thank you for that." Hashirama grinned, trying to downplay what they'd forced the Uchiha into. "You do realize that all it takes is for one suspicious member from either of our clans to go digging and they'll see the truth of the matter." Madara growled, gripping at his hair. He too was thinking of all the spider's threads that he could not control should such a matter arise. Naruto sympathized with him, and hoped he didn't face the same problem with the Uzumaki. "Ah, but see, it's about laying the groundwork," Hashirama replied confidently. "It's about building Konoha and shoving them in it before they know what hits them. Plus there really is a threat, and it'll affect the weaker members of our clans. I don't know if you've noticed a slight increase in the death toll. In times like these, death isn't unnatural, but the types of missions people die on are." Hashirama looked away, his eyes showing a deep pain that no amount of time would ever heal. "There have been some missions in recent times that my people have been dying trying to complete, missions where there should have been nothing but success. They make it look like accidents mostly, but that many and it's starting to get suspicious. You know I assign my missions carefully, Madara-kun. The Uzumaki have noticed it as well. It's possible that they're trying to kill the clans slowly, take out members one by one as the opportunity presents itself. It's also possible that they're hiring us for missions so that they know better when to ambush us. It won't be every mission, but there will be the odd one or two. There may be innocents involved. Either way, what they're doing right now is killing the younger ones," Tobirama stated, his eyes flashing in his anger. "And we can't stop taking the missions," Madara spat out in disgust. "That's a low blow. By killing off the younger ones first, they're cutting off the next generation of leaders. And if we send stronger shinobi on these missions, we'll risk having no one for the dangerous missions, an outcry of misuse, and not to mention a stagnant growth period for the weaker shinobi who we would have taken off the missions to keep safe. So then, let's go see the Fire Daimyo," Izuna stated with a smile. "Fire Daimyo?" Naruto questioned, blinking in confusion. "Yes. We need to petition for more land. Perhaps buy it off of him. We're also going to be bringing in Shinba from a lot of different places. The Uzumaki alone would be coming from a section outside of the Fire Nation. While a clan can move anywhere they want, the land they chose to move to is still owned by someone else. Combining the Uchiha and the Senju lands isn't enough. There are still sections around and in between the clans that belongs to the Fire Daimyo," Izuna explained. "At this point, we don't have the wealth needed to supply an entire village, not one the size that Naruto talks about. Originally, I imagined Konoha to have started out somewhat small," Tobirama mused. "He's right, Naruto. That's where the tailed beast came into the equation. It was Madara who suggested Hashirama sell them," Kurama reminded quietly from Naruto's mind. "We could bargain for the land by offering our lives and those of the shinobi as a military force in the daimyo's control," Hashirama suggested softly, looking down as he thought the idea through. "If I'm right, there won't be many problems to take care of in future anyway. Or there will be plenty since the shinobi will be focusing on building their own villages," Izuna stated with a frown. "We can't give the guy money. We don't have enough to buy the land we need. There must be something we can do otherwise to get the land," Naruto replied. "A military force is needed, but that can be on a contract basis. He can hire us if he needs us. That's what I want. I don't want to be forced into a fight that we didn't start." Hashirama nodded in agreement, the Uchiha brothers inclining their heads as well. "We could always just inspire him to give us the land," Tobirama suggested, handling a kunai a little too gleefully. "You never know, he could be in a generous mood. Or we could ask him for the one thing he wants most, and then do an exchange if it's possible to achieve." Hashirama smiled brightly, snatching the kunai away from his brother. "After all, it's tit for tat. He can't say no. We have some of the best minds in the nation. I'm sure we could figure something out. We'll try that first. However, more pressingly, this enemy clan needs to be dealt with." Madara waved a hand to dismiss the Fire Daimyo matter and bringing their attention back to the reason they were all there in the first place. If the purpose is to bring the clans closer together, most could say that this is a fail. All you needed to do is warn us of the impending danger and be done with it. How does that bring anyone closer together? Madara had a point. He might have stated in front of his members that they accepted, but that didn't mean anything without the official paperwork. Madara would still need to sign documents, and so would Hashirama and Naruto. You know, I think you're going about this the wrong way, Izuna hummed. You could just build the village, as Naruto has proposed, and then just move into it. How else was the village formed the first time around? Izuna paused, tilting his head slightly. Correct me if I'm wrong, but when a clan fights another clan for their land, do they really ask the fire daimyo for permission first? No, they don't. The paperwork gets sorted out afterwards. Combining the Senju and the Uchiha lands is actually a relatively simple task, even the bit in between the two compounds. Most assume it's neutral land, but it's actually owned half and half by each clan. Tobirama answered. I think Izuna's plan is perhaps the simplest. However, we might have to deal with internal conflict for a while. Naruto? If I may interrupt, originally, the clans came together willingly due to a shared wariness for the fighting. Kurama grumbled, his voice a whisper in the blonde's mind. How much zeal have the clan members been putting into their clashes these days? Naruto asked thoughtfully. I have noticed a certain unrest amongst the clan, Izuna replied. I was monitoring it, looking out for any signs of a coup. I have also noticed an odd compliance when handing out missions. A disconcerting sort of acceptance, Hashirama added. Okay, then I don't think there will be all that much internal conflict. I believe the clans want peace. The conflict might only extend as far as old habits, and that's about it. But that doesn't mean we won't have to be vigilant for old grudges starting new ones. We'll need to be watchful of the older members in particular. Maybe not for the Uzumaki, but the Senju and the Uchiha for sure, Naruto summarized. The silence remained as each occupant thought things through. They would definitely need to talk to the fire daimyo at some point. After all, Naruto's plans for the village involved bringing clans from other nations into the land of fire. Being completely independent of the fire daimyo would be too costly, as they need to buy the land. Naruto wanted to bang his head on the wall. This was not his department. He'd grown a lot since coming to the past, but he still didn't get a lot of these things. Why did there have to be so many politics involved? Regardless, their bold entry demanded that a decision was to be made. We'll meet here, Madara suddenly stated, pointing to a spot on a map that lay over the table. Bring your clans in 1 year. That will give Mito-chan time to have her second child and recover before the move. It will also give the clans time to prepare for the merge. Until then, clans will send over members to the other clans to be placed in teams together under the guise of this enemy threat. It will be difficult at first, however, they'll fall into a rhythm. For the Senju and the Uchiha will have to send more of the younger members than the older ones. Ones that haven't garnered many grudges against the other just yet. Naruto grinned and nodded. Sounds good to me. Tobirama mulled the proposal around in his mind for a few seconds before nodding once. Hashirama offered his hand to Madara, who shook it with a small smile. That works. We'll handle Konoha first, and then we'll sort out the legalities, Hashirama added, grinning as widely as Naruto would. Naruto focused for a moment, holding out his hand and watching as a thin rectangle of metal formed. The edges were rounded and a swirl was indented into the middle. A flick and a triangle completed the symbol. Naruto's look of concentration faded as the metal curved slightly, better suited to lay on one's forehead than should it have been flat. He pulled a white cloth from around his waist. Measuring out the center, he used his chakra to form the bolts that would attach the plate to the cloth. Completed, he handed the headband to Madara, who took it carefully. This is the symbol you chose for our village the first time. Let it be the symbol that binds us together again, Naruto stated quietly. We can give it to the members of the new, unified squads. I remember this from when you arrived in this world, Madara stated, fingers brushing over the leaf symbol. The metal was cool, smooth. Not a single deformation could be detected, and Madara was impressed with Naruto's mastery. With this as our mark of agreement, let it be done, Madara declared more loudly, stamping the Uchiha official signature across the report that Naruto had given him earlier. Naruto pulled a ring from his thumb and pressed it down on the scroll as well, revealing a seal that spread across its surface, only to remain visible as Naruto pulled the ring away. Hashirama humphed as he pulled a stamp from his pouch, brought only for this occasion, and stamped down next to Madara's. "And so it is done," Izuna stated softly, eyes watching the scroll with a distant sort of wonder. In the end, Naruto had been right, and the clans were getting tired of the conflict. The unified teams were a roaring success, and they had formed bonds beyond initial expectation. There had been spats here and there, and even one incident of friendly kunai fire, but it all ended in relative forgiveness, after Madara had stepped in. The fearsome Uchiha needed only to glare at the offending youngsters and the matters were laid to rest. Well, that and Hashirama has quietly spoken to them as well, a stern fatherly kind of talking to that made Tobirama smack his forehead in frustration. There was still a very obvious tension in the ranks of the older clan members, yet they did not act against orders, begrudgingly putting aside their differences for the good of the clan. They came to realize that the young were being picked off, and that brought out the will of fire in just about every single one of them. The future of their clan meant more than the past tragedies. They understood that it was time to let go, and to move forward. Some were forcefully brought to this realization, but they came to it all the same. Nawaki and Tanaka really did get along well despite the latter being somewhat older. They were rarely seen without each other, and sadly, Tanaka took great delight in teaching Nawaki all the Uzumaki pranks. At this point, since the clans were still in the separate compounds, the two spent weeks visiting each other. Naruto was spending a vast majority of his time designing and perfecting the layout of the village. He had also taken upon himself to start drafting letters of invitation to join Konoha when it was formed, letters that would be formally presented to the chosen clans after they felt ready to accept them. Naruto had drafted letters for every clan he remembered being in Konoha and had added several from his travels to find the tailed beasts. He'd focused strongly on the clans from Kiri so as to avoid their later massacres under the Yondaime Mizukage. All in all, he was beyond excited to get the village built. It was a lot of work. Tobirama and Izuna had been tasked with approaching the fire daimyo and informing him of the joint land ownership. Even though the daimyo couldn't say no, they still needed to inform him. Naruto wasn't entirely sure that Tobirama wouldn't strike up a deal that would include more land. The ninja was a dangerous one to barter with. Hashirama and Madara kept their focus on the enemy, monitoring their movements. They were the ones that would decide the fate of the clan. The clan was small, rather insignificant. A single assault team would be enough to wipe them out. But Naruto and Hashirama wanted to avoid that. Madara didn't care. He was Uchiha, and Uchiha got rid of their problems, not prolonged them. Naruto's thoughts were on making the village self-sufficient outside of wars, when Madara arrived for the meeting on the final fate of the troublesome clan. They'd caught on to Hashirama and Madara's awareness of their plans and had opened all-out attacks on mission teams. They hardly succeeded in killing anyone, but they were managing to deal a lot of damage. There were still a few months until the clans were merged officially. I had hoped the combined teams would deter them. But I think the prospect of a unified clan scares them more than just two powerful clans at war with each other. Hashirama sighed, bringing Naruto's thoughts back to the Senju meeting room. Yeah, well, tell that to my shinobi. They're getting tired of being sabotaged. Madara grumbled. Honestly, I'd swear there was a leak in the information channels with how well they've been managing for such a weak enemy. The idea was an unpleasant one, and Naruto didn't want to have to interrogate the people. Then again, he didn't have to. As an Uzumaki, he had access to the sensing squads. They could easily figure out who the traitors were. But it was a gross invasion of privacy and trust. Naruto could also use Senjutsu and Kurama to sense out all possible suspects. That might be the best option. He'd suggest it if it became necessary. It's true that there appears to be an uncanny ability to know things that shouldn't be known. However, we can't immediately assume there is a leak. It's possible that the clan possess a jutsu that helps them. Hashirama reasoned. Hi, there is the Tanten-jutsu, which allows someone to spy on others without being noticed. This particular jutsu was invented by one of my sensei, so I'm not sure if it's being used in this particular case, but it's possible that a jutsu is involved. You guys have said repeatedly that new jutsu pop up all the time. Even in my time there were thousands of jutsu. Naruto mused, thinking back to all the times he tried to brain his sensei when he'd caught the old pervert peeking at the hot springs. There's also the Maisegekyo no Jutsu. This lets you escape by controlling how light is reflected around your body by using chakra variations. It also takes care of your scent and your shadow. As far as I know, it was quite versatile as it could be used in any terrain, detectable only by those that had a sharp sense of sight and attention to detail. It didn't mask sound, however. So a great sense of hearing was needed too, I guess. If they're skilled enough to come up with a jutsu that masks their presence, perhaps it would be best to recruit them, Hashirama added thoughtfully. Or destroy them before they become a problem later on, Madara contradicted darkly. You know, there was a clan that had this ability to create a perfect henge. The downside was that they were stuck in the henge for a while. But it was a perfect copy, right down to the person's scent. Naruto ignored Madara and continued. There weren't many of them left if I remember correctly. What was their name again? Keduin, I think. That's all fair and well, but if the clan is intent on taking us down, they must realize that it's not going to work. It's either desperation or sheer arrogance. Madara huffed. Maybe they're just trying to get noticed, Hashirama offered. What? At how inept they are. How stupid they are. Madara scoffed. If I was trying to get noticed, I wouldn't choose the most hostile clans in the nation to do it with. Hostile? Really? That's not nice. Hashirama pouted. Yet Naruto was still trying to decide if it was worth extending an invitation to the clan or not. He had known of other clans that had established smaller villages in the Land of Fire. Not everyone had wanted to live directly in Konoha. It was sort of like Konoha was the main forces. Some clans only had peaceful civilians. Not all clans were shinobi. Perhaps we should just send them a ceasefire warning, Naruto suggested. And leave them be. We know where they are. We'll know if they attack again. But that doesn't help us know if they're getting their information internally or not. Hashirama pointed with a frown. It's easy enough to discern. I can just watch through senjutsu-induced sensing if I really have to. Naruto shrugged. Or we can establish the Hunter Nin early, and task them with watching for signs of deception. Hunter Nins make me think I don't trust my own clan members, and right now we don't need that upsetting the formation of the village. Madara reasoned, eyes showing a grim undertone. The senjutsu sensing is discreet. However, as a clan head, don't you have better things to do? It wasn't a question. Naruto shrugged. I'll leave a clone here and at the other compound. One that will do nothing but meditate via senjutsu. If something happens to the clone, I'll know because the memories will come back to me, and if after a week I don't find anything suspicious, then I'll report that back to you both. Naruto paused before adding, I doubt it's a traitor though. It would make little sense for a clan to kill its own future. If you're trying to gain something, the only way that makes sense is to take out the people that would allow you to gain something. Thanks for that obvious statement. Madara deadpanned, yet Naruto had a point. Killing children and youngsters doesn't get you anywhere. Unless you're a child yourself and you feel you're not getting enough attention. Even then, the reasoning is weak. So their likeliest option was a jutsu. I'll send Tuka to the clan with a ceasefire request, Hashirama offered. She's competent enough that she'll come out of it alive. Tuka was one of Hashirama's most trusted advisors, aside from the people currently seated around the Senju with the inclusion of Tobirama and Izuna. She was a fierce woman, proud and deadly. She held a suspicious opinion of the Uchiha, despite the joint team's successes, and took it upon herself to monitor each and every mission these teams undertook. I thought she was babysitting? Naruto questioned with a teasing grin. Tuka had also fallen in love with Hashirama's second child, and only daughter. Senju Kizuna had the shinobi wrapped around her little baby finger with just a gurgling coo. The child had a bodyguard for life. Kizuna's hair was as black as her father's, her eyes the warm brown of her mother's. In the sunlight, however, the red of her Uzumaki heritage stood out in the dark strands. Tobirama was already sharpening special kunai for any male that dared to go near her. She's still my subordinate, Hashirama pouted. Naruto got up and waved a hand. I'll leave this one to you guys. I'd rather have more allies for Konoha, and dead clans don't make allies. He gave Madara a pointed look. He tossed a scroll to Madara and another to Hashirama. Each scroll holds a clone. When you're ready, release it and tell it what you need. He waved and shined out the room. Politics really isn't an Uzumaki thing, is it? Madara deadpanned. Not at all. Hashirama agreed. It was some months later that found three whole clans facing each other, a thick tension filling the air. The clan heads were grim as they watched each other approach. Well, not Naruto, he was grinning widely. He was holding Tanaka's hand, the boy looking uncertain at being so close to the feared Uchiha Madara. Let it be done, Uzumaki, I grow impatient with your games. Madara hissed. Let's get the show on the road. Naruto cheered. This is going to be awesome. After you, Hashirama, said Senju, focused his chakra before directing it towards the ground. He had a rough idea of how big a space they were going to need. It was his job to clear that space. You ready, Kurama? Naruto directed inwardly. I'm going to need you just as much as everyone else. The fox hummed in reply but otherwise remained silent. The ground rumbled as trees began to shift outwards, forming the clearing that would house Konohagakure no Sato. Hashirama grimaced at the strain, but it wasn't that great. He still had to help Naruto create the actual buildings. See, Tanaka-kun, see how awesome it's going to look! Naruto was beside himself with excitement. Wait till it's actually finished, Baka. Madara growled, making Tanaka move slightly behind Naruto, who simply stuck his tongue out at the other ninja. Done! Hashirama stated when the clearing was about the right size. Alright, now you four get over here, Naruto stated, moving to the center of the clearing. By four he was addressing Madara, Izuna, Hashirama and Tobirama. Naruto summoned a large scroll into existence. One of the largest any non-Uzumaki had ever seen. He threw it through the air so that it unrolled and landed gracefully in the ground. All the security seals are already in the plans. All the houses and buildings are ready to go. Naruto continued, his excitement growing. The five shinobi knelt down around the seal, Tanaka watching anxiously while standing as close to Naruto as possible. Naruto winked at the boy before activating the skill. Alright, all together. Put as large a pulse as you can. I'll handle the rest. Just gotta key in your signatures. Hashirama, Senjutsu and Mokuton, otherwise the whole thing is gonna fail. They nodded and Naruto's grin widened. Now! 5 bursts of chakra and suddenly the world shifted. Buildings began to appear out of nowhere, growing from the ground and lighting up with the seals that Naruto had drawn into the plans. All around them, spreading further and further outwards, were the buildings that made up the shell of the village. The Hokage Tower, the academy, the clan compounds, the restaurant stands, the training grounds, the hospital, the standby stations, the residential areas, the shopping districts, all of it coming to life all around them, sprouting from the ground like flowers. The last structures to appear were the walls that would surround Konoha, keep the village safe. 5 exhausted shinobi collapsed to the ground and began to laugh. The relief of years of work finally coming together was ecstasy. I can't believe we did it, Hashirama stated, tears running down his face. It's really here. I've already sent the invites, Naruto stated with a sleepy grin. As long as they don't start arriving tomorrow, I'm good. Madara grunted, eyes closed as he tried to recover from the drain. He'd be fine, in about 10 minutes. The horrible part was Izuna wasn't even there to protect him. But the village was, and it had all of Naruto's seals. They could hear the tentative approach of the clans moving towards the newly created structures. A glint of light from the metal fixtures in the buildings told the four that Naruto had even managed to incorporate his own bloodline into the foundations, that the place wasn't being held together with luck and seals. As amazing as seals were, Madara sure wasn't keen on living in a village where all the buildings relied on it to stay in the shape they were designed to be in. Naruto's control truly was impressive. Naruto and I. Tanaka pressed, unsure of what to do now. Ma, go find your mom. Naruto waved a hand tiredly. Tell her everything is finally going to be alright. Naruto had been sneakily elected as the Shodai Hokage. The blonde had been so sure that Hashirama was to be the first that he hadn't even seen it coming. The clans started arriving slowly as word of the new village spread. Each clan was beyond surprised when they saw that a section of the village had already been created just for them. The Senju, Uchiha and Uzumaki clans were all situated near the center of the village. There was space for the Hyuga near the Uchiha, mostly because Naruto wanted to see what happened if an Uchiha and a Hyuga got married. The Nara were near the open areas so that their medical research wasn't interrupted. The Yamanaka and the Akamichi were also by the Nara due to the Ino-Shikacho alliance. There were so many places put aside that many of the occupants were confused. Why put aside space for clans that hadn't even agreed to join yet? However, they came to learn that their new Shodai had an uncanny knack for getting people to follow him, the numbers in the village growing quickly and steadily. Naruto was more than pleased to welcome the Sarutobi clan, and was heavily interested in the clan head Sarutobi Sasuke. He'd introduced his son, Hiruzen, and no one could understand why Naruto had spent a good 10 minutes laughing at the petulant boy. He'd been rather somber when the Namikaze clan, small and hesitant, had requested to join, asking to be near the Uzumaki clan. Naruto had allowed the request without question. Izuna and Tobirama had hashed things out with the Fire Daimyo. In the end, a promised squad of bodyguards was all it took for the land to be considered theirs, so long as their end of the bargain was kept. Naturally, the shinobi provided had to be some of Konoha's best. That was how the Shugenin Junichi were formed. The same group that Asuma had gone to in his earlier years as a shinobi. It was later discovered that the wooden cylinder that Naruto had found the day he'd been tossed into the past had actually been created by Hashirama. The Senju hadn't taken it well that it was essentially his fault that Naruto was in the past. The Uzumaki didn't mind, and had actually commended Hashirama on his sealing skills. Yet there was something bugging Hashirama about the matter. He didn't elaborate on it. Naruto had strangely begun to hear chakra. It had something to do with the living foundations of the village, and since it ran mostly on his chakra and that of Senjutsu, he was always connected to the village in ways that others never could be. It was nice. It wasn't so distracting that he couldn't do anything else. As a side project, he'd begun to work out ways to use it to his advantage, but he wasn't sure how to as of yet, since it was something solely related to being in Konoha. Besides, outside of Konoha, as well as within it, Naruto could still see the seals, so he wasn't too worried about hearing them. It was an interesting skill, but he felt he had enough skills already. That this particular one wasn't even worth mentioning to the others, other than for the sake of curiosity, because honestly, what was he supposed to do with a skill in which he could hear seals? On a rare day, Hashirama found Naruto seated in a large room. It was on the border of the clans, the meeting point so to speak. Naruto-kun, I've been looking for you for ages, Hashirama stated. His tone was serious, and Naruto stopped what he was doing to look at the Senju. What's up? Naruto got up and grabbed a spare rag, using it to clean the paint off his fingers. He'd come to spend free moments in the room, using the walls to paint the story he'd never be able to tell anyone in this world. The story of his origins. The paints had seals in them, and that at Naruto's choosing they'd come to life and play out like a movie. A captured memory, for Naruto's enjoyment when he needed the reminder. Or comfort. Hashirama took in the walls, eyes lingering on the ones of Team 7. Do you miss them? He asked, not meeting Naruto's gaze. They'll always be a part of me. Naruto shrugged. But my life is here now. He grinned. I like where I am. I don't even think about going back. That didn't answer the question. Hashirama pointed out, his tone serious. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck and sighed. I do. I also had some unresolved issues. The only way I can resolve them now is by building a Konoha where the problems won't happen again. Naruto's gaze went to Sasuke, where the grumpy Uchiha glared at a grinning Naruto. What were you looking for me for? Naruto brought the subject back to the reason as to why Hashirama was there. A report stating unrest among the clans that didn't receive invites. They'd begun banding together, forming their own villages. We always knew they would. The difference between us and them is that I've designed Konoha to be sufficient without solely relying on the income the missions bring us. Naruto grinned. We'll be fine. The defenses are on a whole other level. Just be wary of assassination attempts. That's all. Hashirama took one last look at the paintings before giving Naruto a strange smile and leaving again. Naruto shook it off and continued with the painting he'd been on before Hashirama had arrived. Later that night, Hashirama approached Mito. I need to talk to you. I need your help. But you can't tell anyone what I tell you. It's about Naruto, and where I found him. Mito looked at him in confusion. I thought he was a part of the wandering faction. Hashirama grimaced. Not exactly. But I'm going to need your help in getting him home. You see, Naruto isn't from here. Hiruzen, come here. Naruto called, watching as the genin trained with his squad. The boy was on Tobirama's team, and Naruto saw the annoyance on the Senju's face at the interruption. I'm going to teach you a jutsu, one that you have to promise that you'll pass on to one of your students. The one who's the loudest, most boisterous little nuisance. Only one like that, okay? Naruto was kneeling closer to Hiruzen's level so that he could elicit the promise from the boy. He had to make sure that Hiruzen didn't teach it to Orochimaru. A jutsu? Hi, one that doesn't need any hand signs. Naruto grinned before holding out a water balloon. Revenge was sweet. He was going to enjoy this. Do you think they're dating? Izuna whispered, poking Madara to get a response from him. Maybe. Maybe not. Madara shrugged, not really interested. You should find someone. Izuna pressed. There's a festival tonight, he added suggestively. The two were watching Naruto as he walked hand in hand with an Uzumaki girl. She was blushing furiously, almost as furiously as Naruto was. Tanaka and Iwaki were snickering from a little bit behind them with a little Kazuna tagging along gleefully. Jip, they're definitely dating. Izuna nodded to himself. Naruto, we're going out. To inspect the perimeter. It's been a while since we did that. Hashirama had burst into the Hokage office, his tone and posture brooking no arguments. Strangely, Naruto hadn't seen much of the Senju as of late. Okay? Naruto stated in confusion. How long are we going for? As long as it takes. And that was how Naruto was seated in a clearing near the perimeter of the village, panting slightly after Hashirama had goaded him into a light spar. A few choice jutsus had left their clothes in disarray, with a few cuts and bruises. Naruto-kun, I just want to say thank you for everything. I'm sorry for having taken you away from everything you held precious. I'm gonna make it right. Naruto blinked at the Senju in absolute confusion. What dash? He didn't get to finish. Hashirama struck out with a jutsu that was a seal. He hit Naruto in the chest, and the world went dark. Chapter 18. Naruto woke up due to a blast of cold running over his entire left side and nothing but pain in every fiber of his being. Forcing his eyes open, he saw foliage and autumn leaves. Wasn't it spring? Moving around slowly, first an arm, just to get it under himself so that he could support his own weight. His body was stiff, his muscles difficult to force into submission as he tried to rise. How long had he been there? Where was Hashirama and what had he been hit with? His clothes were different. Newer perhaps. Or maybe better quality. He couldn't be sure. Better looked after then? They were orange and black, but strangely more black than orange. They were sturdier too. Not like his jumpsuits from childhood, or the much baggier clothing he was forced to wear after falling into the past. In fact, if Naruto thought carefully enough about it, they looked almost like something Anbu would wear. Well, the Anbu from his childhood. Only Anbu didn't wear orange, so that part had to be custom made. Why Anbu though? Oh. He'd grown up around Anbu and as such he'd picked up some of their habits. Huh! Where had that thought come from? Better yet, where was he? Looking around, he was sure he recognized this as a part of the forests that surrounded Konoha, but he couldn't be 100% sure. There was just something slightly different about them. It looked older. Sort of like he'd missed a few seasons somewhere. Training. The thought entered his mind like a whisper. A memory came with. He was here training. Raising a hand to wipe away the leaves that had stuck to his cheek, his fingers froze when they didn't find something that should have been there, something he never took note of because they were so ingrained into who he was as a person, but now that it was different he couldn't help but notice their absence. The slight grooves of his whiskers were gone. Jinchuriki. A term that had no meaning in this world. So, he was in the present? His original time? Because there were memories and concepts, thoughts and emotions that were either from his time as the Shodai nor from his time as a genin of Konoha, swirling around in his mind. But he was still a genin. His memories told him so. He was 16 again, a genin, without a team due to an odd number of graduates. He was the dobe of the academy, again. He had no team. He was still a genin. Damn, things just never got better for him, did they? Because he had no team, he was stuck without missions. He'd been a genin for 4 years now, having only passed by sheer dumb luck and maybe, now that he, the Shodai, was thinking about it, some interference from the man he called both Godame-sama and Tuchan. So here he was, in the forest, out training where no one would come to look for him because this life was a strangely lonely one. He did not have any bonds. Not even with Iruka-sensei. Why? He was the dobe. That he understood. And he didn't have a team, so he didn't go on missions. But all of his academy friends did. So it was a tragic case of merely growing apart. Naruto had been left behind. Their lives grew busier and busier while he stayed the same. Also, there was something in his memories that was still a little fuzzy. Maybe it would fall into place later. Looking at his current skill level, he was shocked to see that he was high chunin, almost jonin even, but no one had noticed. Not even he had realized. It wasn't the level he'd been at when he had been originally 16, but considering he was training himself and considering he didn't have S-rank missing Nin after him, that was quite the feat. He had both his parents in this world. And an older brother, Menma. The same age as Itachi. Menma looked like Minato just as Naruto looked like Kushina. He wasn't too impressed with his little brother and often didn't associate with him, even going so far as to ignore him. Not very Uzumaki-like. Team 7, they were the best team from his year, a team Naruto was supposed to be on but wasn't. Instead, an Uzumaki named Erasure was on the team. An Uzumaki genius. Go figure. His older brother, he was a genius as well. On par with Itachi even. And Naruto was the disappointing little brother that had almost been forgotten. How long had he been out here? What had he been working on? Rasengan. So Sarutobi had managed to pass the jutsu down to its creator. Naruto smiled softly at that. Only Minato would never know. Oh well, Naruto did, and that's what mattered. He'd been here a week already and his progress was at the 3rd stage. Only this time, Naruto didn't use Kage Bunshin. His control was better, his focus. He didn't have a teacher either and had worked this out by himself. That was impressive. But then why was he the dobe of the academy? He'd reflect on that one later. What was his ceiling knowledge like? Mediocre but not terrible. Again, no teacher, and that was dangerous. He'd probably have been a lot better had he had a teacher. But it seemed that being the dobe in the academy didn't inspire much expectation. Naruto had been ignored in this lifetime as well, for entirely different reasons. I'm named after the Shodai Hokage and I plan to surpass him. A cheerful introduction upon entering the academy. That was Naruto's dream. To surpass himself. His smile widened at that. Hashirama, you were trying to help, I get that. But didn't you realize that my home, everything I knew, was in Konoha, with you and the others? Naruto would never get an answer to that. He felt conflicted. He had a chance to see and speak to the people he thought he'd never get to see again. But he'd been ripped away from the life he had grown to love beyond that of his previous one. He could not dwell on it though because one could not change what had already happened. Time travel, after all, was unpredictable. He didn't want to try going back to the past only to learn that Hashirama and Madara didn't know him, or that he had to face himself as the Shodai. That could complicate things quite a bit. So he supposed he was going to have to accept it. That didn't mean he wasn't angry though. He was pissed as hell. But essentially, what could he do about it? He was impressed with the fact that his mind was integrated with the Naruto of this world's mind. The memories were shared and so were the emotions. He supposed he'd be a lot angrier at the situation had it not been like that. But this was also his home, just as it wasn't. With a sigh he got to his feet and brushed himself off. Perhaps he'd go through some physical training, bring his body back up to the level where he could perform all his old techniques. Maybe he could create new ones. He now had more time. So much more. It was a far cry from the paperwork he'd been saddled with. If he was ever offered the job of Hokage again, he'd take it only long enough to have his face carved into the mountain, just for kicks, before he hand the hat over to someone else. He had 3 more weeks in here, as he'd asked his father for a month. His father had looked somewhat distant when he'd agreed to it. But oh well. He had agreed, so 3 weeks it was. He wondered how far he could get in that space of time. With a grin he created as many Kage Bunshin as he needed to run them through the katas, chakra control exercises, seals, and some low-level jutsu that he thought to start with. Muscle memory was what he'd gained from them, while he was going to push himself through physical training. Naruto paused for a moment, sensing a squad approaching. Dispelling the Kage Bunshin, since his memory did not display knowledge of this technique, he moved to hide in the trees. He'd been training for 2 weeks now, his progress satisfying but still not at the level he wanted. He hadn't even tried Sage Mode yet. The team approached quickly, and Naruto thought that maybe they were going to pass by him, on their way to a mission or something. His hopes were dashed when a ninja dropped down from the trees straight into the clearing that Naruto had deemed his primary training ground. 3 others dropped down as well, a strong sense of discipline shrouding them. He was here a moment ago, but then he hid his chakra. Perhaps he sensed our approach. The first ninja stated, pulling back the hood of his traveling cloak to reveal red spikes. Shifting his head slightly, Naruto saw a Konoha headband and his suspicions relaxed. Perhaps his father needed him back in Konoha, but his memory could not provide a time previously when that had happened. Then we will have to track him. Naruto's heart froze at that familiar drawl. Uchiha Sasuke. Still loyal to Konoha. A large grin spread across his features. Track him? Well, how good were they at tracking? The other 3 removed their cloaks to show the remaining members of Team 7. He's a genin and his files didn't show much skill. It shouldn't be too hard, Kakashi stated softly. Menma didn't speak very highly of him either. Sasuke scoffed. Greet. Naruto deadpanned in his mind. Just for that, he was going to make them work for it. He has been a genin for 4 years. Surely his skill hasn't remained the same? Sakura protested thoughtfully. Kami blessed that pinkette. This is Naruto we're talking about, Erishra stated tonelessly, as though silently asking her how she could expect anything different. Sakura frowned but didn't reply. Niken? Sasuke asked, looking to Kakashi. Do you really think we'll need them for Naruto? Kakashi frowned. He is a genin. Did people really ignore him that much? You know, I really don't like what you're insinuating. Naruto stated casually, well, a Kage Bunshin of Naruto. It's really degrading. He made the clone lean casually against a tree. You make it sound like I'm going to stab myself with my own kunai or something equally as moronic. Namikaze Naruto, Kakashi greeted. Hatake Kakashi, Naruto replied, inclining his head. Let's play a game, shall we? If you can find me before the sun sets, I'll let those comments go. However, if you fail, then I leave and you can explain to the Hokage why he has to come get me personally. What's the point? You're standing right there, Sakura asked with a raised brow. Appearances, especially as ninja, can be very misleading. The clone winked before dispelling in a puff of smoke. The original Naruto was long gone, already making his way back to Konoha. They wouldn't expect that. They'd look for him in the forest. He'd go back to see what his father wanted. Not really very fair, but then, they hadn't been either. By the time Team 7 finally sulked back to Konoha, Naruto had already found a stream that he'd bathed in, changed into fresh clothes, and was now waiting for them by the gates. He figured he'd play nice. For now. This was Team 7 after all, and he was curious to see what was different. Have fun? Naruto asked with a small smile. They all sent him withering glares. Niken would have been rendered useless because he'd had Kage Bunshin training there for the past 2 weeks. His chakra would not be able to be sensed, merely because they'd been looking in the wrong direction, even if he was also hiding it to a level where a Kage wouldn't be able to find him. Hokage-sama requested your presence, Kakashi muttered, when it appeared none of the others were going to say anything. And he sent Team 7 to get me? Must be a slow week for missions. Naruto shook his head, walking into the gates he had previously been ignoring in favor of waiting for Team 7. As he walked he whistled, wondering if Ichiraku Ramen was around and if he could go get some of the magical stuff. It had literally been years. His father probably wouldn't appreciate the delay. It took him all of 2 turns to realize that Team 7 was following him. He paused to look at them questioningly. We were told to accompany you. Kakashi once again took the time to explain. Oh. Do we have a time limit or something? Naruto replied, blinking at the team. Not really. Sakura shrugged. Just sort of before the end of today. Great. Then we can get some food. I'm starving. Naruto cheered, his mind automatically searching through his memories for 2 things, one being if he actually had money, which he did, and 2 being which food stands did he frequent in this timeline. Naruto didn't find Ichiraku's, but he vowed to spend time looking for it later. They settled for barbecue instead. He was somewhat annoyed when Team 7 seemed awkward with this situation, like they'd never done it before. Didn't they go out to lunch together? Naruto enjoyed the food, however, having been living off ration bars for a while. You guys are awfully quiet, Naruto commented, purposefully picking at his food and eating small bites of it, just to take longer. Well, we're not sure what to say. Sakura shrugged. How was your last mission? Naruto asked, deeming it a casual enough question. By the way that they shifted, he decided it didn't go well at all. Ah. So you failed. That's too bad, but so long as everyone is still able to come home, there shouldn't be any hard feelings. Naruto shrugged. I'm curious though, what would make something like you 4 fail? A team from another village. Sakura shrugged. They had the same mission, they were ANBU. Naruto nodded at that. It could account for their quiet demeanors. Why do you do that? Sasuke suddenly snapped. Do what? Naruto replied before taking a sip from his tea. That! Sasuke growled in annoyance. Like you're silently laughing at us or something. Because I find you amusing, Sasuke-kun. Naruto replied with a smile. And he did. He was the Shodai for crying out loud in this peaceful existence, where the only problem a ninja had was a lack of progress in their training or a failed mission. It amused him. This team was so serious, yet from his memories he learned that none of them, not even Kakashi, had ever experienced war. What's so amusing? Erasure asked, tilting his head slightly in curiosity. You wouldn't understand. Naruto replied, waving a hand. He knew it would irritate the boy because he never not understood something in his entire life. He was considered a genius, and it wasn't a false title if Naruto's memories were anything to go on. They were about to protest, both Sasuke and Erasure, when Naruto stood, placing money on the table and turned to leave. They could only follow him as he hummed his way to the Hokage Tower, completely at ease and relaxed with his surroundings. Konoha was bright, cheerful and self-sustaining outside of missions. Just as he'd hoped. He wondered what the ninja were like though. Yo! Naruto greeted cheerfully as he walked into his father's office. The Godain looked up from his work and smiled at him, gesturing for him to sit. Hello, Naruto-kun. I trust your training went well? Minato asked. Meh. It was going. Naruto shrugged. Sorry to cut your month short, but I have some news for you. There's a team that's in need of a new member due to a promotion of one of their teammates. Minato explained, a wide grin on his features. Team 7? Naruto guessed. It would explain why such a high-ranking team was sent to bring him in, when it would have taken a genin squad at most. Minato faltered a bit, probably due to surprise, but he collected himself a moment later and smiled again. Hi, but let's wait for them to get here, shall we? It only took a minute for the team to come trailing in. Once they did, Minato held out a file to Arashir. Congratulations, Arashi-san, Naruto stated with a soft smile, knowing what was in the file. The Chunin was being promoted to either Jonin or Tokubetsu Jonin. As of today, Naruto will be part of Team 7, replacing Arashir, who is now a Tokubetsu Jonin. Minato explained, and 4 pairs of eyes shifted over to him. He shrugged at them. Arashi's swift action in your last mission prevented what could have been a very disastrous situation. That and his current skill level, the elders and I decided that a promotion was in high order. You earned it, Uzumaki Arashir. Minato added with a warm smile, and Naruto couldn't help but be caught up in it. This was the first time he was sitting with his father. Like really sitting with him. Sure, he had memories of this time, but it was not the same as really experiencing it. It was amazing, the feeling of complete adoration and love. It was nice. Naruto zoned out as the others congratulated Arashir. It wasn't his moment to intrude upon. He was a bit surprised that fate had thrust him into Team 7 again, and he wondered how it would go. As they walked out of the office, the Hokage having given them the news he had needed to, Kakashi said something about meeting the rest of the team the next day on the bridge. Some things just didn't change, it would seem. Arashir disappeared with a final wave to Sasuke and Sakura, saying that he wanted to go home to tell his grandfather about his promotion. Sakura wandered off, saying that she had to go tell Ino about Arashi's promotion, leaving Naruto with Sasuke. So, Sasuke began but trailed off. Steeling himself, he began again. It's tradition among the Uchiha to invite teammates over for dinner to introduce them to the family. Oh, alright then, when should I arrive and what should I wear? Naruto blinked in surprise, having not expected the invitation at all. What you're wearing now should be fine and around 5. Sasuke mused to himself. Naruto nodded to him, and the Uchiha shun shined away. Naruto sighed and his shoulders slumped. The day had been far more draining than what he thought. It was hard to pretend that it didn't hurt, that he wasn't desperate for attention because he was. It was hard seeing Team 7 as well, as distant as they were towards him. He could only imagine what it would be like seeing all his old friends and teachers, like Aro Sennin. But it looked like things could be changing. And that was something to smile about, even if it was only a small smile. When Naruto arrived, he was both happy and dismayed to note that Itachi had invited Menma as well. He'd also decided to wear something slightly less ninja-ish and something more formal, but still considered somewhat casual. Aniki, he greeted with a respectful bow. Menma did not reply. Naruto sighed quietly to himself but otherwise let it go. Perhaps he could work on his relationship with his brother later. Naruto-san, Sasuke greeted, and it pained Naruto to know that no one in this world other than his mother and father knew him well enough to call him Kuin. But Naruto was glad for the distraction and smiled at Sasuke all the same. Oto-san, this is my new teammate, Namikaze Naruto. Sasuke gestured to the blonde with a slight bow to his father. Fugaku turned to look at Naruto, giving him a once-over. Naruto. Wasn't he the dead last of the year? Hi. Naruto answered with a smile, finding that particular title amusing because it was kind of nostalgic to him. I'm also still a genin because I did not have a team up till now. There were an odd number of graduates. I see. Fugaku muttered, but Naruto could feel the disappointment, and even the smug boasting that Sasuke was better than Naruto. Which only made Naruto smile more. He probably looked every bit the idiot they thought him to be, but he hardly cared. He was past the point of caring. Old age did that to a person. Sitting down to dinner was interesting to say the least. Menma never uttered a word, completely ignoring Naruto until Mikoto looked at the older Namikaze with a strange smile and asked him to pass the beans over to Naruto, who hadn't gotten any yet. "Is something the matter, Menma-kun?" Itachi asked innocently. He could guess that Naruto was the problem. "I don't understand why a dobe like him is placed on Team 7. That's only going to slow the team down. Obviously Ota-san is letting his personal feelings get in the way of his job," Menma snapped. Everyone turned to look at Naruto, who was happily still eating. He looked up from his noodles before finishing what was in his mouth and smiling. "Did I miss something?" he asked with a chuckle. He could feel the utter disbelief in their chakras, and that made it so much funnier. But it also made Menma angrier. "Mikoto-san, this is absolutely delicious. I'd love to exchange some cooking tips sometime." Naruto turned to the Uchiha woman with a bright smile. "Oh, you cook?" Hi. I find it quite relaxing," Naruto replied, rubbing the back of his neck sheepishly. "Relaxing?" Menma scoffed. "What on earth would you need to do something relaxing for?" Naruto gave up after that with a soft sigh. "Golly gee, Aniki, aren't you a ball of sunshine today? But I can see that my presence does not complement well with yours. I just wish that you hadn't been so rude as to bring our family affairs up within the Uchiha household. It's not very nice to the Uchiha." Naruto smiled at Mikoto and bowed to the room as he stood to leave. "Naruto, wait," Sasuke began, trying to get to his feet in time. But the blonde was already by the door. His chakra didn't jump at all. "He wasn't upset by your words as he usually is, Menma," Itachi intoned, having not stopped eating throughout the entire thing. "Yada! It's raining!" They heard a happy exclamation right before the door shut quietly. Naruto hummed to himself as he walked through the market district, not really paying much attention to anything. He'd left early for the team meeting because he honestly didn't know what this Team 7 was like. Kakashi couldn't be the same, could he? There was no way he'd be 2 hours late. At least Naruto hoped so, because that would put a serious damper on his day. He stopped by a dango stand on his way, trading polite greetings before continuing on his walk to the bridge. He thought it was strange that he hadn't seen either of his parents that night nor that morning. His memories supplied that this was normal, but it was still weird. Kushina was deep within the Uzumaki compound, training to become the next clan head. Minato was always bogged down with work. Since Konoha was so much larger than the first time, it made sense that there'd be far more work. Naruto felt guilty about that one, but there was not much he could actually do about it now. Leaning against the railing, he allowed his thoughts to wander, moving to random topics. Some were about seals he'd wanted to create, and some were about the differences between this Konoha and his original Konoha. He hadn't been here long enough to think too extensively on that last one. "Naruto-san," Sakura greeted pleasantly enough as she bowed slightly to him in greeting. "Ma. You're too formal. Call me Naruto." The blonde smiled back and tilted his head to the side as he considered the pinkette. She looked the same red outfit, the same pink hair, albeit not cut short, even the same build. Did she have the same abilities? Oh. Alright. And Naruto? Sakura blushed, looking away. A bit more timid. Did she have a crush on anyone? Sasuke, perhaps? So, it's going to be about half an hour before the others get here, Sakura began. And I was wondering. Naruto quirked an eyebrow in interest. But in his heart he just had a feeling this was going to kill him, laughing that was. He was going to laugh at her. He could just feel it. What's Menma-kun really like? She blurted, blushing deeply. I mean, he's always busy on missions, but he's really powerful, right? And he's a prodigy, right? And he's the Hokage's son, so he's really well known. Sakura cut off suddenly at the slightly distant look in her teammate's eyes. Eyes that she had so carelessly forgotten were much like the Godane's in color, bright and carefree, only shaped more like his mother's. I'm sorry. I didn't realize, Sakura began, mentally berating herself for her forgetfulness. Don't worry about it. Naruto smiled brightly. I think it's cute that you're interested in him. In my opinion, he's a bit aloof, but like you said, he is very busy and I don't get to see him much, and he doesn't really like me much." Naruto finished lamely, sheepishly scratching the back of his head. "So anyway, what kind of missions do you guys usually take?" Sakura seemed relieved for the change in topic, having not really been sure how to answer Naruto's previous statement. "Well, we usually go on B ranks or A ranks. Sometimes, when things are quieter, we get C ranks. But I think now that you're on the team, we're going to be getting more C ranks than before." Once again she went pink, but for entirely different reasons. "Oh Kami, I'm not helping matters at all, am I?" she asked, looking away. "It's only logical, Sakura-san. I am merely a genin after all." Naruto chuckled, rather enjoying her embarrassment. "I cannot imagine the Hokage giving Team 7 their usual standard of missions with a new member on their team, one who has as of yet never stepped out of the village, well, other than to train. Ha! If only they knew." He was amused that they saw him so lightly, not even aware of his capabilities as a ninja. For his father, that was extremely bad form. But then, there were so many ninja, and genin were usually supervised and under the care of jonin. Diligent records of the process had been handed in after every mission to ensure the Hokage had an accurate account of their skills. Naruto had not had the same done for him. In fact, he'd be surprised if his father didn't start him off on D ranks, missions that Naruto, in this lifetime, had never had to do. Why didn't they just apprentice him off to someone? They did that here, right? "Ah, here comes Sasuke-kun," Sakura commented, looking almost relieved. Naruto was quite enjoying the relaxed atmosphere, the cool breeze that rustled the leaves in the trees overhead, providing the most amazing balance between warmth from the sunshine and refreshing cool from the shade. "Sasuke-san," Naruto greeted with a slight inclination of his head. "You're nothing like I thought you'd be." Sasuke started immediately. "No one else would have ever had the balls to walk out on a formal dinner like you did. And better yet, you did it in a way my father couldn't argue with." There might have been some awe in the Uchiha's tone, but that wouldn't be like Sasuke now, would it? His speech patterns were more relaxed than before. It was different. Then again, this was an entirely different Sasuke from the one Naruto had known. He'd have to remember that. "I must apologize for that. Menma. He was out of line, and perhaps so was I." Naruto sighed, staring up into the leaves, the very trees Hashirama had created. Sasuke frowned, about to comment more, but Kakashi arrived in a shunshin. He directed a bright smile at the three of them, seen in the deep curves of his eyes, and Naruto grinned back while Sakura and Sasuke's sweat dropped. "We have our very first mission as a new Team 7. Kakashi began, holding up a scroll. Naruto instantly recognized the D-rank coloring. While the scrolls themselves hardly looked any different, at first glance, he knew because he'd implemented the system, that they were perhaps a shade different from each other. He made D ranks the darkest because that's how he'd felt about them. The scroll was tossed at Naruto, who caught it easily and opened it with a practiced ease the others raised a brow at. Naruto snorted. "Village chores. These aren't even worth the mission scroll it was written on. Which means he needed something for me to do. Humph. I'll show him what I think of his village chores." The blonde muttered under his breath before glancing up at the others and grinning mischievously. I'll get these ones. You guys go to the hot springs or something, K." He didn't wait for an answer as he walked back towards the village, muttering plans underneath his breath. "Anyone else feel the ungodly urge to do as he says?" Sasuke asked. "Anyone else want to stick around to see what he does?" Sakura countered. "I'm pretty sure that whatever it is, we'll find out all about it later. While I'm not too keen on getting reamed for his actions, being his squad leader and all, but that was a low blow on Sensei's part. I say we leave him to it, and go to the hot springs." Kakashi shrugged, already walking in that direction. Minato frowned silently as he stood by his office window. It was far too quiet. He'd expected Team 7 to come barging in hours ago, demanding a new mission. But he hadn't seen any of them. In fact, his ANBU couldn't even sense them in the near vicinity, not even the Uzumaki ANBU. It made him nervous, and as Hokage, he learned to listen to his gut instincts. A flash of blonde dashed through the steam, and Kakashi suddenly found himself sitting next to a Namikaze that hadn't been there a moment ago. Seemed to be a bad habit that Namikazes inherited. I was here the whole time, and anyone who says otherwise was lying. Naruto hissed at both him and Sasuke with narrowed, frantic eyes. Got that? What are teammates for, if not to lie for each other? Sasuke shrugged. Great. Naruto relaxed, sinking into the hot water with a sigh of contentment. Oh, to be in a younger body again. If I may ask, what is it that you didn't do? Sasuke drawled, far too relaxed himself to try for anything else that required a fraction more energy. Naruto merely gave him a foxy grin. Yep, definitely not what he'd been expecting from the blonde. Minato nearly yelped in surprise when a flurry of people entered his office, all demanding to be heard at the same time, as well as fighting to get through the door. Minato held up a hand, and it was instantly quiet before he gestured to the ANBU because he appeared to be the most important. The ANBU stepped forward and wordlessly placed 2 storage scrolls on Minato's desk. The Godain recognized them as standard storage scrolls for every ANBU, when they were going out in the field. Getting the idea that it was what was inside the scroll that was the problem, the Hokage unraveled them before pressing chakra-glowing fingertips to the seals. A tub of instant ramen appeared where there should have been rations bars, and Rubber Academy training kunai appeared where there should have been sharpened and battle-ready equipment. Fugaku, not to be outdone or ignored, walked over to the large windows in the office and drew the blinds, revealing a defaced Hokage monument in the most spectacular fashion. Fugaku was reporting that one, seeing as he was the chief of the police. The next person come forward, and reported that the shopping district had received a new decoration scheme. The more and more incidents that were reported, the more confused Minato grew. They were the most childish events he had ever heard of, yet they had an almost demanding charm to them, a demand to be heard. Also, it was like a slap in his face because whoever had done it had managed to override all the security seals and had left no evidence, including no witnesses. Uzumaki, perhaps? Fugaku suggested quietly, since it would take knowledge and sealing to accomplish something like this. Was it all the same person? But then Uzumaki weren't the only ones with sealing knowledge, just the best. Naruto. Menma snapped as he entered the office, bringing with him a shredded Jonin's vest. It was shredded in the sense that all the pockets were missing the bottoms so that nothing would stay in them. What makes you so sure? Minato asked. It's the only evidence he left, and it's not evidence, it's blatant taunting. Menma snapped, holding up a piece of paper. Take it for the brilliance that it is, Menma team, and enjoy the show. That hardly says it's Naruto. Minato pointed out. He's the only one that would call me team. Everyone else would be too respectful, or too fearful. Menma pointed out blandly. You know, not to be inconsiderate, Menma-san, but don't you think we should be more concerned with the brilliant part and the show part? Inoichi pointed out. What are you getting at? Fugaku asked, eyes betraying the confusion he was feeling. Well, so far none of the pranks are particularly brilliant, and there hasn't been much of a show. They simply appeared. So this leads me to believe that there's more coming. Inoichi shrugged. What more could he possibly do? Minato wondered out loud, mentally cringing already. If he was anything like he used to be as a small child, they were in for trouble. Wait and see, because right now, we have no real evidence that it's him at all, and therefore we can't bring him in. Shikaku shrugged. The pranks have been harmless thus far. It's only logical to assume they will continue to be so. The Godain didn't like it, but he didn't have much choice in the matter either. Menma, watch him. Are you sure that's necessary? I mean, he's only a genin. Fugaku asked with a raised brow. A genin maybe, but a ninja for 4 years. I don't know about you, but I sure as hell didn't stay the same for 4 years, sensei or not. Minato stated distantly. And I never forget the day he was born. Neither should any of you. Naruto hummed to himself, as he walked slightly behind a much more relaxed Team 7. Despite the village pranks, he had in fact completed their mission. All they needed to do now was go and hand in the report, which Naruto had written out at the bathhouses using an anti-moisture seal on the paper he had been writing on. Hey, what are you guys doing tonight? Naruto asked suddenly, cutting off mid-hum to ask the three in front of him. Well, not much actually, Sakura admitted for herself. I was going to train. Today wasn't very productive. Sasuke answered, Sasuke speak for he enjoyed the day all the same. Meh, I was just going to read. Kakashi shrugged with a soft eye smile. Both eyes. No Sharingan, which hit Naruto with a strong sense of nostalgia. Great, sounds like a great lot of nothing. There's this spot right up in the training grounds, right? And it's got this amazing view of the village. Of course it's not as great as seeing it from the Hokage monument, but it's pretty awesome all the same. You guys have to meet me there. It's training ground 50 or something like that. Naruto stated cheerfully. You actually use that ancient word? Sasuke scoffed. Which word? Naruto furrowed his brows in confusion. Awesome. The Uzumaki were pretty wild about it way back, Sakura explained. But awesome is a classic. It'll be forever. Naruto argued with a horrified gasp, internally crying at the irony of life. Sasuke just snorted before giving a half-hearted wave and suddenly jumping over to a rooftop. Where's he going? And he didn't even say if he was going to come tonight. Naruto pouted, watching the Uchiha as he ran towards the Uchiha compound. He didn't say he wasn't, so that's Sasuke for he'll be there. No idea why though. He doesn't usually give in to newbies. Sometimes we've had to work with others and it never usually turns out this well so quickly. Sakura explained once again with a shrug. There was just something familiar about Naruto. Sasuke-kun thinks you're interesting, Naruto-san. He's also arrogantly comfortable with the fact that he is now Team 7's strongest member without Arashi-kun, and under myself. Kakashi interjected suddenly. Sakura looked at Kakashi with wide eyes, before glancing over to Naruto in concern. But to her surprise, Naruto just burst out laughing. Sounds like Sasuke, he stated between laughs. Sakura was confused at that. How would Naruto know what Sasuke was like? So will you two be there? He added when he managed to calm down enough to be heard properly. Sure. Sakura smiled warmly and Kakashi shrugged, meaning he didn't have anything better to do. It hurt deeply to the Shodai part of Naruto that this Team 7 was so distant, but the Namikaze Naruto part of himself was delighted that he was on a team at all. It was an awkward place to be and he supposed he was just going to have to make the best of it. Naruto hadn't really had anything better to do other than wait for the sun to go down, so he headed to the specified spot earlier. After he'd made some food, of course. One could never have enough food. He wondered what they'd say that night. It was sure to be interesting. And it could only serve to strengthen their bonds, so that was always a plus right there. Sasuke was the first to arrive, landing on Naruto's chosen tree branch with a soft tap. He glanced at the lounging blonde and shook his head. So why are we here? It's a culmination of today's mission, Naruto replied with a grin. Yeah, real brilliant thing you did today, Dobe. You decorated the village. That's something I'd expect from a pre-genin. Sasuke scoffed. Oh, the brilliance is yet to be realized. Naruto winked at him. It's called preparation. He didn't add team. Sasuke chose not to reply, his curiosity burning frustratingly when it came to this Namikaze. He'd foolishly believed Menma's words when it came to the prodigy's younger brother, and he'd hardly stopped to consider that maybe, just maybe, Menma didn't know Naruto at all. He'd also been blinded by his memories of the academy where Naruto hadn't been this interesting, always so loud and proclaiming to surpass the one shinobi that was perhaps unsurpassable, and with hardly the skill or talent needed to actually pull it off. Kakashi arrived next, as the sun was going down, choosing a branch just above the two. It really was a nice view of the village from here. Could practically see everything. The only real problem Kakashi had with it was the distance, and that wasn't even all that much. He didn't say anything, just observed the way Sasuke seemed to be lost in his own thoughts while Naruto looked utterly relaxed. But it was a relax that only an experienced ninja could feel. Well, an experienced one, or an idiot one. Which one was Naruto? The answer should have been clear to Kakashi, but after listening to his sensei after Naruto had handed in that mission report, he was forced to conclude that he wasn't so sure. Kakashi had to wonder if Menma was here as well, seeing as he was supposed to be watching Naruto. Naruto frowned when he sensed two other chakras approaching and sighed when he realized who it was. Sakura and Erasure. The latter didn't seem very impressed if his chakra was anything to go by. Their voices became apparent long before they did, and all three males could hear what was being said. Come on, Arashi-kun. Just because you got promoted doesn't mean you're no longer a part of the team, Sakura stated with a huff. Just be happy and come with me. You're not giving me a choice, Sakura-chan. The grumbled reply didn't hold any true negativity to it, and from Naruto's memories, this was a side to Erasure that he hadn't shown anyone before. Erasure, as far as Naruto remembered, was a rather serious individual. Mostly, it was due to his grandfather being someone important, and he had to maintain appearances. Well, that and the fact that he'd lost his father at a young age. If Naruto could trust his memory. But then, wasn't Naruto's father rather important as well? Naruto wasn't serious at all, but then again, Menma was. Man, this place was giving him a headache. And indeed, Sakura wasn't giving Erasure much choice. The Pinkette was dragging the Uzumaki around by the jacket he wore, backwards and forcefully. It was only through ninja grace and Kami's luck that Erasure didn't fall to the ground. Naruto took interest in the fact that Erasure wore some orange in his clothing. Not really a well-known color for ninja, and not one he'd have expected from the stoic individual, but then Naruto's memories did not provide much to go on. Sasuke jumped down from his branch and approached the two with a smile. A smile that Naruto hadn't seen on his face since coming to this world, and suddenly, just like that, Naruto felt the entire weight of his loneliness in this reality. He felt just how much of an outsider he was. He moved his gaze away from them and towards the village, where he was pretty sure he could see some of the genin squad still trying to scrub away his handiwork from earlier. He shook his head with a slight, if a little strained, chuckle. Good luck to them, because unless one of those brats was an Uzumaki sealing master, then they weren't getting very far anytime soon. So, Naruto-san, why are we here? Kakashi asked, breaking the little reunion on the ground below as they all turned to Naruto with interest. Well, it'll be better to wait for it to get really dark. I brought food with so that it's not like we'll just be waiting around. Naruto grinned and reached for a storage scroll in his pouch. And then, we can watch the show. Just think, dinner and a show. Naruto's grin widened, but it appeared that his happy-go-lucky antics were wasted on Team 7. They merely blinked at him. With a sigh, Naruto jumped down to the ground and unrolled the scroll on the flattest surface he could find. Biting his thumb, he swiped it across the seal and stepped back as it lit up. That storage seal, I've never seen it before, Erasure commented, tilting his head as he studied it. Oh yeah? I made it. It's to preserve the heat of the food. Storage seals can do a lot of things like preserve a body or store an item. But it's like it's floating its own mini pocket of frozen time. Like for the time that it's in storage, it's actually in a whole other dimension. But that doesn't actually keep things warm. So I decided to make my own. Naruto explained absently as he sat down around the food that had poofed into existence. Well, anyways, dig in. Sakura was the first to sit down, with Erasure following cautiously. Kakashi-sensei didn't seem to mind too much, and he actually sat down easily enough, but Naruto sensed an odd caution in the man. Just out of curiosity, Kakashi began with an easygoing eye smile. The same eye smile he used to give to Naruto when he was about to deliver bad news that amused him. Naruto narrowed his gaze at the man as he waited for him to finish his sentence. Which restaurant did you buy this from? I didn't, Naruto replied neutrally. I made it. Sakura had been about to take a bite out of some dango when her eyes sort of bugged and the stick of dango missed her mouth. What? Naruto questioned, blinking in surprise as Sakura quickly used a napkin to clean the mess on her cheek. Then a memory came to mind of his younger days in this reality. He'd attempted cooking since it had been one of the Shodai's lesser-known talents, and as he'd been determined to surpass the Shodai, he had to learn what the Shodai had known how to do. But he hadn't had a teacher and had attempted to teach himself. He hadn't been very good at it. In fact, he had probably been terrible. He remembered making everyone he came across try his food, and as the son of the Hokage and the son of an Uzumaki, no one had said no at first. "I've gotten better, I'll have you know," Naruto muttered under his breath, stuffing his face with a pout. Just to placate them all further, he added, "I've had a lot of time on my hands." Sasuke sat down and casually picked up a ball of onigiri and took a bite. Naruto was surprised that Sasuke would be the first one to actually be brave enough to try it. He didn't even take a small cautious nibble, but rather a full-on bite. When he didn't turn green and start trying to politely get rid of the onigiri, Sakura cautiously tried the dango once more. "Oh my!" Sakura's eyes took on a dreamy quality, and her voice trailed off, leaving Erasure blinking at her in confusion. Kakashi slowly picked up a bowl of miso soup with pieces of eggplant. "I find it interesting, Naruto-san, that this array had a rather wide variety of food to choose from, but it mostly contains our individual favorites," Sasuke commented quietly. "Except for Arashi's." "It does?" Naruto questioned, blinking owlishly. He was going to play dumb at this one. He'd merely been experimenting with the possibility of this Team 7 having the same likes and dislikes of his original Team 7. So far, they appeared to be the same. "Oh, I didn't even notice that." Sakura was blinking at the array as well. "That is so weird." She turned to Naruto with a smile. "You have gotten better, a lot better. This is amazing, Naruto." Naruto chose not to comment, focusing instead on finishing the food in front of him, which happened to be a bowl of red bean soup second only to ramen. "So your brother knows less about you than what I initially estimated," Sasuke murmured, but he was sitting next to Naruto and the statement was so soft that Naruto doubted anyone else had heard it. Again he didn't reply. Sakura and Kakashi-sensei were the ones that started the light conversation that filled the air as they ate. Naruto joined in when he felt like it, and Erasure and Sasuke only spoke when spoken to. It wasn't Naruto's Team 7, but it was still Team 7, and the blonde found himself feeling an odd mix of contentment and nostalgia. But soon, he would show them what he'd been preparing all day, and he hoped that they enjoyed it. "Yosh! I think it's time," Naruto announced, jumping back up into the tree, seeing the lights twinkling in the village windows below. Bringing his hands together so that he could focus his chakra, Naruto sent a mental command to a clone that had been set up hours ago. Down in the village, Kage Bunshin chuckled as they walked towards one of the silly drawings from earlier, a drawing that the clone had had great fun watching a Genin squad try to remove. The Kage Bunshin placed a hand on the drawing and sent all the chakra that circulated throughout its body into it. As one, the drawings lit up, shining a bright blue, the same as Naruto's chakra. People who had not quite made it home yet stopped in surprise, staring at the glowing drawings, utterly perplexed as to what was about to happen now. "Very amusing, Naruto, you made the village glow," Sakura stated drily. After all the hype Naruto had made, she was expecting something a little, well, more. "Just watch, Sakura-chan," Naruto replied, his voice showing his barely contained excitement. He was so excited that he forgot that he wasn't supposed to call Sakura-chan just yet, as he supposedly didn't know the girl well enough to do so. The drawing the clone had been absorbed into suddenly lifted from the wall and shot into the air, a trail of sparkling chakra left in its wake. It was admittedly a very pretty sight. One by one all the glowing drawings across the village sailed into the sky, some lazy, some zooming too fast to see much more than a blur of blue. Some zigzagged and others went straight up. Some looped the loop and others appeared to dance. But they all went in the general direction of above the village. A sparkling electric blue haze hovered above Konoha, and beautiful as it was, Sakura still didn't see the point. "Not everything we do has to be about death and destruction, not everything we do has to have a point. Sometimes we do it just because we can," Naruto whispered, suddenly appearing right behind her and making her jump in surprise. "But keep watching." Naruto snapped his fingers and a burst of color responded from within the blue. Green was suddenly exploded inside the center of the chakra, a heartbeat of time, another explosion of color. The entire display changed from just blue to every color Sakura had ever seen, changing and exploding as she watched. Silver and gold winked out from amongst red and purple, green hovering with twitchy oranges, yellows somersaulting with pinks and whites. It was amazing, and she wondered how he managed to get it to change color like that. "It's just seals, Sakura-chan. At one time used to amuse children." Naruto chuckled. "Just seals?" Sakura scoffed. "Yep, just seals." Naruto responded softly as he continued watching the show. It would eventually fade away, but until then it was a continuously changing display of colors. Colors, no matter what anyone said, were Kami's greatest gift to man, and Naruto, as a true Uzumaki, appreciated them in all their glory, most especially the color orange. "Oh wow!" Kushina muttered softly, gazing out the window of the Hokage Tower. It wasn't often these days that she could leave the deepest levels of the Uzumaki compound, but tonight was a night she was especially glad she had. "I've only ever read about these. They're beautiful." "What are they?" Minato asked as he approached her, wrapping his arms around her waist and bringing her closer. "Amusements from a time long past." Kushina sighed. "Silly ways to make others smile during the darkest times of the warring clans." She paused, and a larger grin spread on her face. "Ha! Those poor genin never would have gotten those pictures off the wall. Not unless they knew sealing. Crafty little bastard we've got, don't we? I wonder why he's gotten so vocal all of a sudden," Minato murmured. "I didn't think the mission I gave him would have upset him this much." "This, honey, isn't an Uzumaki getting upset. This is just an Uzumaki voicing their opinion, and I'll say that our youngest has decided to tell you he's not just a genin anymore. You've left him in isolation for far too long. I'd say that there is perhaps no one in this entire village that knows what he's truly capable of, and that's a dangerous situation to be in. We'll be underestimating him for ages, which will lead to more outbursts like this. While it's pretty, it's not ethical. It's too large scale. Too distracting. Any more like this and our enemies will pick up on it, and use it as opportune moments to strike." Kushina pulled away, biting her lip in concern. "How could we have left him alone for so long? We had no choice. There wasn't a team, and he barely passed from the academy. I seem to recall one very long, very painful night of you telling me every which way he could die on his first D-rank mission just because his academy scores said he shouldn't graduate. It was the same night we decided to pass him anyway, even if he technically failed. Neither of us wanted to tell him that he'd failed." Minato sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. "With that in mind, I don't understand where this sudden display of skill is coming from. He's had no teacher. He's done nothing relatively different. Yet here we stand with something very unexplainable on our hands. Could it be that he was bored in the academy and deliberately didn't try? I don't know," Kushina muttered. "But how do we find out what he knows? How do we test him? We could just get Kakashi to watch him while on missions and compile a report. There are also the usual genin to tune in exams. But that's not what concerns me." Minato mused, already thinking of ways to get Naruto into the most telling of situations that wouldn't endanger his life at the same time. What if someone's been teaching him and no one's noticed? 3 years. That's how long we haven't been keeping a close enough eye on him. Menma. You kept focusing on Menma. Kushina hissed accusingly, her anger at the possibility of someone manipulating her youngest son causing her to fall back on an old argument. It was something they had fought about on many occasions, and it was something she'd never forgive Minato for. "Kushina. Please." Minato's tone was pleading, his eyes more so. He'd seen the genius in his oldest son and had grown excited, thinking of all the things his son could accomplish. He'd trained Menma in his excitement, completely forgetting that Naruto was growing up too. By the time Naruto had entered the academy, Menma was a jonin, alongside Uchiha Itachi. Yet Naruto kept bringing home report cards that depicted failure after failure. Kushina had blamed Minato for this, for focusing too much on Menma alone. Yet Naruto was determined in a way Menma could never be. He kept trying no matter how many people told him to give up, a trait that Minato had only learned to appreciate far too late. By the third genin exam, Naruto's eyes had dimmed just a little, and the night before the exam Kushina had outright begged Minato to pass the boy no matter his score. As a result, Naruto had been an odd graduate, one that none of the other academy sensei had wanted to place within any of the teams. Naruto was loud, a distraction, and completely talentless as a ninja. As the Hokage's son, it was hard to believe that he and Menma were related at all. Kushina had begged and Minato had given in, giving the highly classified order to Yumino Irika to find some way, anyway, to pass Naruto. The Chunin had gotten angry, had wanted to refuse, but an order from the Hokage was an order. Minato knew that Yumino had a soft spot for Naruto, but that didn't mean all that much to him. To this day, Yumino Irika still could not look his Hokage in the eye. So now Naruto was a mystery, and no one was ever home to puzzle out that mystery. Minato had his suspicions that Kushina had only ever agreed to the Uzumaki clan head training just so that she could get away from her own husband. Had he hurt her that much with his mistake? A mistake that he'd realized far too late to effectively fix. "I'm sorry," Minato whispered, not for the first time, and probably not for the last. Chapter 19. Naruto was late in meeting Team 7 the next day, having run into his mother as he'd been about to leave the house that morning. It had been a great surprise to him to see Kushina, as his memories supplied that she was hardly home these days. It was sad to think that he didn't know both his parents in not just one but 2 lifetimes. Not to mention, why did Hashirama send him to the present anyway? Surely he knew that this world wouldn't be the same? What was the man thinking? Couldn't even ask him. The man was long dead. Did he perhaps leave a note somewhere? But where? There was something going on here. He just knew there was. But he didn't have a whole lot to go on. He'd only been back a day. He had been in the past long enough to see a problem when one presented itself. But that's all he had. Awareness that there was a problem. He had to wait a bit, lay low, until he could figure out what was happening. Honestly, this whole being sent to the present thing just didn't sit well with him. As such, by the time he arrived at the bridge he was rather distant, replying only when spoken to. None of them asked him what was wrong, leaving him to his own thoughts. Naruto only grew more distant at that. He didn't know this Team 7. They didn't know him. This wasn't his world. And that was a fact that was going to chip away at him every day, every moment. Every time he sat down with Team 7 or went on a mission, every time someone he knew waved at him, every time he saw his family, every time he did anything, he'd only be reminded of how much this wasn't his world anymore. Of how out of place he truly was. Had he upset Hashirama in some way for the other to cast him out of the past and back to his true present? Had Hashirama truly believed that he was helping Naruto? He'd never know these answers. Once again he couldn't ask. Hashirama had long since died, and to the shinobi nations so had the Shodai. This time they appeared to have gotten a C-rank mission that involved little more than sorting out a small settlement of bandits. A laugh at anyone's standards, but Naruto wasn't complaining this time. He took the mindless mission as an opportunity to reflect on his thoughts, his memories that were both cherished and alien to him. He would have been far angrier had the memories not merged as they had into a weird present past and past sort of mess. He was the failure of the Namake's family, the Hokage's son that no one knew, the one that no one wanted to know. Still, why had it happened? He changed things, made them better. But there were a few, like Irika-sensei and the Sandaime, Yondaime in this time, they still stuck up for Naruto. Perhaps Naruto would go see them both when he returned. His memories supplied that he didn't do this often. Would it be perceived as odd? Anything that suddenly appeared off in a ninja village was noticed rather quickly. Then again, Sasuke had still managed to leave the village successfully in his original childhood. Naruto suppressed a sigh. Hashirama sure knew how to complicate matters. He couldn't even give the Baka a good wallop as, again, said Baka was long dead and buried. Another thought was, how had the Senju brothers passed from his world? Defending the village? The thought was a depressing one. Anything strong enough to kill the founders of Konoha was a scary thought. And Madara? What happened to the Uchiha? They were still in the village and alive, so that was a good start. But had Madara left as he had originally, the first time around? The Naruto from this timeline wasn't great with history either. Would it be suspicious if he suddenly went to the library? His distant thoughts had him using the standard academy taijutsu rather than the Uzumaki one, as the academy style was the more ingrained muscle memory one, and he supposed that was better. His memories did not display knowledge of being specifically taught the Uzumaki style, so it would be difficult to explain away his ease in using it. Difficult, but not impossible. Naruto? A soft, hesitant interruption to his thoughts brought the blonde back to the present, and blinking away the questions he didn't currently have answers for. Sakura-san? Naruto smiled warmly at the kunoichi, realizing with a wince that his sudden change in mood must have put a damper on their budding team dynamics. Not to mention, his thoughts were scattered, all over the place. Her interruption was a welcomed one. Is everything all right? You've been really quiet today, she continued, looking away and biting her bottom lip. Behind her, pretending not to be listening, Sasuke tilted his head towards them slightly, but otherwise kept his stance pointed away from their general direction. Kakashi was leaning against a tree with a book in hand. Not an Ika book, just a ninja training handbook of sorts, it would appear. He didn't look like he was interested, but Naruto could feel the buzz in his chakra that showed his curiosity. I just bumped into my mom this morning, that's all. Naruto's smile softened, became sadder. I don't see her very often since she started clan head training. And I guess I found myself thinking about how much of a big responsibility it is to be the Hokage and any head of a clan. Naruto paused and rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. I did want to surpass the Shodai, I do want to. And I guess that means I want to be the Hokage. But it seems like a decision that should have more thought to it than what I've given it, considering all the responsibilities and sacrifices that are tied to the position. Sakura stared at him a moment more, perhaps having not thought of that direction before. She smiled and tilted her head slightly. Well, just don't stay too quiet. It makes us worried. We got used to your cheerfulness. How could Naruto explain that his melancholy mood stemmed from the past and a man who was long dead to her? A man in a lifetime that she hardly knew about. How could he explain that this world, while his world, was not where he belonged? Simply put, he didn't know where he belonged anymore. And going back wasn't an option. Going forward was all he had left, but he wasn't sure where he wanted to go. An empty feeling started in the pit of his stomach when he realized that at this point, Kurama would have talked some sense into him. But that wasn't going to happen this time. Kurama wasn't here. He gripped the material of his shirt unconsciously, right where the seal should have been. The loneliness that settled in his heart was the most absolute he'd ever felt. Menma watched from the shadows, half annoyed with the simple mission, half agitated at what he was seeing. Naruto was different from what he remembered, and the problem was, he couldn't tell if it was because there was now a problem or if Naruto had grown since he'd last decided to give the boy his full attention. He'd ignored the disappointment far too long to really be sure. So far there was nothing to report, but it had only been one day of watching. Itachi had smirked when he'd been informed of Menma's plans, but there had been a quirk to his lips that showed Menma that the Uchiha had his own ideas on the situation. Any situation that caught Itachi's attention was worthy of a further look. Team 7 had completed their mission for the day and were heading back to the village. This was perhaps when Menma would be able to tell the most about Naruto. What would the boy do when left to his own devices? Kakashi had offered to do the mission report this time, waving over his shoulder as he shuffled off to the Hokage Tower. Naruto watched him go, wondering what he was supposed to do now. He still wasn't caught up on his training. So maybe he could hit a training field? Would he have to worry about eyes? Hey Naruto, do you want to come with me to meet up with the others from our year? Sakura suddenly asked, smiling at him hesitantly. Or perhaps she'd offered hesitantly. Naruto knew from his memories that most of their peers hadn't thought very highly of him. But this might be an interesting venture. I'll pass. I'm meeting with Itachi in a bit, Sasuke stated before following Kakashi's earlier departure. Naruto watched after him for a moment, thinking of the countless nightmares he'd had about chasing after the other. He shook off the thoughts and looked to Sakura, who watched him carefully, biting her bottom lip. She was so timid and polite. It was something to get used to. Almost like Hinata had been. Sure, why not? There's going to be food, right? Naruto grinned widely, eyes squeezing shut. Sakura relaxed and nodded. Yeah, we decided to try meeting at the barbecue like the day we picked you up from the training grounds. You mean you haven't done this before? Naruto asked in confusion. He was sure he'd encouraged this behavior in Hashirama and Tobirama's teams. Even Madara had encouraged it. No. We usually just focus on the missions and then maintaining the village. As we are the only self-sustaining village outside of receiving missions, we take pride in making sure it stays that way. Sakura explained. Each clan plays their part. Since I'm not a part of a clan, I help where I'm needed. I particularly like working with the Nara, learning about the medical supplies. I've been training in medical ninjutsu part-time as well. She'd started to lead them towards the restaurant, tone light and pleasantly warm. I think you'd be great at medical ninjutsu, Naruto replied, wondering if Tsunade would teach her as she had last time. It would add an amazing asset to the team, Naruto added with a softer grin than his earlier one. As they walked, he took in their surroundings, noting the different members of Konoha's clans and civilians alike as they went about their daily business. The Uzumaki were easy to spot, with their bright colors and their red hair. There were spots of brown here and there, but mostly the members still sported the bright flame red. The Senju were recognizable by their chakra. The Uchiha by their proud presence and their police force uniforms. There were other members, like the fluid feel of the clans he'd poached from what would have become Mizu. Their affinity for water was still strongly reflected in the cool calm of their chakra cores. The wild, vicious protectiveness of the Inuzuka. The quiet activity of the Aburame. Even the soft, focused feel of the Hyuga. There was the steady, almost laziness of the Nara, and even the Akamichi and Yamanaka, making their trio alignment all the more apparent. The difference between the three was slight. The Nara were almost transparent in feel, like trying to drift into the background, or like a cloud. The Akamichi were full-feeling, solid. The Yamanaka were grounded, strongly rooted to their sense of self. So many individuals, yet all of them part of the whole that made up Konoha. Naruto felt the soft hum of the chakra that surrounded them, in the walls, moving down to the roots of the village. Most of that chakra was senjutsu, but not all of it. A whisper of his own chakra, and that of Kurama's, still flowed with the senjutsu. Perhaps it always would. It was a satisfying feeling. This was the culmination of all their work. This thriving village that spoke of all their dedication and sacrifice. Naruto-san? Naruto blinked and realized he'd zoned out. They were now standing outside the restaurant. Naruto was looking at Tenten, her features showing her concern over what he assumed was his lack of response. Ah, sorry. I was listening, Naruto explained with a sheepish grin. Listening to what? Kiba asked with a narrowed gaze. Isn't it obvious? He's a censor. A person Naruto did not know replied with a huff. He was younger than the rest, standing close to Erasure. He had the bright red hair of the Uzumaki, but it was slightly lighter than Arashi's. If Naruto didn't know any better, he'd have said the boy's hair was pink. Naruto sensed the brightness the boy's chakra had, the potential. He grinned at him and offered a hand. I mean Namake's Naruto. Pleased to meet you. The boy gave him an odd look. Naruto continued to ignore the slip, waiting for the boy to introduce himself. Uzumaki Tatsumaki. He didn't shake Naruto's outstretched hand. Naruto blinked at him before bursting into peals of laughter. Seriously? Naruto asked between bursts of laughter. Whirlpool tornado? Not to mention that Erasure being Whirlpool Storm was bad enough, but this was fantastic. You're one to talk fish cake, Tatsumaki replied hotly, eyes flashing with classic Uzumaki anger. Perhaps he'd had this discussion too many times. Waves and Wind Maelstrom, Namake's Naruto. Since his name came from the whirlpool, Naruto no Yuzushio, and not so much the ramen topping. But at this point he'd take either. He loved ramen. He smirked at the smaller shinobi. Perhaps all three of them didn't have the most thought out of names. But he didn't need to let the squirt know that. Well, at least my name doesn't rhyme. Most parents would have shortened that to just Tatsu. Like Jiraiya had. Since the full word was actually Narutomaki. Sakura put her head in her hands, turning red with embarrassment. Shall we head inside? Tenten asked, trying to ease off the topic. She knew that Tatsumaki wouldn't let it drop if Naruto didn't drop it soon. Sure. Naruto was still chuckling as he walked into the restaurant, followed by Sakura, Erasure, Tatsumaki, Tenten, and Kiba. The others are running late. Choji said not to start without him. Kiba stated blandly. He should know better. He added with a TSK. Naruto decided that at this point it would be best to remain quiet and to simply observe. So far he could see that everyone was more relaxed than previously. It was a subtle difference. All it really meant was that they had never experienced the terror of all-out war, or invasions, or any sort of tragic death really. In his first childhood they'd had the aftermath of the Kyuubi guiding them. They hadn't been old enough to really understand the experience, but their parents and older siblings had. It was something of a washed-down effect. They sat down at a large booth, the server getting their drinks order before disappearing. So Arashi-kun, how's the promotion going? Tenten asked the older Uzumaki with a bright smile. Erasure hummed and shrugged his shoulders. And suddenly Naruto was struck with how reserved he was. How reserved all the Uzumaki had become if his memories were anything to go on. Was that a byproduct of being surrounded by other clans? It's only been 2 days, so it's hard to really answer. He added, almost as an afterthought. I've been focusing on the trials. Oh yeah, those are coming up soon. This is your last one, right? Kiba's brows furrowed together as he tried to remember the exact number of times Erasure had been in the trials. Hi, and it's Tatsumaki's first try. Erasure confirmed with a small nod. His slight smile showed pride for his younger brother. I'm not sure what the trials even are, Niji stated as he slid into the booth, joining the conversation as though he'd been there the whole time. Naruto immediately noted that he didn't have the caged bird seal. That was a relief. And so was the fact that Niji had asked the question about the trials because he had no idea about them either. Well, it's a test of sorts, kind of like the Chunin exams, only it's for the Uzumaki. It's become something of an entertainment for the village. You'd know this if you didn't train so much. Sakura punched the Hyuga lightly on the shoulder as she both answered his question and teased him. Can I do the trials? Naruto asked, feeling stupid for not knowing if he could or could not do them. His memory didn't supply any knowledge of Menma in the trials. There might be some paperwork involved in that. I mean, you're an Uzumaki by blood, but you're not in the clan, Tatsumaki replied. The clan is pretty close. You might not be able to handle the intensity of it. Naruto smirked. Worried I'll smoke you? Tatsumaki pouted, much the same way Konohamaru would have. But the rest of the table erupted into laughter. Getting cocky now that you're on Team 7, nay Naruto? Kiba asked, grinning widely at the idea of Naruto in the trials. I'm not an Academy Baka anymore. Naruto waved a hand, not giving in and getting angry. Besides, my Ka-chan is going to be the next clan head, so I think being in the trials isn't all that big a deal. Did Menma ever do them? The table suddenly went deathly quiet. What? Naruto asked, blinking in surprise. Menma is a genius, but his prowess does not extend to all things typically Uzumaki-like. Shikamaru's lazy response came from behind them. Naruto could also sense Ino and Choji coming with him. So, no, he hasn't attempted the trials. Most don't know that he's hopeless at seals, Shikamaru added as he slid into the booth. But isn't he dreamy all the same? Ino asked, eyes growing distant. The sappy smile on her face reminded Naruto of Sasuke's fangirls from way back. He couldn't resist asking about the absent Uchiha. What about Sasuke? I always thought that out of all us he'd have the least trouble getting a girl. Sakura looked to him in surprise, either due to the question or the fact that Sasuke was even eligible. Don't you know that Sasuke doesn't stand a chance with Itachi and Menma being around? Kiba's laugh was even bigger than before. Those two are all the girls talk about. Really? Naruto wrinkled his nose at the idea. Itachi just seemed so, no? Like he wouldn't even notice a woman. And Menma was just a jerk. Well, those two and Shisui-kun as well. Tenten supplied with the same dreamy look in her eyes that Ino still had. Suddenly, Sasuke's slightly less arrogant mood made sense. He was overshadowed by two other Uchiha. Much like Naruto, he was always being measured up to the success of his older cousin and brother. The difference between Naruto and Sasuke, however, was that Sasuke was still considered a genius in his own right. The server came with the food, Choji probably having asked for it when they arrived. Naruto grinned, grateful for the distraction, and immediately went to work. Choji was about to stop him, probably thinking of the last time Naruto had given him something to eat, but Sakura shook her head with a smile, eager to see what Naruto would make. The blonde looked to Erasure and Tatsumaki, wondering if they'd picked up on that particular Uzumaki trait. They weren't leaning in to help him, so he didn't think so. So what's the deal with the trials? Why were we even on that topic? Ino asked, keeping the conversation going and trying to see what she'd missed. Erasure is going to be in the trials this year. It's his final try. Tatsukun is going to be in them as well. Only it's his first time. Sakura supplied, watching Naruto closely. You only get 3 tries, right? Kiba questioned and Tatsumaki nodded. He looked to Erasure to see if the older Uzumaki would elaborate further. To this day, since the founding of the village, no one has ever managed to get to the last stage. You can participate in the trials at any time you wish to. But you only get 3 tries, so we try not to waste them. I'm one of the youngest to take their final trial test, just as Tatsukun is one of the youngest to start his trial. My grandfather is currently the record holder for the youngest, and he took his final trial test when he was 20. Erasure continued where his younger sibling had left off, ruffling Tatsumaki's hair as he did so. They were originally created to inspire the younger generations to keep up with the Uzumaki traditions, Sakura added, and eventually became a bit of healthy competition for the clan. Naruto dinged his serving spoon against the barbecue grill lightly. Order up. Come and get it while it's hot. Inwardly, he couldn't decide if his entering was considered cheating. He was curious as to what the trials entailed. But at the same time, we was the Shodai, and he'd been the acting clan head before he'd been kicked to the present. So was it cheating if he entered? Nah. The trials hadn't existed in his time as the Shodai, so probably not. Oh. Naruto's attention moved to the table as they all hesitantly took portions of the meal he'd thrown together. The person who'd caught his attention was Ino. Sakura was already digging in, and she'd probably been what had given Ino the courage to try the dish. Naruto, this is... She didn't finish. She simply carried on eating. Choji was already on his 3rd helping. Naruto chuckled, glad to be good at something so simple. Arashi's gaze seemed to have darkened as he ate his own helping. Tatsumaki didn't hold back and jumped in as enthusiastically as Choji. This is like the Uzumaki feasts we hold sometimes. Man, I love those feasts. Naruto didn't like that sometimes. Its implication was a decline in celebration. However, looking at Arashi's calm demeanor, Naruto was forced to conclude that there had been a lot of changes to his beloved clan in his absence. He wasn't sure if they were good changes or bad ones. He supposed he'd have to wait and see. The next week was as uneventful as they came. Menma handed the mission report to Minato without a word. Hopefully his father would see fit to remove him from this pitiful mission. Naruto had gone about his business without so much as a paintbrush in sight. He hadn't done any sealing. He hadn't done any training other than a few spars with his teammates where he relied heavily on the academy taijutsu style. He hadn't done any pranking. In fact, he hadn't done anything spectacular or even remotely interesting at all. Minato didn't read the report. He didn't need to. Menma's mood was all the report he needed. So, one shining act of brilliance, and then nothing again, huh? Just like the day he was born. You're disappointed, Minato stated. It wasn't a question by any means, and Menma looked away, his gaze growing distant and narrowing. Do I still have to follow him? Minato suppressed a sigh, his conversation with Kushina coming back to him. You should talk to him sometimes, Menma. Stop teasing him so much. He is your brother. I believe this assignment is the most amount of time you've spent with him in a while. Even if he didn't know you were there. I do not tease him. It would be a waste of my time and effort. Menma was almost pouting. No, you don't have to follow him anymore. Minato chose to answer Menma's earlier question instead of respond to the bad mood. Are you going to enter the trials this year? No. I'm a Namikaze, not an Uzumaki. Menma huffed as though he'd been asked this too many times. Naruto has expressed an interest in participating, Minato stated, interested to see Menma's reaction. The red-haired Jonin stared at him for a moment before shifting his weight from one foot to the other. And? Are you going to let him? I can't deny it. I don't have a proper reason to. Minato shrugged. All I can do is delay his participation because the entrants have been finalized. He's going to have to wait till the next trials before he can have a go at it. So it's just another opportunity for him to embarrass us. Whatever, it's your mess to clean. Menma waved a hand dismissively. This was an attitude he was only displaying because he was with Minato. Otherwise he'd have been stiff, formal, and nothing but the perfect ninja. Give me a real mission. Minato handed him a scroll and the younger Namikaze bowed before leaving, eager to end the conversations. He didn't like talking about Naruto. It was too painful. Naruto stared at the paperwork in his hands. It had been left on the kitchen table for him this morning. He supposed it had been by his father, or perhaps his mother. It was the paperwork needed for him to enter the trials. The trials he knew very little about yet was citing a cultural right to participate in. Still, he hadn't missed the added note that he'd only be able to participate in the next trials event, and not the one happening rather soonish. He sensed Sasuke's approach and stuffed the papers into his pouch for later inspection. He was hesitating because he could possibly ruin the trials for the participants, and not to mention future generations to come. He could just enter, see what was in the trials, and then throw the final round or something. It wasn't like he had to decide right away, considering he could only enter for the next year's trials. Yo! Sasuke greeted, walking towards him with hands stuffed in his pockets almost lazily. It was eerily similar to Kakashi. Naruto liked how relaxed this version of Sasuke was. It was nice. You ready? Sasuke asked, tilting his head in a show of mocking challenge. Naruto smiled at him in greeting and nodded. As ready as ever. Now that he no longer sensed his brother's presence hovering nearby, he decided he could be a bit more serious about training. He'd asked Sasuke to spar with him for the morning as they didn't have any missions for the day. A shuriken whizzed past his head and Naruto smirked. Some things did not change. He ducked as the shuriken came around and attempted to bury itself into his shoulder. Naruto supposed that the duck was more of a habit, knowing how good Sasuke was at shuriken jutsu, having learned the hard way the first time around. He wasn't the only Uchiha either. Izuna had been particularly great at it as well. Sasuke's surprise at his reactions was well hidden. He kept the shuriken jutsu to a minimum after the next 3 attempts proved useless. Naruto's taijutsu had to be heavily toned down as Sasuke was nowhere near his level, but few would be considering Naruto's experience. The sparring match turned into something along the lines of resistance training, and that had its own usages. Sasuke was good, better even than before. It was perhaps having his full clan around him, having his brother, which allowed him to focus on his training more. His taijutsu was more fluid, more instinctive. In comparison, the previous version of Sasuke was jerky, trying too hard to make the perfect move. Naruto wasn't sure what Orochimaru's training had done for Sasuke. He hadn't been able to get to the Uchiha and have a decent fight before he'd fallen into the past. But this version reminded Naruto of Izuna, and he couldn't help but wonder if Sasuke was directly related to the other. Alright, Sasuke stated suddenly between pants as they skid backwards from each other, and breaking Naruto out of his thoughts. "Stop holding back on me," he almost growled. "And don't tell me you're not. Itachi is my brother, and I always know when he's holding back. Plus, sparring with you is like sparring with Hatake." Naruto considered the Uchiha for a moment. He sighed and fell backwards, laying down on the springy grass, waving a hand lazily to invite the Uchiha to do the same. Sasuke was serious about Naruto not holding back, but Naruto couldn't do that. Trust the Uchiha to figure him out so soon. He always had been able to unravel the blonde with this precision that was almost inhuman. Sasuke eyed him for a moment before relenting and falling to the floor next to Naruto, choosing to watch a cloud drift by as his heart rate slowed and his breathing evened. "I'm sorry I'm holding back, Sasuke-kun. But I have to," Naruto stated quietly. Sasuke would know if he was lying, would know if he was trying to bullshit him, and he wouldn't appreciate it. There was a bond between them, something that exceeded anything Naruto had managed to create in the past. "Why?" Sasuke asked tonelessly. He wasn't happy, but at least he was accepting Naruto's honesty. "Because you wouldn't be able to keep up with me if I didn't, if you could believe that," Naruto answered simply. Sasuke didn't respond for a moment, his thoughts going over what Naruto had said. He considered them carefully before jumping back to his feet and giving the blonde a once-over. "Show me then. Show me what you're holding back." Naruto squinted against the sunlight as he looked back at Sasuke. The Uchiha's face was perfectly straight, showing that he was hiding his emotions. But his chakra couldn't do that. Naruto felt the confusion, the anger, the irritation, the elation, and even the giddy childishness that seeped through Sasuke's chakra coils. It was an odd combination, but Naruto wouldn't question it. Strangely, there wasn't a hint of surprise. Naruto stood and got into a completely different stance from what Sasuke had seen him use before. "Try to keep up." Naruto smirked before disappearing from Sasuke's sight and reappearing next to the Uchiha, intent on knocking the other's knees out from under him. Sasuke was quick enough to dodge by jumping up. His position changed mid-air and Naruto was forced to spring away, falling backwards onto his hands and flying feet first towards a tree trunk. He landed against the trunk and used it to propel himself back the way he'd come and land a solid kick to Sasuke's shoulder. He avoided the Uchiha's head so as not to cause lasting damage. Sasuke skidded away, a hand moving to his dislocated shoulder with a grimace. He sprang to his feet, but Naruto was already there. A knee plunged into the Uchiha's stomach, winding him hard. That was followed by an elbow to Sasuke's back before the Uchiha could even recover enough to wheeze in a breath. Before Sasuke could hit the ground, he was flying through the air, about to crash through the trees. Naruto was suddenly standing on the tree trunk, parallel to the ground. He grabbed Sasuke's good arm and flipped the Uchiha towards the ground, hard enough that several ribs cracked and snapped upon impact. Yet, Naruto had forced himself to hold back on that one. Sasuke hadn't even recovered his breath yet. Naruto landed a meter away from Sasuke and watched as the Uchiha wheezed in the dirt, eyes wide and fearful as he tried to fully understand what the hell had just happened to him. Naruto approached him, not missing the flinch, the obvious attempt to try and scurry away from him as though expecting another attack. Sasuke's ribs were almost destroyed, his shoulder sitting at an awkward angle. His back was probably in so much pain that he'd be walking funny for a week if not longer. His lungs were pulling shallow breaths as he dared not pull in anything deeper as blood dribbled down his chin. Never in his life had he been so thoroughly beaten and so blindingly fast. He understood that Naruto had still been holding back and wondered just what Naruto was, because human could not be the answer. A hand touched his back and a warmth began to flood his system. "I'm no medic Nin, but I've picked up a few things," Naruto stated through clenched teeth. He'd gone too far. He knew he had. But Sasuke would have been furious with anything less. Sasuke sensed the relief settling in his chest first, and finally felt like he could catch his breath. "I won't be able to fix this completely, and you'll either have to go to the hospital or request medical leave for a few days. I did more damage than I had intended. I'm so sorry, Sasuke." And he heard it in the blonde's voice, felt it in the chakra flowing through him. He sat up gingerly when most of the pressure in his lungs subsided and watched as Turquoi's glowing hands worked to fix what they'd so effectively broken. His shoulder was popped back into place with the practiced ease that the Uchiha didn't want to ask about. When Naruto stepped back, he had a look of utter shame on his face, and he couldn't meet the Uchiha's gaze. Sasuke could still feel the effects of what Naruto had done, but he couldn't find it in himself to be angry. "Don't," he stated instead. "Don't run away like a puppy with its tail between its legs." Sasuke's tone was icy. "I asked for this." "You didn't know what you were asking for," Naruto answered, his tone angry, but the anger was directed at himself. "Why? Why?" Naruto didn't understand what Sasuke was asking him. "Why did you ask me to help you spar?" Sasuke clarified, and Naruto found that he couldn't answer. Was it that he'd simply wanted to spend time with the other, that he wanted to see how many differences he could spot, how many similarities he could pick out? It was difficult to say, really. There's only so much progress one can make on their own. Naruto offered a weak smile, and Sasuke narrowed his gaze. "How did you get this good? Sensei wouldn't even have beaten you? Practice?" Naruto shrugged. A bitter laugh escaped him as though choked from his lungs. "If you'll believe it, I'm actually suffering from a debilitating injury. It's partially why I asked you to spar. I didn't think the gap was that great. It's been a long time since I felt this weak." He flexed his hand before striking out at a tree, watching as it exploded, the remainder of the trunk falling away from the two while shards and splinters rained down around them. Sasuke's gaze was wide again. Weak? Was this really Naruto speaking? And his speech patterns? They were nothing like the carefree genin he'd come to know in the past week. This was something more, someone more. "It's somewhat frustrating to want to do something, but not be able to because you're too injured," Naruto added quietly, flexing his hand again, and Sasuke saw that the knuckles were swollen, the skin split. Blood dripped freely to the ground, but the blonde made no move to stem its flow. Injured was perhaps the incorrect word to use, but it worked well enough. Was Naruto implying that there was a time where such an action would not have injured his hand at all? Sasuke then found himself wondering why the blonde chose to share this side of himself with the Uchiha now. "Train me." Sasuke seemed surprised that the words had even left his lips. He'd been wondering where he'd missed the transition. Naruto had always been a thought in the background of his mind. He'd always wondered what had happened after the academy. He'd been smart enough to work out that Naruto's passing had perhaps not been a fair one, but he hadn't said anything. He'd been disappointed in Arashi's presence at first, then expecting to see more of Naruto. But he hadn't, and life had gone on. "What?" Naruto gawked at him, and for a moment Sasuke was reminded of the boy from the academy. "Train me," Sasuke repeated, sure that Naruto had heard him the first time but humored him all the same. "Why? You've no reason to get any stronger than you currently are. As I understand it, Konoha has no equal." "As it should be," Naruto added silently. "I have Itachi to surpass," Sasuke admitted, looked away. "It's not pleasant living in his shadow. Besides, he's become distant as of late. I want to stand out to him again." He'd grown up being nothing but Itachi's constant shadow, and the older Uchiha had allowed it. He'd learned from Itachi, kept a constant watch on everything he did. He had and still did adore his brother to the point of holiness. Yet, Itachi had grown withdrawn, making excuses for prolonged absences while not really making any moves towards fixing it all. Sasuke missed Itachi, missed the time he spent with the older sibling. He chalked it up to Itachi being disappointed that Sasuke would never catch up to him. Sasuke just wasn't on the same level as the other. Wasn't even near Cousin Shursui. "You should understand. You have Menma," Sasuke added, looking away. "You ready to have your ass handed to you quite often?" Naruto chuckled, offering a hand to the Uchiha. "Not on the level you just did, but I guess I'll have to be." Sasuke took the offered hand with a wince. Perhaps a hospital visit wasn't such a bad idea. "Then okay. I know some stuff about the Uchiha I could probably teach you. Just don't ask too many questions. Not yet anyway." Naruto grinned and stretched out. You'll have to get up early though. I'm not a heavy sleeper. Haven't really been one for a while. And Sasuke found that whole statement too weird. Naruto had been known for sleeping in and being late for class all the time. But he didn't ask, just shook his head. He supposed they all had to grow up sometime. I'm not one for lazing about. You should know that. Sasuke huffed. Naruto laughed. Should I? The reminder that they'd only been official teammates for a week was a harsh reminder for the Uchiha, and he scowled at the blonde in displeasure. Yet Naruto dared to hope that Sasuke could very well be his first real friend in this new life, and perhaps an inside source as to what was really happening in the village. Chapter 20. Naruto bounced on the balls of his feet in anticipation. He hadn't known what to expect from the trials, so he was rather excited to see them. He was now waiting to enter the Uzumaki compound where the trials were to take place. All the participants were ranked from last try to first try. Those that were on their last try went first. Relax, Naruto. Being this excited and it hasn't even started yet is either going to ruin it for you or exhaust you, Shikamaru stated with a yawn. They were all here to see Erasure and Tatsumaki. Shikamaru, Choji Ino, Sakura, Niji, Lee Tenten, Sai. Naruto had nearly choked on that one, Sasuke and Kiba. There were some others that Naruto didn't know, but that was to be expected considering that Konoha was a lot larger this time around. There was the general murmur of the crowd as they walked through the doors, all moving towards a seat. Naruto was surprised to realize that they were headed towards his playroom of sorts. A room he had designed to allow him to test any seal he wanted. It was also the room that he'd painted the walls in. Those paintings would be sealed, of course, but the idea still made him nervous. He hurried over to a seat he deemed perfect, not caring if the others followed or not. He was surprised to see Sasuke sprawl out in the seat next to him, while Shikamaru sat on his other side. Naruto turned his attention to the arena, no longer concerned with who sat where. Erasure stood somewhere in front of the participants, and Tatsumaki stood towards the back. Naruto noticed that had he been allowed to participate, he'd have been the oldest of the first-time participants. Also the fact that he would have been the only blonde in a sea of red. Nothing new there. However, some of the final participants were far older than Naruto, and even his own father, showing the blonde just how seriously these trials were taken. As he understood it, it was a one-at-a-time event. He wondered how many events were even in the trials because he'd hate to have to sit here all day. He didn't think it would take all that long because Uzumaki by their very nature were not patient people. You think they're ready? Naruto asked with a grin pointed at Tatsumaki. The boy was small for his age, plus the pink hair, and Naruto was sure he had image issues. Pink was not a widely used color among the Uzumaki because it clashed with their hair. No. But there's no backing out now, Sasuke replied. I'm sure it's super easy. Naruto scoffed. Like it had to be second nature to the Uzumaki to do this stuff. Easy? A voice asked in front of them. A tall shinobi just older than Naruto turned to them and frowned. No one has ever passed the first round. It's not easy, it's hell. What? Naruto gawked. No one? How many rounds are there? Naruto sensed a strange level of tension growing in the room, and some annoyance. He was probably distracting them all. Who let this guy in here? Someone muttered. The hostility Naruto sensed from him was rather un-Uzumaki-like, and Naruto didn't like the implications of that. We don't know how many rounds there are, Sasuke replied, ignoring the atmosphere around them. But if anyone can pass the first round, it's Erasure. He's been studying for this for years. Naruto felt the confidence in Sasuke's chakra, a small ache forming at the thought. Would Sasuke ever be that confident about him? A soft chuckle came from the front, and Naruto felt all the attention shift towards the sound. He scanned out instinctively, surprised when the chakra he felt was familiar. Easy now, we're almost about to start. Tanaka was far older than the last time Naruto had seen him, and far older than what Naruto had ever been, but it was Tanaka all the same. Naruto stared at him with a wide gaze, a little breathless at first. He was both elated and strangely devastated that there were still these remnants of a past he could no longer go back to. It hurt. It hurt like hell to see the elder Uzumaki, whose hair was now more gray than red. It hurt to think about what he must have thought and felt when Naruto didn't come home. Naruto tried to clamp down on the pain that squeezed at his heart and made his chest feel tight. He focused instead on the fact that Tanaka was still here. GG. The thought shocked the hell out of the Shodai part of Naruto. Naruto nearly choked on his next inhale. Grandfather? What? When? Where? His memories supplied him with the knowledge that Kushina was Tanaka's daughter. Tanaka's wife was the blacksmith's daughter, and therefore the old geezer was in fact Naruto's great-grandfather. Kurama would have been rolling on the floor laughing at this. This would have also explained his Kekai Genkai. Naruto tried to be as small as possible with the reminder that not only was he the Hokage's son, he was also related to highly respected members of the Uzumaki clan. The memory of Takashi and his death was only made more painful when Naruto made the connection that the older Uzumaki had in fact been his great-grandfather. He didn't get to reflect on the matter much more as the participants moved as one unit towards the entrance. He could hear and sense the excitement growing through the crowd, not unlike during a Chunin exam. Naruto could still sense his chakra buzzing through the walls, excited by his presence and those of the participants, stronger than what it had been in the village foundations. All the paintings he'd done were hidden away, by himself, with seals so that the truth of his past would not be shown. He wondered how no one had detected the seals and tried to remove them. His chakra in the room was actually rather distracting, buzzing about with an activity of somewhat annoying levels. No wonder no one had gotten past round 1. How would they when they could barely focus? But then maybe he was the only one that could sense it because it was his chakra after all. This year's trials is said to be the most exciting one yet. A cheerful voice stated loudly, and Naruto realized that it was reinforced with the seals so that it would carry around the whole room. He looked towards the speaker, trying to spot him. The room was large, he designed it that way, and it had had changes made to it to accommodate a large crowd. A crowd that appeared to be the entire Uzumaki clan and then some. The trials began, went on ahead heedless of Naruto's attempt at finding the speaker. If anyone found his lack of overall response strange, they didn't say anything. He'd been so excited that he'd been talking non-stop. Now he'd barely uttered a word since Tanaka had entered the arena. His world was jolted back to the present when a round of cheers erupted all around him. "They're being introduced," Sasuke supplied, having noticed Naruto's distraction. Down in the arena, Erasure waved to the crowd before bowing respectfully. "What do they have to do?" Naruto's impatience and excitement was building again. It was hard not to when the chakra all around him was so buzzed. "Just be patient, Naruto," Shikamaru drawled, almost smiling at Naruto's antics. He usually didn't come to these trials. They were troublesome and could at times be lengthy, but the feasts afterwards were widely known for their richness in Uzumaki culture, and that meant fantastic food. Naruto bounced in his seat, watching as each participant stepped forward, seemingly at random, to accept a scroll. The scroll itself had a seal on it, and this confused Naruto. How had no one managed to pass if it was merely a seal? He watched intently, wondering what one was supposed to do. But it didn't appear that any instructions were given. He watched as the participants tried staring at it, tried copying it onto their own blank scrolls, and tried to see if there were hidden seals underneath it. No one seemed to know what it was for. Unless they all knew, and Naruto was the only one who didn't. There appeared to be a time limit, as no one spent more than 15 minutes looking at the seal. Naruto watched as each one either gave up or their time ran out. With every new technique the crowd cheered, and with every failure they clapped politely. Naruto found the whole affair to be rather boring and wondered how this was considered entertaining. It was hardly helping to distract him. There was a large outcry when Arashi's time ran out. The Uzumaki had attempted to deconstruct the seal into the respective hand signs, but he hadn't managed it in time. Naruto was starting to think this must be a time-based seal or something. Something super complicated. Erasure also appeared to be a clan favorite, and as it had been his last try, there were a few calls to allow him to have more time. But Tanaka shook his head sadly, sticking to the rules. When Tatsumaki stepped forwards, he had a look of determination that could rival Naruto's. Looking at the pink-haired boy, Naruto now noticed just how blue Tatsumaki's eyes were. Arashi's were brown. Tatsumaki took out a scroll and placed it on the ground, seemingly in the middle of nowhere. He accepted the scroll with the seal and turned towards the scroll on the floor. He made a single-handed sign and the scroll poofed away to reveal a large sheet of sealing paper. Naruto was intrigued with what Tatsumaki was attempting to do. He rolled the sealed scroll open and studied the lines. It was too far for Naruto to see much detail. Tatsumaki nodded and then knelt down by the edge of the large sheet of sealing paper. He placed the scroll on the sheet and began a series of hand signs. He made them carefully and precisely, as though it was a new jutsu and he didn't want to make a mistake. Naruto recognized the sequence as a seal transfer jutsu. Complicated seals, once perfected, were usually copied directly onto a new item, surface, or scroll. That way mistakes were avoided. It worked well when used on a perfect seal. Tatsumaki touched his hands to the sealing paper, and lines spread in a rushing swirl from his fingertips. He grinned as the lines spread, watching in excitement as the lines moved over the entire page, glowing a pale blue. Naruto's heart stuttered, lodging in his throat. "Tatsu-no!" Naruto screamed, well tried too. All the moisture had seeped from his mouth and throat, making the sounds choke off. All eyes in the near vicinity moved to him as he frantically tried to think of a solution to the utter disaster he was watching unfold. That jutsu only worked on perfect seals because it activated the moment it was complete. Now that Naruto could see the seal on the larger sealing paper, he could see exactly what seal it was. It was a failed seal that should have been destroyed. Tatsumaki would be bound to the jutsu until it completed. But because it was a failed seal, he would only be released when he ran out of chakra, and if he did that, it meant he was no longer breathing. Naruto's heart rate sped and his eyes grew panicked. He didn't know what to do. It was a first in a long time, and perhaps it was attributed to the earlier shock, but he had to do something. That seal, it was his seal. He'd almost died making that seal. He tried to rush forward, leaping over the other spectators, but was stopped by two Uzumaki that had up till now merely been watching. Kurama had been the only reason he'd survived. Tatsumaki did not have that advantage. No one in this whole world had that advantage. "What the hell, Naruto?" Erasure stated with an annoyed growl. How did no one know? How did no one realize what a colossal fail that seal was? "You don't understand. He'll die." Naruto watched as Tatsumaki began to realize the drain was getting too much. He watched as the seal flared brighter, draining so much faster. "Gigi!" Tatsumaki cried. "It won't stop. I'm trying, but it won't stop." He was near sobs, but the panic hadn't set in yet, only the realization that something was wrong. The only way to stop it was to stop the seal. Even if they destroyed the paper, that meant nothing. The seal was his chakra now. It was alive, and no amount of Raisengans to its center would stop it. The seal had been created before his accident with the Senjutsu, before he'd been able to see seals on a whole new level. He lost that ability the moment he come to the past, but perhaps he could try to use Senjutsu to see them again. Perhaps it would work and help him to see a way to fix this. It had to work. Naruto growled, his anger beginning to flare when Tatsumaki began to droop. A man rushed over to the boy, looking just as lost as everyone else. A buzz whirled around the room. No one could help the boy because no one had ever passed the first round. With that seal, no one ever would have. It was also a Senjutsu-based seal because the chakra needed to achieve what Naruto had wanted would have been too great for a shinobi to bear. He'd made all the triggers use Senjutsu levels of chakra. Even if it wasn't an imperfect seal, Tatsumaki would have died trying to activate it anyway. Naruto wouldn't be able to feed Senjutsu into the boy either because he wouldn't be able to sit still enough for it. He didn't have the training for it. "Give him your chakra!" Naruto yelled, his anger increasing when no one seemed to be able to do anything. "He's running out fast!" and they were running out of time. The other man blinked at him, standing still for a moment before Naruto's words registered in his mind. He dismissed the fact that Naruto's yells had a strangely commanding tone to them. He followed because right now he didn't know what else to do. "Let Naruto through," he ordered before placing his hand on Tatsumaki's back and slowly feeding his chakra into the boy. Naruto rushed forwards. He could have forced his way through, but that wouldn't have boded well for relations. "You better be able to help him," the shinobi stated gruffly. Naruto had immediately known there was a problem. No one else would have ever picked it up until it was too late. So maybe, just maybe, this boy, this known failure, could be of use. Naruto couldn't even get the seal to use senjutsu on a continuous basis because it would never stop, thus creating a vortex. A never-ending void of senjutsu starting at this point. He didn't even want to start thinking about the complications that would cause. He grabbed at his hair and began rapidly muttering to himself. "Can't keep feeding him chakra. That would be ridiculous. The seal is fundamentally impossible, so it will never complete its intended task and therefore it will never stop drawing on chakra now that it's activated. Arg!" He flopped to the floor and focused his chakra, drawing on senjutsu and focusing it to his eyes. "Please work." A spark of pain ignited in his sockets, but he pressed on. It wasn't right. Not yet. But his vision grew fuzzy for a moment, before bursting into a clarity that hurt the pupils. He held the senjutsu just long enough to study the seal, see the way it was working. This was a temporary fix. He could feel it in the way the senjutsu slipped away. The way his eyes throbbed. Even the way it looked was different. All he was seeing was things in sharper clarity. But for now it was enough. The seal had been designed to provide snow to a land that had been experiencing a drought, snow having been easier to produce than rain clouds. It had never worked. He'd attempted it in his years of traveling to find the tailed beasts. But in the end it pulled at too many of the natural laws to ever do as it was designed. But Naruto saw several weak points that could possibly allow for change. That meant he could redesign the seal, rework it into something that could work. It was a hope, a chance. If it failed then, well, it wouldn't fail. It couldn't. But with such a complicated base design. Taking a deep breath, Naruto dropped the senjutsu from his eyes and pulled out his ink. He did not need his brushes because what he was about to do didn't need the brushes. When working with such large seals, it was easier to move the ink in a similar way that Gaara had moved his sand. Taking careful steps on the paper and directing the last of the senjutsu in his system towards the ink, he put the ink pot down near Tatsumaki. The seal was designed with senjutsu in mind. He'd only be able to fix it with senjutsu. Naruto focused on the ink, moving it into the air, his chakra in the ink, the guide he used to direct it right into the middle of the seal where it was absorbed into the lines. Tatsumaki fell backwards as Naruto's chakra became the source. The blonde didn't feel an immediate drain, not yet. Tatsumaki was gasping, holding on to his grandfather, as he suddenly burst into tears, the shock of the ordeal settling in. If this didn't work, well, at least Tatsumaki would be okay. This was the only solution Naruto had that would definitely allow for Tatsumaki to survive. Naruto focused on the ink he'd added. He pushed and pulled it until it was spread throughout the seal. In his mind he could see a seal forming. Something that would work. Something that he had forgotten the first time. It was always better to make things simple. The original design had been made far too complicated. When Naruto had placed 5 or 6 seals, he could eliminate them and change it to 1, maybe 2. Always remember the basics. When one tried to do big things, one tended to think they needed big seals to match. Not always the case, and this is what Naruto had forgotten. Now that all the lines were moldable, able to react to his command, the seal had paused for a moment, waiting to see what he would do. If Naruto stopped for even a moment, then it would react to the lines he'd left, and those results could be anything. With a deep breath he began to shift the lines, move them into something more agreeable. He smiled as he felt the lines linking effortlessly. Yes, this was right. This was sealing at its best. He felt the way the air in the room shifted, felt the power the seal had. The lines swirled and moved, happily reacting to the more natural position. When moving the ink with their chakra alone, one opened themselves up to a whole new set of rules. You could feel the very core of the seal, its whole reason for existing. Naruto sunk deeper into the seal, finding all the little commands that would control the end result. He had to find them all. Every last line had to change. It was almost done. Just a few more tweaks here and there. As the last of the deviations were shifting into place, Naruto focused on creating a water clone, a wind clone, and a shadow clone. The moment the 3 clones shimmered into existence, he sprang away from the center of the seal. The clones waved before dissolving into the seal, feeding it directly. Naruto had removed the need for senjutsu. He didn't want the seal to be everlasting. The lines flared brighter, bright enough to almost blind Naruto, as the air in the room began to grow frigid. "What's happening?" Tatsumaki asked, his gaze wide with confusion. "It's activating," Naruto answered with a shrug, turning to walk back to his seat. He didn't know what the purpose of the task was. But he'd done what he needed to in order to save a boy that reminded him far too much of himself. There was a collective gasp as snow suddenly erupted from the seal in a torrent that instantly covered a good portion of the arena in blankets of the white, fluffy frozen water. Since it was generally warm in Konoha, the outer reaches of the snow began to melt, while the seal continued to erupt snow into the air. Naruto watched as it sailed in lazy swirls and swishes towards the ground and smiled softly. Most people in Konoha hadn't seen snow before. It didn't snow often in the land of fire. He held out a hand, the flakes landing and melting into his gloves. Naruto noticed the whispers, the looks, the movements that people made to get a little further from him so that they could whisper to each other. Erasure was with his brother, making sure the younger Uzumaki was alright. Tatsumaki's grandfather was looking at Naruto, watching him with a small frown. Naruto ignored it all. He closed his eyes and focused on the flakes melting on his face. The tiny bites of cold felt weird against the warmth of his chakra. He'd possibly given away too much, but he'd had to. He couldn't have let Tatsumaki die, no matter what was revealed in the process. He opened his eyes with a grin before leaning down and scooping up a good handful of the snow. He pressed it into a nice tight ball before throwing it straight at Menma, who tried to hide himself in the crowd. The ball smacked the redhead right in the center of his forehead, while Menma gaped at it in surprised confusion. Naruto couldn't help the laughter that burst out. He clutched at his stomach, trying to stem the gaffes. Itachi was seated next to Menma, and even he looked like he was trying to hold back a smile. The only reason Naruto knew that was because he'd been with Tobirama so long. Menma angrily swiped the icy water from his face with a scowl directed at the blonde. Tanaka held up a hand to stop the buzz that hadn't died down since Tatsumaki realized that something was wrong with his seal. The hall quietened to hear the decision that was to be made. But Naruto never got to hear the decision. His body jerked once before going limp. Chakra exhaustion. Hadn't had that in a while. Naruto managed to direct his fall towards his back so that he didn't end up with a face full of snow. As the world faded into darkness, he couldn't help but smile at the tiny white flakes still falling to the ground. Naruto woke up in a room, darkness telling him that several hours had passed. He wasn't sure if he was in the hospital or not. It was too dark for the moment. Naruto remembered seeing Arashi's face just moments before passing out, seeing the anger and jealousy. But he sensed the respect and a slight blossoming awe. Yet, on a deeper level, Naruto couldn't be worried about Erasure or even the trials. He was more concerned with why that seal had been used in the first place. It was impractical, a clear defunct seal. Why hadn't anyone picked up on it? Was it merely a miscalculation on whoever had started the trials? Did the Uzumaki believe in this person so much that they were blinded to the problems of that seal? Or did the person want the problems in the seal to be the solution, for an Uzumaki to stand up and say, "This seal is broken"? He'd have to see what the next round held, or even the one after that, before he could answer. He couldn't even ask anyone because he didn't want to draw suspicions onto himself any more than what he already had. Would there even be another round? Did his interference count? "You're finally awake." Naruto jumped, having not sensed the presence in the room. He didn't recognize the person's chakra, and that worried him. A small lamp was switched on, and Naruto found himself in an unfamiliar room with Erasure and Tatsumaki's grandfather seated across from him. "Have you been sitting there the whole time, because that's kind of creepy?" Naruto narrowed his gaze at the man who merely chuckled at him. "No. I sense your chakra stirring. It's still recovering, but you inherited the Uzumaki chakra, that's for sure." Now that the immediate danger with Tatsumaki was wearing off, Naruto allowed himself to relax and to really look at the man. "My name is Uzumaki Haruto, and Tatsu-kun is my grandson. So is Arashi-kun. Allow me to thank you for saving his life. Embarrassingly, I didn't realize what was wrong or even how to fix it until it would have been too late, and for that I owe you a great debt. Haruto." Naruto wondered if it was spelt with Haru meaning light, sun, and Ita meaning soar or fly. That was a nice combination. His memory provided no clarification. He had never met this Uzumaki before. Naruto's attention was drawn towards a shock of yellow. The same yellow that he saw in the mirror every morning when he attempted to tame his hair. A blonde Uzumaki? What were the chances? Naruto's heart sank. Haruto. Naruto. Could it be? Naruto's eyes never left Haruto. He kept them glued to the older Uzumaki, and as they roamed over the other shinobi, details began to stand out. The orange he wore, the particular shade of brown of his eyes, the way his hand moved to the back of his head as he grinned at Naruto. But what sealed it for Naruto, what devastated him beyond words, were the two whisker-like marks etched into the man's cheeks. There was no mistaking that relation. Even worse, Tatsumaki's pink hair made all the more sense. It was the blonde. Erasure was his great-great-grandson. Tatsumaki was his great-great-grandson too. And Haruto was his son. His son. A pain so great he would have fallen to his knees had he not been in a bed already ripped through his chest, and Naruto couldn't focus on anything else other than the raging sense of utter loss that dominated his chakra core. How could Hashirama have done this to him? Naruto tried to push past it, to clear his mind and his chakra. He couldn't afford to attract attention, and here in the heart of the Uzumaki compound, the intensity that Tatsumaki spoke of the other day rang strong and true. The intensity was the censors. They'd find him and demand an explanation, one he absolutely could not give. Naruto was drowning in a world of what-ifs and if-onlys. He'd missed out on the life of a son he never knew he was going to have. He had to stop. He couldn't lose control now. His heart pounded and his throat tightened. Of everything Hashirama's foolishness had robbed him of, this was by far the one thing he could not move past, this was the one thing he could not forgive. His gaze grew tortured at the thought of his child facing the world without him. He had never given a family much thought, but he knew without a doubt that he would never have chosen to abandon them. No matter what was promised to him. "Naruto-kun? Is everything alright? We didn't take you to the hospital because the Uzumaki censors said you just overdone it a bit?" Haruto was worried, his concern flaring brightly. Was he a censor? Or were Naruto's features giving him away? "I'm fine. Just everything catching up to me, I guess. I didn't really realize the seriousness of the situation while it was happening." Naruto offered a weak excuse and an even weaker smile. "How long have I been out?" "Just a couple of hours. The festival is still happening. If you feel up to attending, I can personally escort you?" Haruto grinned widely. "No one knows how to throw a celebration like the Uzumaki do, and with your quick thinking, it's the liveliest one we've had in a really long time." Naruto turned his attentions inward. Was he up for it? Probably not. Not with the realization that he'd had a son. He needed time to think. Something was wrong. Deeply wrong. He had to figure out how he was going to get to the bottom of it all. He was feeling more than a little overwhelmed. "No dash." Naruto was about to answer when the door burst open and the younger blonde was suddenly in a gripping embrace. "Oh, my baby." Kushina hushed. "Thank goodness you're okay." Naruto felt the relief and love radiating from his mother, and a sense of relaxation came over him. His mother's presence was a soothing one. Hi, Ka-chan. Naruto grinned, hugging her back, allowing her hug to take away the pain from his earlier revelations, even if only for the moment. She pulled back and placed her hands on his cheeks, looking into his eyes with all the concern a mother could feel. She was searching his face for any sign of injury, satisfied when nothing appeared to be amiss. I heard all about it from Mendakun. Your father is so proud. He's waiting outside. Some nonsense about waiting to be invited in. Kushina was gushing, brimming with a pride Naruto knew she hadn't directed at him in a very long time. Ah, I see. I'll go let him in. Haruto excused himself while Kushina continued to tell Naruto all about what an amazing thing he'd done. Ah, come on, I just did what anyone would do, Naruto stated, ducking his head with a blush. But Naruto-kun, that's just it, no one else could have done that, Kushina replied softly, brushing the hair away from his eyes. No one else had been able to pass that test. Not even me. The seal was broken. I don't know what the objective was, but if activating the seal was what it was, then no one would have ever passed. Naruto huffed. Yet you did. You activated the seal, broken or not. Some people are talking about making you the next clan head over me. I mean, you're younger so you'd rule longer, you're the Hokage's son, as well as my son so your heritage is greater than mine. Kushina continued, talking to Naruto as though offering the position to him. What about Erasure? Isn't he the genius of the clan? Naruto was starting to get suspicious again. Why would people want him to be the clan head? He'd been the idiot just that afternoon. So what changed? Other than passing a seemingly impossible test. Erasure is too angry. Everyone can see the anger. His father's death changed a lot in him. He was so young. Kushina looked away, a deep sadness that every Uzumaki felt at a death in the clan emanated from her core. The conversation was once again derailed when Minato entered, all smiles and gushing pride. He offered his hand to Naruto, who took it in confusion, only to be yanked up and into Minato's arms where the air was squeezed from his lungs. Good job, Naruto-kun. The whispered words sent warmth spreading through his chest. This was nice. This time with his parents. It was something he'd dearly want no matter which lifetime he was living. I believe we have a festival to go to, Minato stated cheerfully, letting go so that Naruto could find his shoes. He felt like he was 6 years old or something equally as young, and wondered why he was so giddy. He was totally more mature than this. My, if we don't hurry we'll miss out on the food. I hear Tuchi-san has been asked to help out this year, Haruto stated from the hallway. Tuchi-san? Naruto asked, heart growing even more at the sound of his beloved ramen's creator's name. Kushina nodded. Naruto didn't need any further prompting after that. He was out the house before Minato and Kushina, bouncing on the balls of his feet impatiently. It had literally been years and there was no one who could stop him from getting to his ramen. No one. People tried to talk to Naruto, really did try, but the blonde was far too concerned with eating as much ramen as he could get his hands on. Most were confused as to why there were tears streaming down Naruto's cheeks as the blonde blubbered about how amazing Tuchi's cooking was. All the same, the moment Naruto had eaten his fill, he'd fallen asleep at the table, the earlier chakra drain taking its toll once again. Over the next week Naruto was bombarded with attention, of the in the shadows shinobi kind. So he went back to doing the usual. Only this time it included an unholy amount of ramen in his diet. He was the unassuming son of the 5th Hokage, nothing more and nothing less. It would probably take a while to get the tail of shinobi to leave him alone, but that was fine. Naruto was more than capable of setting up Kage Bunshin around the village to do training for him, while he spent the time with Team 7. Wait, so you actually have a little sister? Naruto gawked at the Uchiha in front of him. Like a smaller, prettier you? Naruto continued, utterly disbelieving of the fact. Yes. I said yes 3 times already? Sasuke grumbled. It was an off day, with Sakura doing medical ninjutsu training. Why are we only talking about this now? Naruto stated excitedly. In his head he was picturing Sasuke with long hair, and the image was highly entertaining. How old is she? What's her name? Her name is Arushi, sure for short, and she's 10. Sasuke kicked a stone, facing going pink with Naruto's questions. So she's in the academy? With Tatsukuin? Naruto grinned. I wonder if they'll be on the same team. Uzumaki and Uchiha blood might make for an interesting combination. Naruto's eyes gleamed mischievously before glazing over as Sasuke hit the back of his head. No way in hell is anyone getting near my sister, he growled threateningly. If Itachi adored Sasuke, well, Itachi and Sasuke absolutely worshipped Sure. The 10-year-old was positively spoilt by the brothers, not lacking in any area of anything. Well, that's not nice, Naruto whimpered, rubbing the bump on his head tenderly. I mean, can't a genin make a joke? Not when it's about my sister. Sasuke huffed, crossing his arms. And anyways, she asked if I could help her with her training. So do you want to come with? Sasuke looked nervous, and Naruto was wondering if Sasuke had ever trusted the care of his younger sister to anyone. Probably not, and that was a surprise. Sure. Naruto smiled brightly. Hey, where was she the other night? When I was doing the whole new teammate dinner thing? Naruto added, his eyes narrowing suspiciously. Sasuke shrugged. Sleep over with one of the other Uchihas in the academy. She doesn't really like Menma. Naruto followed Sasuke as he took the lead. A younger sister was an interesting thought, and one that shouldn't really surprise him. After all, if Menma existed, it was highly possibly that other people didn't exist, or did exist as well. There were so many changes already, and there was no way to predict other changes that might crop up. So it's a bit early in the day to be helping your sister train. Is she skipping in the academy? Naruto asked, wondering if Sasuke would ever allow his little sister to be a delinquent. No. We're going to the academy, Sasuke drawled while Naruto's face paled. Naruto did not have pleasant memories of the academy. The reminder of the academy brought some interesting memories to the surface of his focus, interesting and hurtful. He allowed his thoughts to drift, having not really examined this world and the memories tied to it. Naruto-kun! Soft blue eyes were directed at him with a warmth only a mother could show. He gazed up into those blue eyes silently, drinking in the love they held for him and him alone. A smile was on Kushina's face, a smile that radiated pure adoration and happiness. You're my little Uzumaki, right, Naruto-kun? You're going to become a great sealing master, just like the Shodai. Kushina spoke to him softly, perhaps attributing to the fact that he was far younger than a genin. Perhaps even before stating at the academy. Right, Minato-kun? He'll have to learn how to channel chakra and how to read before he can be a sealing master, Kushina-chan. At the very least, I wish he'd talk. Minato's soft voice drifted from somewhere Naruto couldn't see. Naruto-kun, look at me, look at Kaa-chan. Naruto's attention had wandered to the walls, listening to the soft hum of the chakra in the seals that lived within them. Can you say Kaa-chan, Naruto-kun? Kushina was smiling, but there was a soft undertone of sadness in her gaze. Kaa-chan. Kushina stated slowly as though this would help Naruto. Kushina-chan, you shouldn't get your hopes up. Minato suddenly entered the small Namake's line of vision. They said he wasn't likely to change. Minato's tone was soft, comforting, his sharp gaze glancing over at Naruto only once. He's 4, and he hasn't spoken a word. I don't think he's ever going to. Kushina ignored him, focusing her attention on the blonde boy in front of her. What is it that you hear, Naruto-kun, that so drowns out this world of reality around you? What makes you think he hears anything? For all we know, he could be completely deaf. Someone else asked, someone far younger than Minato or Kushina. It could attribute to the fact that he doesn't talk. Naruto got up, walking away from the adults and pressing an ear to the wall, eyes glazing over as he completely gave into the soft hum of life that surrounded him, lived within the very foundations of Konoha. My baby brother is such a freak. The voice from before muttered, completely ignoring Kushina's glare. Namake's Menma, you will not refer to your brother that way. Kushina hollered after her retreating older Namake's son. Naruto could only just catch a glimpse of red. He wasn't blonde. Not like Naruto. Alright, Naruto-kun, let's try this again. This is a dog. Can you say dog for me? A slightly older Naruto sat across from a Yamanaka in a room that was strangely silent, the buzzing from the previous scene absent. Dog. Naruto repeated slowly, carefully. A picture of a ninja hound was presented to him. An impatient huff from behind them made Naruto turn his attention away from the Yamanaka and towards a grumpy-looking Kakashi. Naruto got up and ran to the shinobi. Kashi! The little blonde was all happy grins and sparkling eyes. You want to see a real dog, Naruto? Kakashi lowered himself till he was closer to Naruto's height. Naruto nodded vigorously. Kakashi nodded seriously before summoning his entire ninja hound pack into the room. Yo! A small pack instated just as an excited Naruto squealed in happiness before picking the pug up. Dog! Naruto stated with a large grin, and Kakashi huffed out his chest proudly. The Yamanaka sighed as though this wasn't the first time Kakashi had done this. Alright, Naruto, now we're going to teach you how to give the pack some commands. You need to say the commands or else they won't do it. Kakashi continued, gently taking Pakken from Naruto's death grip much to the pug's relief. Commands? Naruto questioned, all of his attention focused on Kakashi. Like this, Pakken, please fetch the ball. At this, Kakashi threw a blue ball across the room. Naruto laughed in delight as Pakken sent a withering glare at Kakashi before chasing after the ball and brought it back to the silver-haired ninja. Now, Naruto, it's your turn. Kakashi gave a red ball to Naruto. This is a red ball. Red. The scene faded with Naruto slowly working on giving each member of the pack some sort of job to do, with the Yamanaka quietly talking to Kakashi. I'm going to be better than the Shodai. Believe it! Naruto stood in front of a pre-genin class, eyes shining brightly and proudly at the loud declaration. Thank you for the great introduction, Naruto-kun. Naruto turned towards Iruka-sensei, who was smiling warmly at him. Go sit next to Sasuke-kun, alright. He'll be a great partner for you, help you catch up. As Naruto walked towards the open spot next to the pouting Uchiha, whispers burst throughout the room. For a moment, the whispers were louder than the humming in the walls. Oh great, why did we get the retard in our class? I can't believe they let him in the academy. It's gotta be because his dad is the Hokage. I thought he couldn't speak. I feel sorry for Sasuke-kun, this is only going to slow him down. Naruto ignored them. He had to. He was here to prove that he could. Mostly to shut men up. Yo, my name is Namake's Naruto. Naruto offered his hand to Sasuke, who looked at it as though it would explode. You mentioned earlier. Sasuke stated carefully, not sure how to handle this new classmate. He knew of Namake's Naruto. He knew what people said about him. This child in front of him had yet to display the oddities that made up the boy that people whispered about. Iruka began the lesson as soon as Naruto seated himself. Naruto grinned at Sasuke, knowing that this was Itachi-kun's younger brother. Itachi was always visiting Menma, so maybe Sasuke could be his friend too. Just leave me alone! Sasuke screamed, whirling around angrily and glaring at Naruto, who had just tripped. The blonde had been running to catch up to Sasuke, who was breathing heavily, face bright red. I'm sick of taking crap for your mess-ups. Sasuke stormed over to Naruto, who just managed to get to his feet. You're never going to pass that exam. So just give it up already. He shoved Naruto in the chest. Naruto gaped up at Sasuke in absolute devastation. But Sasuke, I'm sorry. It doesn't matter, you're always sorry. Sasuke growled. You screw up, doing all the weird stuff you do, and then you stick to me like ninja glue and I get roped into the aftermath. I don't know what aftermath means. Naruto confessed with a hiccup. This seemed to make Sasuke angrier. You're just all wrong, Naruto. There's something wrong with you and I don't want any part of it anymore. Sasuke whirled around and started storming away. I didn't know. Naruto hiccuped, not going after Sasuke this time. How was he to know that the seal was going to do that when he walked past it? How was he supposed to know that the school's security system would activate every time he was in a sparring match during taijutsu practice? How was he supposed to know that the Uzumaki compound would let him in, and not anyone else, when he snuck into forbidden areas during the field trips? All these things were the little things that just happened to him. He didn't do it on purpose. He made his way back to the academy playground. It was currently recess, and the incident that had set Sasuke off was the village security seals activating when Naruto had been ganged up on by some of the older boys. They were currently with the school nurse, nothing more than some scrapes and bruises. Yet Naruto was unscratched. For some reason the village always protected him. But that made him an outcast among his peers. They were afraid of getting attacked by the walls as well. Not just the walls either. The floors, the roofs, the stairs. Sometimes, not always though, even the trees would do weird things around him. It had the effect of making the village seem alive. How was Naruto supposed to control it when he couldn't even explain it? "I'm sorry, Naruto-kun, but we just can't pass you. Your clones just don't meet the requirements." Iruka was staring at him sadly, his eyes looking on with regret and pity. Naruto's features were blank, completely blank. Iruka's sadness was very quickly changing to concern. "That was my last try, wasn't it?" Naruto stated, his tone just as blank as his features. "I won't get to try again? I'm out?" "Unfortunately, yes, that was your last try," Iruka answered. "So I'm not going to be a ninja?" Naruto didn't even blink. "No. You're not." Iruka almost stood, but there was something in the way the boy was acting that stopped him from moving altogether. Naruto didn't respond. He just stood there, his eyes growing more and more distant as the seconds passed. "Mizuki, go get the Hokage," Iruka whispered, afraid that Naruto was regressing to the way he was before he entered the academy. By the time Minato came, Naruto wasn't responding to anything. He just stared at the walls, eyes dull and lifeless. He hadn't even responded to Sasuke. "Pass him!" Kakashi screamed, confronting Minato in the hallway of the Namake's residence. Naruto could hear them, but he wasn't interested in looking at them. "You know he should have had the Uzumaki exam. You knew he wouldn't pass the regular Genin exam." Kakashi's tone was angry and accusing. "And then what?" Minato was calm, forlorn even. "Look at him, Kakashi-kun. What kind of a ninja would he be? No! You look at him. He'd be the best damn ninja in this village if you'd let him. That kid's got something, and you keep ignoring it." Kakashi growled, being more vocal about his feelings on the matter than he'd ever been. "This is not up for discussion." Minato's tone had hardened, showing that he was losing patience with the matter. A crash from the other two told Naruto that perhaps Kakashi had broken something. "As you wish, Hokage-sama." Kakashi's tone was dark, completely out of character. Despite himself, Naruto walked out of his room, seeing Kakashi glaring at Minato, and the latter staring stubbornly back. "That is enough!" Kushina called, appearing at the end of the hallway with her hands on her hips. "Never in my life have I witnessed such pitiful pettiness." Kakashi looked away, an angry blush peeking over the edge of his mask. "He should have been tested as an Uzumaki," Kakashi muttered, gaze sliding over to Naruto. "I'll take him on as an apprentice. I can do that, and you shouldn't be allowed to stop me. You let Guy take on Lee, let me take Naruto." His voice was louder, firmer. "Why?" Minato seemed genuinely surprised. "Because you did the same for me," Kakashi whispered. "When no one else would give me the chance." There was silence for a moment before Minato sighed, his shoulders slumping. "Maybe a few lessons here and there. But not a full-time apprentice." "Not yet." Kakashi stood still for a moment, as though processing the words. Then he grinned, seeing in the large curving of his eyes. "I'm going to have the best little ninja apprentice ever. Naruto-kun, I know you're upset." Kushina was staring at the despondent preteen, trying to get him to eat something. "And I know you wanted to be a shinobi, but Tuchan said you can be an apprentice to Kakashi-kun. That's really special." Kushina tried smiling warmly. Naruto's bottom lip trembled, and suddenly the boy was crying, clinging to his mother as though he was drowning. "I just wanted to be like Nissan." Naruto hiccuped around sobs. Oh Naruto-kun, no one is quite like Menma-kun. I don't think anyone can be. Besides, I don't want another Menma. I like you being you. Kushina rubbed slow circles on Naruto's back, hugging him close until the sobs began to calm. There's nothing wrong with not being a ninja. Lots of people from the clans don't become ninja. Ever thought about being a ramen chef? Naruto pouted, but the idea seemed to have its merit to the blonde. The Shodai could cook really well, couldn't he? Kushina nodded with a warm smile, trying to encourage the positivity. But what about Sasuke-kun? I won't get to see him anymore. He'll be on missions all the time. Not all the time. Menma and Itachi-kun still see each other a lot. Kushina reminded gently. Naruto nodded slowly. And I'll still get to spend time with Kakashi and I? Kushina nodded in affirmation. And I'll still get to train? 'Cause I plan on being badass, just so we're clear. I wouldn't have it any other way. Kushina nodded seriously. Naruto beamed at his mother, wiping away the tears with such force it was like he was trying to erase the fact that he'd been crying at all. I'll still get to be Hokage, even as an apprentice, he added with a wider grin. And there's no one who can stop me from trying. I'm sorry, Naruto-kun, I've got another mission. Later, K? Kakashi really did look sorry, so Naruto wasn't too upset. But he'd said that last time as well, and the time before that. Naruto didn't point it out though. Kakashi looked tired as well. Or maybe felt tired? Didn't matter. Behind Kakashi, Naruto could just see Sakura-chan. Just after Minato had let Kakashi take Naruto on as an apprentice, he'd given Kakashi a genin team. One was Sasuke, Sakura, and an Uzumaki named Erasure. Can I come with? Naruto asked carefully. He'd never asked before. I haven't asked your father, but you're my apprentice. Kakashi seemed to get angry for a moment. To hell with it. Might as well. Quickly go pack a bag and meet me by the village gates. We're going to Wave. Being on a mission with Erasure was painful. He seemed to think having Naruto around was a drag and didn't make any secret about that feeling. Naruto hung back, getting rather fed up with the guy. Kakashi ignored it, taking the time to just enjoy the scenery. Their client, Tazuna, seemed interested in the extra member but didn't say anything. He didn't want to get involved in ninja politics. At the current moment, Naruto was examining a puddle in the middle of the walkway. He tilted his head in puzzlement at it. For all the world it looked like a puddle, but it had impatience, and impatience was something people felt, not puddles. Naruto was mulling over whether or not impatience was the right word to use when suddenly Kakashi dragged him out of the way of a spiked chain, taking the attack himself. Naruto watched in horror as Kakashi was pulled to pieces by the chain, and the puddle suddenly became two people. One of the two people, no ninja, came straight for him and he was too shocked to move. Sasuke jumped in front of him, annoyance radiating off his every fiber, making Naruto cringe away. Why the hell did you come along if you're not even going to defend yourself? Erasure spat, as he helped Sasuke dispose of the two enemy ninja. Naruto didn't know how to tell them that the negativity he'd felt, the intent to kill, it had been too much too soon. He hadn't been able to block the emotions in time. Kakashi reappeared, having used a replacement jutsu. He didn't say anything, just sighed and started tying the enemy ninja to a tree. His gaze lingered on Naruto, eyes thoughtful but not angry. Naruto shuffled out of the way and kept to himself as the squad cleaned up. Sasuke wondered if Naruto was going to be just as helpless as Tazuna. They couldn't afford that. Naruto, you've trained for this. You'll be okay. Kakashi smiled at the preteen, ruffling his hair. Don't get nervous just because there's a squad now. Naruto looked up in surprise before grinning and stating loudly. I'm not nervous. I promise, I'll do better next time. Databeo. Naruto's presence was unnecessary. Minato argued, eyes burning with anger and worry. The statement was enough to wake the blonde up, and he blinked into awareness slowly, taking in the drab hospital room. I know. But without him, that mission. Kakashi was tired, lying in the bed next to Naruto. Those ice mirrors were something else. Not even I could break them. Naruto was supposed to be at the house. He was watching the daughter and grandson. It's like he just knew he had to come to the bridge. Kakashi looked haunted. He's the only reason we're still alive. I think he's a censor. Like a really good one. Kakashi added, looking up and at Minato. He knew which mirror to attack, every time. Zabuza got away, but not before wounding Naruto in his anger. If Erasure hadn't acted so quickly, Naruto would have died. He used a seal to stop the bleeding. It's the only reason we managed to succeed in that mission. It was flawless teamwork and I'm not sorry. He is my apprentice. Kakashi added, his tone hardening. Naruto felt the sudden urge to cough, alerting his father to his consciousness. Hey Naruto-kun, how are you feeling? Minato's entire demeanor changed in an instant. He walked over to Naruto's bed, placing a hand on Naruto's forehead. I hear you saved the day, even naming the bridge after you. Minato added with a soft smile. His emotions had suddenly gone dark and the sensation was unfamiliar to Naruto. He frowned, placing a hand on Minato's chest as though trying to affirm that his heart was still beating. But with the Hokage's question came the automatic self-evaluation. He felt a tightness in his muscles and a soreness on his back where the blade had cut deep. But otherwise he felt fine. He was in the hospital after all. I feel sore, Naruto stated, and it was more than a little true. His throat was dry, making talking painful, moving took effort, and he could feel the throbbing of his back muscles that would soon be painful once the medications wore off. But good, he added with a large grin. Is everyone else okay? I mean, I blacked out, Naruto added, his brow creasing in worry. Everyone else is perfectly fine. Erasure and Sasuke just complaining about carrying you back home. Kakashi chuckled. He didn't dare mention that the moment Naruto had been in the Konoha forest, the trees seemed restless, alive even. He didn't dare mention in his report that the security systems had gone off long before he'd even set them to alert the hospital of the medical emergency. Minato didn't like hearing about these things. Mostly because he couldn't explain them. Well, I don't like being carried back. Naruto pouted. I could have walked if you'd just woken me. Naruto added grumpily. Did the kid really not know how bad his wound had been? Kakashi was sure Minato would kill him. Well, I'm glad everyone is alright. Your mother will be happy to see some color back in your cheeks, Naruto-kun. Minato stated happily, but there was still a darkness to his emotions that Naruto couldn't sense past. It was unnatural, almost like a block. He had sensed emotions for so long that he didn't even know that it was a special thing for a person to do. Naruto frowned when Minato started making hand signs at Kakashi, talking to him without words. Kakashi's emotions only told Naruto that the Jonin wasn't happy. Angry even, but accepting of the outcome. I'm going to let your brother know that you're awake. He was visiting earlier. Minato continued, moving towards the door. Naruto didn't look away from Kakashi, who suddenly couldn't meet his gaze. Naruto-kun, after this last mission, I can't be your sensei anymore. I just don't want to lose you and dash. Kakashi paused, clearly very uncomfortable. You're one of my precious people and I don't want you to get hurt because of me. I should have led the mission far better. I got lazy and my team suffered for it. Naruto stared at Kakashi, waiting to see if there was more, but Kakashi remained silent, having said what he needed to say. He still couldn't look at Naruto. So you're not going to train me anymore? Naruto asked quietly. I can still train you a little, but I'm not taking you on a mission, not anytime soon. It's okay. I understand. Dad probably told you to tell me. He's really protective, so he probably freaked out. Naruto grinned, mostly for Kakashi's benefit, but internally he was wondering why his father couldn't see that Naruto had grown up. He wasn't as lost anymore. Naruto? Sasuke called, feeling like the blonde wasn't mentally with them. Naruto didn't respond, having been lost in thought since he'd mentioned the academy. The Uchiha didn't think Naruto was still mad about the academy incidents. But he touched Naruto's shoulder, and the blonde jumped. Huh! Oh, we're here already. Sorry I spaced out a bit. Naruto grinned apologetically. Sasuke shrugged before opening the door to Shire's classroom. He hadn't had time to explain to Naruto what they were supposed to do. Oh well, Naruto could improvise. And this is my Nichan. A loud proclamation rang through the room as Sasuke walked through the door, as he'd been instructed at the exact moment he'd been instructed to. Shire could be dramatic when she wanted to be. It was Academy show and tell day. He's on the same ninja squad as Namake's Naruto, who happens to be the object of my show and tell. Shire continued as Naruto walked through the door looking more than confused. Wait, what? Naruto squawked. No one mentioned presentations. Get over it, Dobe, and just get in there. Sasuke shoved him forward while Iruka-sensei hid a smile. Namake's Naruto is a ninja who has no talent, is still a genin after 3 years and can't perform a basic Bunshin-jutsu, however. Here Shire paused while Naruto wished the floor would swallow him. He saved the useless Tatsumaki Baka's life, which makes Naruto Dobe a specimen worth my show and tell. For his part, Naruto Dobe is going to tell us how he managed such a feat. Shire dramatically gestured to the blonde, eyes daring him to refuse. If Sasuke was lacking in the honorifics department, Shire needed to cool it on the insulting ones. She was fierce, her emotions just as determined as her eyes showed. She was an interesting mix between Sasuke and Itachi, showing the soft feminism of Itachi's features with Sasuke's build. Her hair was long, tied loosely at the bottom of the obsidian strands. I guess I got lucky. Naruto deadpanned. I panicked and jumped in, doing what any shinobi would. She blinked slowly, trying to determine if his answer was an acceptable one or not. She sighed and turned back to her classmates. Naruto saw Tatsumaki, eyes glazed over as he kept to himself in the far corner of the room. He seemed despondent, withdrawn. And there you have it, another feat of random luck, proving my theory that Namake's Naruto was not a genius in disguise. I think she's been spending too much time with Menma. Naruto glared at Sasuke, who shrugged. He couldn't deny his sister anything. He knew she didn't really believe what she was saying. She just saw the opportunity to get a good grade. Not that she needed to stoop to such levels. Now, sure. That's not a nice thing to say about my training partner. Sasuke reprimanded while Shire blushed, looking away. He can't be your training partner if he's useless. Shire muttered. Sasuke leaned in close and whispered, He's better at taijutsu than I am. Shire's eyes widened. No way. She whispered breathlessly. Better than Itachi and I? Maybe. I've never seen him spar seriously. Sasuke answered thoughtfully. So be nice to him, Kay. Shire nodded furiously, hair swaying with emotion. All right, thank you, Shire-chan, you may sit down. Iruka interrupted. Thank you, Naruto-kun and Sasuke-kun, for coming to show and tell. I know how busy ninja can be. Iruka's gaze lingered on Naruto a moment before forcing a smile. And you're welcome to help out in the next lesson. We're doing Shuriken Jutsu practice. Naruto looked at Sasuke, who shrugged. The blonde grinned before seating himself next to Tatsumaki. Sure. Why not? I promise to aim away from your head this time, Iruka-sensei. Sasuke huffed and seated himself next to Naruto. Helping out didn't seem like such a bad idea. Sasuke got to spend time with his little sister. Naruto got to see what Tatsumaki was like. After all, the pink-haired boy was family. Naruto looked at the kid, who was staring at him. He grinned, but Tatsu just continued to stare. Well, they'd work on it. Another thing to consider was the memory of Wave. Was Zabuza merely destined to leave his village? Or were the Akatsuki still at large with Madara still getting involved? Not to mention Haku, whom Naruto had tried to keep safe by bringing clans from Mizu into Konoha. He had a lot to catch up on. And that concludes part 3 of this story. Thank you for spending your time here at Ichiraku Ramen and listening all the way to the end. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows the shinobi world to continue through new adventures and alternate timelines. If you enjoyed what it takes to be Hokage, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you don't miss future stories. Once again, full credit goes to Solara Miles, the original writer of this story. If you would like to read the original version, you can find the link to the story in the description below. Let me know in the comments what story you would like to hear next. Until the next time, stay safe, and I'll see you again at Ichiraku Ramen.